I'm here to make fun gameplay with you guys and be positive. Can you imagine being a toxic, negative person Christmas week? I can't.
Hello there, chat. I usually play very funny videos at this point of the stream, at the beginning. But today we have a few of these very funny videos, and just spoiling them beforehand would be kind of a disservice to the stream. And today we have a lot of shit to go through, because there's been a lot of shit going on. But before I actually get into that, before I actually get into the meat and potatoes of the stream, I would like to say that we are 6 days, only 6 days into 2024. And I have a list of things that have already happened that can make you shit your pants. Made a lot of people shit their pants, actually. Some in laughter, some in fear. To be very insensitive, some of them have shut their pants for the final time in their lives because they're dead. And I know how insensitive that may sound, considering what I'm talking about here, but these things did happen. So what actually happened? Well, the Epstein files got released. That's one of them. How many pages? Like over 900 pages of documents? So many pages, in fact, and a client list too. I haven't looked through like most of it, so I don't even know where the tip of the iceberg there is. So you have to forgive me. I'm not up to date on the current Epstein lore though. But besides that, a person, a VTuber by the name of Hexa, and I think I'm gonna do a video about this at some point in the week after this stream. A VTuber named Hexa got in trouble for making fun of Jeffrey Epstein and his Lolita Express and his very unfun island full of children getting molested and worse. But you know, making fun of Epstein is apparently a big no-no. So this VTuber got into trouble with other VTubers that, you know, decided to go after her. Tell her what a bad person she is because she's using the victims. Think of the victims. How would the victims feel if they see you making fun of this very serious situation? That doesn't matter that that particular VTuber called Hexa was making fun of Epstein directly, and you know, basically what a huge pedophile he was. But no, a VTuber has to get to her clout, and yeah, they went after her. Didn't really well end for him, and that's something I want to cover in like a future video that's gonna come very soon. But again, there have been more shit going on. A VTuber that had like a document released about them sometime in December, like in the mid of December, something like that, last year. That document was 193 pages long or something like that. It's a very big document, like the biggest document about a VTuber I've seen. Like your Twitlongers, your Google Docs, they pale in comparison to what this person has been dropped on them. So what was in the document? Like a year's or more worth of like Discord logs, accusations of grooming, and all kinds of nasty shit as well. I didn't read through most of it because I value my time for the most part, and it's a bit insane to drop a novel's worth of quote-unquote evidence on somebody, so I cannot confirm or deny how much veracity there is to these documents, but that's a thing that happened. But that's just one part of this thing. The other part of this thing is that the VTuber that had this dropped on them allegedly committed suicide, and the person that dropped all of these things on that VTuber, they were living with them. So that VTuber and his buddy, they became homeless. And that's the story that I might cover in a future stream too. So yeah, a lot of shit happened. at the beginning of 2024. And let's not forget all of this localizer shit that has been going on since like what, December? I mean, it has been going on for decades now. Like, don't get me wrong. The localizer shit has been going on for decades, and it's just boiled over because popular people decided to talk about it, and some people, upon seeing how these localizers, how a lot of these translators behave towards the audiences that they're supposed to cater to, their audiences, the audiences of the people they're supposed to represent, well, they didn't take a lot of fancy to them, so to speak, and they got rightfully pissed, and that made a lot of people crawl out, made a lot of different people crawl out of the woodwork, and we're gonna be covering some of these people today. I've got a lot of shit. There's like hundreds of examples, and I'm not shitting you. There's like hundreds of examples of these people misbehaving and acting like absolute tossers. And we're gonna go through a lot of these. As with every stream, I have prepared a few arcs for this particular thing that we're gonna be talking about. And I have a few things here that I'm even now currently preparing because there's a lot of stuff. You guys have no idea how much bullshit there has been when it comes to translators and localizers over the years. So I'm still preparing some of that. I had like a week to prepare, and even with weeks time to prepare all of this shit, I don't think it was enough. But then again, I think I can over prepare for a lot of stuff, even though I deep down think I under prepare, and then the stream ends up being like 8 hours long because I want to cover everything that I prepared. But you know, it is what it is, and I'm not gonna change that anytime soon. So you guys give me a few moments here as I get my stuff ready, and I'll give you a little bit of context why I actually decided to do this stream, like what I decided to step away from VTubing like for a moment, do a stream about translation, localization practices, like in the wider industry, not just in anime, but also in video games. Both of these things are very comparable, but video game translation kind of has a few more layers to it, especially when it comes to like mobile gaming and stuff like that. But all of these things can be divided into various branches and categories. How particular translations are done, what to look out for, and stuff like that. It's a very complex topic, as translation and localization is by itself. So I'm gonna be talking about that too. So why am I prefacing this? Because before I actually had my current job, I've taken up this current position that I have within a specific company that I won't name, like a publication, because I am unfortunately what some people consider a journalist. I don't consider myself one. I don't use that name because that name has been corrupted by people that shouldn't be journalists using that name. But long story short, I took up that position in like 2015 without any prior training, without any prior education in journalism. I just learned the best practices by watching other people fuck it up and seeing how you can do it better, do your audiences justice while making sure you deliver accurate information to everybody. But again, this is not about journalism, this is about localization, translation. So before I had a job as a journo, I want to call it that again. I was self-employed. I had my own small company too, and I also did freelance work since like 2010 or 2011, something like that. And what I was doing is I was a translator, not of Japanese. I cannot reveal what languages I translated from and to, because that would kind of dox myself, because there's still professional public information out there about me. but I translated several languages into other languages, back and forth. What I specialized in was video game translation and and fucking sprinklers. This is what I specialized in: video game translation because it was my passion, and sprinklers because I knew a lot about fucking sprinklers. I did a lot of fucking courses on a lot of technical details about fucking sprinklers, and I was the foremost fucking I was the foremost translator of technical manuals about fucking sprinklers. So it was what it was, but sprinklers were a very smart part of what I was doing. There was a lot of different stuff depending on the client that I had to translate. Some legal documents with the help of a lawyer. I wouldn't be translating that stuff on my own because you have to make sure that specific terminology is right. So you do not get into any trouble yourself, and you don't get your clients in trouble for that sort of stuff. But the most fun, most definitely the most fun I've had when it comes to translating was translating video games. Smaller time projects, usually mobile games. Nothing too serious. I think a lot of these games that I helped to translate, it wasn't localization work, mind you. It was just straight up translation. Localization had nothing to do with that. It was just supposed to be readable in English and in the other languages that I've translated it to. Readable, and of course it should have been conveying the same meaning or similar meaning, so people would know what these specific games are about. And I'm being very vague because I have to be. I don't want to say what these games were, so you have to take my word for it. At least last I checked, I think the 2 mobile games that I contributed my translations to are still up. The others, like at least 6 of them, all of them are just gone now. That's pretty much the lifespan of mobile games for you. They don't last long. And considering a lot of them are clones of things like Candy Crush, of like Angry Birds, shit like that. Very easy translation jobs, by the way. Of course, they would go the way of the dodo and just kind of die because there are better games out there that come out after them, and clones don't have such a high lifespan when it comes to that shit. But yeah, this is something that I did for work. This is actually something I have actual education. I actually have a master's degree in applied linguistics, and I specialized in translation of specific languages, again, which I won't name here, and do not want to dox myself on specific details. But this has been a passion of mine since I was a kid, and the fact that I am able to use language as proficiently as I can right now is thanks to that passion. I never had like any formal training when it comes to language acquisition. I didn't acquire most of my language skills, and I'm not talking about English here. I'm talking about a lot of languages I know, and I know several in various levels of advancement. The most proficient ones, you can probably tell which I'm proficient in. But again, a lot of that stuff was always my passion, and it meant a lot to me because I think knowing other languages is kind of equivalent to knowing a lot of people. As you learn a new language, as you learn how specific people speak in certain regions of the world, you learn about their culture, you learn about their philosophies, you learn about their society, you basically learn about their way of life. And that's how you foster bridges with people. That's how you build bridges with people, via understanding. So I think the best way to get to know somebody, other than just meeting them and befriending them over the course of many months and years, is by learning the language. Because when you do that, you also learn about their culture, how they feel about the world, how they see the world, you know, because they have their own perspectives. You cannot say the same perspective would be, you know, transferable between like an American and a German, or like an Italian or a French person. They all have their own point of views when it comes to seeing the world, depending on where they grew up and what language they used. So that's what I always believed, that if you learn a foreign language, you're on your way to learning more things about people, and then you foster that understanding. So this is pretty much the reason why I decided to take a look at what these fuckers that call themselves translators and localizers do. Because they take what I consider best practices and twist them for their own benefits. And they take translation and localization theory and also twist them in order to fit a specific narrative, or to just misconstrue it as something different. Because they aren't focused on fostering understanding between, you know, the author's intent and the target audience. They don't give a fuck. For a lot of them, and you'll see a lot of people that I have prepared during today's stream as incredibly arrogant, self-absorbed, and usually overly confident in their abilities, you know, to understand things or to interpret things. A lot of them, you'll notice, are what I would consider like failed creative writers, like people that shouldn't be actual translators, just people that happen to know the language on a specific level. But they treat this job as mainly a creative endeavor, and not in the way that, you know, translators are supposed to be creative by, you know, making sure the meaning of a person you're translating language from is transferable to another language. So, you know, the meaning and the intent is preserved in that particular situation. But, you know, they do not care about that stuff. A lot of them care about their own egos. A lot of them, I think they see themselves as fucking superstars. A lot of them, I think they do not realize their position as a translator, because when you're a translator, at least, you know, that's what I think, that's my philosophy as someone that did a lot of translation work, is that you're a servant. You have a servile position when it comes to the job that you're doing. You're a conduit between the author and the meaning he wants to convey to other people, and the target audience and everything in between. Of course, there's philosophies when it comes to that shit, and of course there's practices that are being employed by a lot of different people, and these will vary greatly between them. But there are things that a translator should always aim for, and that's the accuracy of the translation. And again, transferring that meaning between one language and another, the target language, between the source language and the target language. And what the people that we're going to be covering today do, they do not give a fuck. They have their own interpretations, and they usually go over the author's head and make sure that that the author is irrelevant. It's highly disrespectful. That's one thing. And the second part is that, you know, they have their own agendas that they play at. And let's not fool ourselves. A lot of them are snarky, and they're gonna be very dismissive of people's comments about their agendas. But these fuckers have agendas, and they have a lot of these fucking agendas, and they're very, very obvious about that. They even fucking say it. But yeah, I've gone a long enough tangent on this shit. Let's get right into it. Let's get right into today's fucking stories. So let me boot up the arcs that we have today, because I have a lot of them. So let me explain what arcs we have today. we have arcs that are called The Past. The Past is gonna be showing you guys a few tweets here and there from localizers, from translators, like in the years past, like dating, I think as far as back as 2018. And this is gonna set the stage for later things and about how these people behave and how their way of thinking evolved into what it is today. Mind you, we're gonna be talking about things that are much older than like 2019, because again, this whole process of what these guys have been doing has been going on for like decades now, and there's a lot of problems there to be discussed when it comes to the whole industry of translating anime, manga, and games. There's a lot of avenues to discuss here. That's why you have to probably be prepared for today's stream to go on a bit long, because I have a lot of things to talk about here, as you probably already can tell. So this is what we're gonna be looking at first, and then we're gonna skip to the modern times of what is currently going on. And I call this arc the beginning. And what is the beginning? Well, the beginning of people starting to notice en masse what's going on with localizers and translators in niche industries such as anime, manga, and games, mostly anime games, because that's where these people are pretty much entrenched, has problems. And there's a lot of problems there. So what started this off is that the Ancient Magus' Bride manga decided to return to English simultaneous releases, but by using AI translation. And the Localizers, because that's how a lot of people are calling them now, not localizers, but lolcowrizers, like, you know, lolcow combined with the word localization. So that's the moniker they want to use for them right now, and I think it's very fitting because a lot of them are simply embarrassing with their behavior online. But yeah, a lot of them got upset about that, so we're gonna be going through all of that too, and the reaction of them absolutely fuming about what was going on in that whole process. And in that arc, I'm gonna introduce you to a lot of individuals that are absolutely fucking insane, and all of them could easily have like their own threads on Kiwi farms because they're so exceptional in their behavior. So that's the beginning arc, as we're gonna be looking through what actually made this whole issue become mainstream. And long story short, to give you a bit of spoilers there, YouTubers and streamers, big YouTubers, big streamers like Asmongold talking about this have ushered a new wave of discussion about localization and translation practices of these fuckers. And this is like an ongoing discussion. Mind you, remember, this has been going on for years, so this is just another stepping stone in this whole nonsense. The next arc we have here is gonna be about specific individuals that have stood out during this whole drama, and that's Jamie Marquis. I think that's how you pronounce her last name. Jamie Marquis, a popular dubbing voice actress, also very prominent during the whole Kick Vic thing. She had a lot of legal issues going on with Vic personally. We're not gonna go into details about those because I would be sitting here all day, and I'm not that familiar with the whole legal process of this. I think all of that is very well documented online on other people's streams, so if you want more information about Kick Vic and what was going on there, you probably best go into other places that are more informed about this. But Jamie Marquis has been prominent in this whole drama because she was named as an example of an extremely arrogant localizer, because again, she's part of this too. She's not just an innocent voice actress that decided to, you know, speak some voice lines that people adapting a script gave to her. Nope. she decided to shit on people and essentially shit herself all over the fucking internet since like December 20th or December 22nd or something like that. And as I was gathering more information about her and what she was actually doing on Twitter, she's been just posting about this day in and day out consistently, even throughout fucking Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and whatnot. And she's still talking about it. Like, she cannot fucking shut up about it. And it will get extremely annoying. So I hope we can go through this one very fast. The next arc is about Katrina. It's about Katrina, some weird fucking Greek sounding name. Katrina Leonodakis? I don't know. Let's call her Katrina Gyro. Let's call her Katrina Gyro because her last fucking name is Greek. Or we can just call her Katie. I don't know. Whichever ones you guys prefer. A very prominent translator and localizer that has been in all kinds of localization dramas over the years. And she's been like in everything. She has almost never had a good take about translation localization. Some of the things that she says sound reasonable on paper, but when she actually explains her interpretation of these specific things, bad things start to come out. And her actions speak a lot louder than her words, and you're gonna see that. It's gonna be something. She's a recurring character here. Kuri, is there going to be a timeline of these localizers disrespecting anime, manga, and video games for decades? Up until complaining about human-assisted AI, the 90s has been lawless. We're going to be talking about like an example that comes from the 90s. We're going to touch upon some 4Kids stuff, and I'm going to explain to you why the 4Kids stuff exists. And a lot of people are essentially taking notes from them nowadays, but interpreting it a bit differently. But again, with a fucking similar purpose. So it's not gonna be everything, because again, I could be sitting here all day naming you examples like from the 90s, from the early 2000s up until the modern times. But there's many examples. I have prepared many examples. So this is not only these people that I'm talking about, right? It's not about just Jamie Markey. It's not about just Katrina Gyro. It's also about a lot of other people over the years. So there's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of stuff to go through. That's why I'm predicting this stream is gonna go on for quite a bit. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at Katrina after Jamie Markey, and after that we're gonna take a look at one very specific thing that got me heated. I decided to single this particular issue out because it's so egregious. It's so performative, and it's so fitting when it comes to all of the shit that these people have been responsible for years. And if agenda pushing was not responsible here, then it's gross incompetence. And I think both of these things are equally bad in this situation. What I'm talking about here, the specific mistranslation, the specific corruption, and essentially butchering of the source material, is the particular manga called I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend Into a Girl by Azusa Banjo. This is something I decided to take a look at in detail, because what these people did to this fucking manga is ultimately the best example of why these people shouldn't have a job. Because this is everything wrong with the process of translation and localization. This is going over the author's head. This is not looking properly into the source material, like whatsoever. This is not understanding the source material. This is not understanding the characters or the story within the manga. This is not understanding the author's intent or their past work, which should have clued them in about what kind of story this was gonna be. This is ignoring everything that should be a good translation effort. This is everything wrong with translation and quote-unquote localization. So I decided to take a look at that as a whole arc in this stream. And then, lastly, or maybe not lastly, I have miscellaneous examples of botched translation and localization. And there's a lot of anime here, and there's a lot of video game examples here. Basically, people fucking it up in whatever way possible. Yeah, like, how many screenshots do I have in here? Like 94 fucking screenshots. I could have had more. Again, I don't want this stream to go on for that long. It's already going to be a long stream, and I'm already making this longer than it's supposed to be. But I feel that I need to explain all of this so you guys have context for everything. So whenever people decide to look into this stream, they at least know what they're going to get into. So that's what I want to do with these miscellaneous examples. And then after that, I want to take a look into Japanese reactions, because Japanese people have already awoken to these issues, and they've been commenting on it too. Japanese people have not been ignorant of what's been going on with the material coming from their country. And let's just say a lot of them haven't been very happy with what these people have been doing, not only to their language, but also to the intent of their authors. They've been pretty pissed, to say the least. I'm gonna take a look at some of these reactions too. But give me a moment. I'll prepare the first part of the stream, and then we can just go on ahead and talk about all of this in sequence. So just give me a moment. Yeah, let me prepare the first part real quick. Tweets. I also have a lot of video files to play today. I wonder if some of them will get me copyright strikes, but I don't know. I think it's worth risking. They aren't very long clips, and these clips already exist on YouTube, so who knows? It's probably safe. We have to wait and see. But yeah, the beginning. So let me pull it up real fucking quick. There's a lot of screenshots, a lot. Okay, I think this should be in sequence. Also, I think I should put the music a little bit more silent, because it might be overpowering, and then I also want to play video clips, and I'll have to lower and raise the music volume up and down. But yeah, here's where it all started. And I think I should remove my avatar here, because it's kind of in the way, and it's gonna be in the way of a lot of things, so hold up. Okay, I think this is better for the time being. But yeah, as I was saying, all of this was kickstarted by the fact that the people responsible for the translation of the Ancient Magus Bride manga decided to use AI translation instead of, using people to do it. And of course, the very real human beings that are localizers and translators, they weren't very happy about that. And you can probably understand why a lot of people that have seen the quality of their work these guys put up have all but welcomed the rise of the machines helping translate their favorite mangas. And I think there was some fucking around with the translation of the manga in the first place. I don't remember what exact problems there were with the translation of the original script to the Ancient Magus' Bride. But I think part of this decision that they decided to go with AI translation was because of that. So yeah, here's our hero, Katrina Gyro, because that's what we're calling her, commenting on this. And I will talk about, machine and AI translation as we go through this sort of stuff, because I do have some sort of experience with it. I don't have words for how embarrassing and disappointing this is. Instead of paying a human to do a quality job, they're using AI to get a mediocre product for free. This is how little they think of English-speaking audiences, of translation, or shame. No, I just think they don't want to go through people that cause controversies, and probably it's faster for them to do it too. Let's be real here. The process of translating manga can be a long one, even from like weekly or monthly chapters that come out in publications. And if a script can be run through machine translation, if it can be run through AI, because let's not fool ourselves, machine translation, which I'm not going to be fully defending here, but machine translation, especially from Japanese to English, has been getting a lot better over the years. Even in like 2017, when I was still using a lot of it to read visual novels that haven't been properly translated into English, it was already providing pretty good translations. There were some awkward things and a lot of proper nouns, proper names, contextual things have been lost in, due to the machine learning tools not understanding them. But if you were able to follow the story in any sort of convincing way, you didn't really have too much trouble with reading all of that with machine translation. And a lot of manga out there doesn't use very elaborate language anyway. It's not that difficult for a machine translation to actually do a proper job on it. And it's not like the people talking about here are using just AI translation, just machine translation, and just, releasing it in the wild. They do have editors for that sort of stuff that will know context with the stories and characters and all of that. They will know the things they're supposed to be helping, clean up within the machine translation, and they will do a good job of it. As I've heard that the actual AI translation of like 1 or 2 chapters that are already out has been done with AI translation for Ancient Magus' Bride is actually pretty good. So good, in fact, that even the Japanese or people knowing Japanese praise it. So yeah. Sucks to be a translator and localizer, but let's keep on going, because again, I'm gonna sit here all day. And then she continues. Machine translation isn't smart enough to handle audiovisual work like television, movies, anime, manga, etc. I'll be very direct here. Audiovisuals that can be a lot harder when it comes to AI, but if an AI can get like a script, like a proper script in a text file, shouldn't have much trouble than whatever already existed with machine translation tools and software. Again, audiovisuals much more difficult to do than when you have a written script and you can put it in a text file. I wrote an entire essay about it back in January 2021, but the fact remains, even now in 2023. And here's her and here's her whole thread because of course she remembers. Audiovisual translators are already criminally underpaid, both due to the intrusion of machine translation in the field as a whole and the demand to work in the entertainment industry. At least show your fans and creators more respect by giving them a human translation. It's very funny that she keeps on talking about, you know, the audiences and the respect towards fans and creators. When this bitch, yes, I'm gonna call her a bitch, has very little respect for the target audiences and the creators. And you're gonna see some examples of that as we go forward. She continues. I really wonder if creators know just how badly AI/MT, machine translation, mangles the words they've crafted. Authors spend so long making sure the dialogue and narrative are written just so. You just want to trust Google Translate to handle your prose? Is that how you want your audience to know you? This is a gross misunderstanding and lack of knowledge about machine translation, because not everything is Google Translate, and even Google Translate has been getting better over the years. So again, I'm not fully defending machine translation. There's still a lot of things machine translation cannot do as well as the human does, but that's why you have editors for that sort of stuff that do know how machine translations work, that do know where the weak spots of such a translations exist, and do know how to adapt this text so it's very easily readable for them. So yeah, this is a gross generalization of what machine translation is. It's not just Google Translate, and that's that. But yeah, let's move on. Machine translation has its place and its uses. I use it all the time myself to skim emails and articles, to quickly parse a large paragraph to get the gist before I translate it properly, etc. This ain't it, chief. And she leaks to her thread again. And here's the official Magnus's Bride account explaining actually how they're going to be using these AI tools, because, you know, it was open to interpretation. A lot of people, as you've seen already, did not properly understand what this is supposed to be. To clarify misinformation that has been spread, I'd like to provide some additional information. Firstly, regarding AI-assisted translation. We have implemented a system from Mantra Corporation. The system combines their unique machine translation technology with the editing and proofreading by professional translators. Next, about the purpose of simulcast distribution. Unofficial translations are sometimes released for free and circulate as pirated versions. Illegal manga piracy sites that publish these cause serious harm to the manga culture and industry, both domestically and internationally. And in case you didn't know that, the Japanese have a very serious attitude about sites that post scanlations or even raw manga that's not officially available, that's available outside of official means. They crack down on that stuff very hard. And a lot of that stuff that prevents them from going after overseas sites, like, you know, you've got your manga dexes. Manga dex removes a lot of stuff that's under copyright. All of it probably should be anyway, but you know, there's still a lot of illegal scanlations on there. And let's not forget, like, the plethora of other websites beyond manga dex. There's like hundreds of websites out there where you can read scanlations, and yeah, and the Japanese haven't done much to be able to take them down. So yeah, that's how it is. The ancient Magnus's Bride has also continuously suffered from such damages. Initiatives like the ones we are undertaking now have been proven effective in reducing piracy damage, as demonstrated by precedent cases with Shueisha's works. Finally, regarding books produced and licensed or issued by foreign publishers, if there are any offers from various companies, will continue to be considered, and if conditions are met, publications proceed as before. The situation remains unchanged. In case a lot of you don't know, there's Shueisha, the publisher of such magazines as Weekly Shonen Jump and others. They have their own website where they simultaneously release manga published in their magazines in English, and it's available for free. Most of it, like recent chapters or some of the first chapters, already available there for free. So this is pretty much how they battle piracy, because that kind of piracy, these cancellations of manga, and then subtitling, fun subtitling of anime, exist because of time constraints. An episode, for example, comes out in Japan, and then you have to wait like a day, sometimes even more, depending on how popular that series is, for a fan sub. This used to be a situation like in the past. You had to wait quite a long time, and takes quite a bit more for manga, because with manga you have to do a lot of things like typesetting, lettering. You have to edit, the panels with sound effects and all of that. There's a lot of work going on there, so it takes quite a bit of time for scanlators, for fan scanlators to go through that stuff. So you might get your chapter pretty late. You might get your chapter like 3 days or even more after it's released in its country of origin, in Japan. So by Shueisha providing the service of reading their manga on Manga Plus, I think that's how this service is called. It provides people with a quality product that they can get mostly for free, and that removes a lot of need for fan scanlations, because they get the product that they want in a timely fashion, and they don't have to worry about anything else. They just go to one website to read all of their favorite manga from that particular publication in one go, and that's it. They provide people with a quality product that they can get really fast, and that reduces or actually nullifies all the need for scanlations. And even though I'm not going to be praising Crunchyroll here, because Crunchyroll is its own fucking monster that should die, but simulcasted anime with fan subs is also that. If you can get an anime episode at the same time as it releases in Japan, or like an hour later after it's aired in Japan on Japanese television, or streamed on some exclusive Japanese service, then there's no need for fan subs, because you're getting a quality translation, you're getting quality quality official subs from that streaming website. But with people like Crunchyroll, with a lot of their work that has been previously translated, you do not always get a quality product that you want, especially when it comes to providing a proper meaning, like proper subs with proper meanings in them. There's a lot of problems there. And let's not get into other companies like Funimation just yet, or others that are also guilty of fucking around with source material. So as long as these companies fuck around and deliver low quality product that generally takes a big shit on the audience, then fan subs and fan scanlations are gonna exist forever. If this is how these people are gonna be acting. But let's move on, because I'm tangenting here. And there were more translators that decided to talk about this too. And you're gonna see a lot of names that are gonna be reoccurring. A lot of people that I worked with, because a lot of them are Erogate translators, and I'm quite close to the business of essentially porn games. So I know a lot of them personally. Some are worse than others. Some I can defend, like Meru here. She's not the most retarded one of them, but Meru often goes to defend really bad practices that a lot of these people propagate. So she's gonna be a recurring character, a lot of with all other people that I've been gonna be introducing to you. So this is what she had to say. If you're going to pay a professional translator to edit, why not just pay them to translate, since that's what they'll be doing anyway when editing a machine-translated script? Oh, wait, I know why. You can pay them less. I mean, if they, learn to code at this point. Like, if we're at the cusp of a lot of automation going on, and if machine translation can get to the point where it's satisfactory to the people reading it, where it's actually, not a jumbled mess of words and out of context sentences. If it's actually done right, then why the fuck would they pay you? If they can do it automatically faster, and then just have some editors that know how machine translations work do the rest of the job. They're cutting out you, and they're making things faster for themselves. Aren't you guys interested in providing a quality product that can get faster to the customers? You should be all on that. You should be learning how AI translation, how machine translation actually works. Then you can adapt your work. You can adapt to the changing environment of your work, because technology pushes into the future. It's not always going to remain the same. You are that proverbial miner that has to learn to code. I'm sorry to say. But machines, if they get to that level of proficiency, if they get that skilled at doing your job, then why should your job be valuable? I know this is like sounding very negative, and not on the side of humans like at all, but that's just the way things are. If you cannot adapt to the changing environment of your workplace, of your profession, then that's your own fucking problem. Like, I stopped my translation work because the Indians came in and decided to do everything for cheap at lower quality, and a lot of clients, they didn't want quality, they wanted speed. If you wanted to if you wanted to get good money for your translation, you had to find a good client, and some of that stuff just simply wasn't worth the time investment for the amount of pay that you got. So I adapted. I stopped doing that job because it was a waste of my time. The competition was of a lower quality, but they got all the jobs because that's what the clients wanted, and that's it. And that's the people that they decided to go with. So instead of whining about it, instead of saying, oh, you're paying people less, let's unionize as translators and whatever the fuck, I decided to course correct myself and just get a different job, something I'm still passionate about, because I'm that type of person that has to have passion for work before I actually do it. Otherwise it's just a drag, and I'd rather go live in the woods as hermit if I don't have passion for my work. So adapt or die. That's what I'm gonna say. If you cannot handle yourself being replaced by a machine, learn to fucking code. That's what I'm gonna say. But let's move on, because again, I like to go on tangents on about this sort of shit, because I'm passionate about this stuff. And Dice is here. In case you don't know who Dice is, Dice was one of the proponents of essentially what is Crunchyroll today. But before Crunchyroll was an official anime streaming website. Crunchyroll was a piracy website, and Dice was at the forefront of this shit. And now he's playing around, playing the saint and virtue signaling about how everyone is bad, and essentially he's holier than thou, and his hands are clean. So fuck Dice. And fuck everything that he stands for. I do not believe a single thing he says. Dice, if you ever encounter any of these videos, because I know you look at these videos, I know you scour the internet for someone calling your names. You're a huge fucking fuck up. And the thing you created is gonna kill itself, and I hope you don't. Because you had a good idea, and you let that fucking idea slip away, and it transformed itself into a fucking monster that actually, you know, hinders the industry from evolving instead of providing quality products to people. So, hello, Dice, and go fuck yourself. I know you're gonna watch this video eventually, like 2 years, 3 years, I don't know. I know you ego search yourself, Dice. I fucking know you do. So that Dice had this to say: AI translation, aka machine translation, post editing, MTPE, basically always boils down to throwing out the MTL garbage entirely and redoing the script from scratch. But because corpus can pretend it's just editing, it's just a justification to pay translators less. Well, you know, go fuck yourself again, Dice, because again, machine translation is a lot better than you guys think it is. You're just looking for a boogeyman. And again, I'm not gonna fully defend machine translation because it still misses a lot, but it's a lot better than it used to be. Like, it's incomparable to how it was like in the early 2000s, even in the mid 2000s, how it is right now. So it's night and day when it comes to that, and I only think it's gonna get better. It's not always gonna get a lot of context, but with AI assistant tools, it just may, because AI algorithms can already detect a lot of nuances, and they can already detect a lot of context, and they can even write based on specific context. They can search up on the internet. So again, there's gonna be a lot of learning to code going forward. Let's move on. Here's Blackwinkle, another translator slash localizer. Again, another recurring character. He's a pansy. That's what I'm gonna say. But let's say what he had to say right here. AI-assisted translation, in quotation marks, often boils down to paying translators less to work more. It's like hiring a 3-star chef to fix a TV dinner you microwaved wrong. You need access to the raw ingredients, or people can tell they struggled to work with what they had. Also pay them the same. Oh, H. Anthony Israel. Yes, that's his actual fucking name. As funny as it is. Israel? Yes, Israel. Once again, you really underestimate what this is gonna be. You guys like to demonize AI because it gets in the way of the shit that you do. And the shit that you do is not up to par. It's not what people want. There's a lot of things that go on over people's heads, for sure. There's a lot of things that people do not know about translation or the process of localization. Some of the arguments aren't very good, but some of the arguments you'll be seeing going forward are so much worse than anything like a misinformed fan would come up with. But yeah, this is pretty much all of this is can be summed up with: it's afraid. They're afraid to lose their jobs, and in order, you know, to make sure that they keep them, they have to demonize the new thing that's coming towards them. Because otherwise, you know, they have nothing. What do they have? What they're gonna do? Do you think a lot of them translate anime, manga, or eroge or whatever for passion? Considering how they behave, I don't think they do that. I think, on a personal level, that this is like the only job they can probably get. They aren't good enough to go and be like a translator for the government, which pays insanely well. They aren't skilled enough. They don't have the moxie. They don't have the knowledge to go into like technical translations. They aren't going to be translating fucking sprinkler manuals like I fucking did. They aren't specialized in anything else because, you know, anime translation general and manga translation doesn't tend to be that fucking complicated because it's written for specific demographics, usually on the younger side, so the language in there cannot be that complicated. So, you know, they are simply not equipped to do different types of work. Instead, they just, you know, they probably don't have any choice. Let's move on because I'm tangenting like fucking mad today. And then Katrina said more. The problem with machine translation post-editing MTP is that the translator is often provided very short translations to edit, resulting in them retranslating from the original source anyways, all by being paid less money because the AI did the hard work. At best, you're getting good translation by exploiting a human translator for much less pay. At worst, you're getting a bad translation proofread by a translator who's barely looking at the text. I guarantee you the publisher has enough money to afford a real translator. A real human being, as Katrina there put in her Twitter name description. Hashtag human translator. She's a real human being, guys. And what a real human being she is, you're gonna see it once we get to that shit. And here's another translator / localizer. This guy, in particular, Andrew Hodgson, called Steiner. He focuses mainly on erogate translation. This is his area of expertise. He's another pansy, like his buddy Anthony H. Israel or H. Anthony Israel, whichever sequence you want to use. Both of them are known to bat for one another. And let me get some things fucking straight. All of these people, they're in one huge fucking clique. They talk to one another, they cover for one another, and it's not just because they share the same fucking profession. They're a fucking clique. They're like a group of people in fucking high school that doesn't let anyone into their little fucking club. And they always know better than you do, and they always deflect all kinds of criticism labeled against them. At least this motherfucker, the Steiner motherfucker, at least he's not of the puritanical side, but he's better than, you know, the people that criticize people for bad translations and localizations. He's better than that, and you're gonna see some stuff from him going forward too, because this guy, he really likes to have his own farts there as well. They're all so incredibly fucking arrogant, and you're gonna see that very, very fucking soon. If I can stop tangenting, that is. This is either complete naivete on the part of the JP side or corporate nonsense designed to assuage the consumer in a deceptive manner. Let me break it down, as he breaks it down rather badly. Unique machine translation tech with editing and proofreading by professionals. In practice, this means Mantra Corporation will be paid big bucks to MTL. Mangan pay a pittance to massage the garbled output into readability. While there is no way assured here, with post-editing machine TL, the work might as well have been originally translated in the first place. About as much as more time / labor is spent on the mistakes made by the machine as at a fraction of the price, because suits think it's just editing work in comparison. Again, these people have not been up to date with what machine translation can do and what it can do when it's actually AI assisted. Again, I've been talking about missing context here and that not all of it just comes out well. But as an example of how well it worked out for some of the latest chapters of Ancient Max's Bride, clearly shows these people are out of touch and they will be replaced by the fucking Terminator. Skynet is gonna eat them if they do not adapt to their changing work environment. Let's continue. Next, about the purpose of simulcast distribution. JP businesses continuously fail to recognize why scanlations happen and how they can be addressed. Releasing an inferior product faster on day zero is meaningless when pirates and they always release fan cans on a day -2 anyway. No, they do not. They do absolutely do not. Sometimes the official means, especially nowadays, are much faster than some of the scanlators even are capable of. This often happens. Sometimes this happens with like One Piece translation, Blue Lock translation, for example. Like to name a few things that I do read, and they aren't going at such a fast pace that's minus fucking 2. This is again, he's trying to make an argument that the product is going to be shoddy and it's not going to be fast, and even if it is fast, the quality is not going to be worth it. And then he continues, that is ultimately an endgame response to scanlations is sad, but when it has been proven that even the simulpubs don't stop people from releasing scanlations, how can they hope to think releasing a human work will curb it? If anything, it will encourage it. Then, he's already made up his mind about the quality of the shit that's gonna be released. So there's no changing his mind. He'll just want to, you know, maintain his job because he doesn't have chance for anything else. Make no mistake, nobody wins in this situation except for companies like Mantra. They come in with fancy AI snake oil, scoring tons of publishing contracts at the expense of the workers, the audience, and the creators. The product is not true AI, it's just a mechanical Turk. And guess what? And all of this nonsense has been going on, people like Rev have of course been talking about it, and everything that I've talked to you here, every single bit and piece of these screenshots that you've seen has been covered by Red. And this stage sets the stage for people like Asmongold later picking it up. And of course, there has been a lot of brainlets commenting on this too, so we're going to be reading that as well. This one's from December 24th. People who aren't multilingual should just not talk about translation. Literally impossible to have an informed opinion. Years of language class in high school isn't multilingual. But you know, when you're delivered a translation or localization effort that is such bad quality that even you, as a non-native speaker of a language, know that it's bad and that it's done wrong, because the error is so grievous, I don't think this argument makes any fucking sense. This is a similar thing out of, you know, of going like to a restaurant. Like you're not a food critic and you're not a chef, but you're going to the restaurant and somebody shits on your fucking table and tells you this is your meal. So, you know, of course you're gonna know that what you're getting is a pile of shit and not a delicious fucking steak. Of course you're gonna know that. You don't have to be, you know, a professional. You don't have to you don't have to be Gordon Ramsay or Marco Pierre White to know that someone shit on your fucking table. And the errors some of these people do are so obvious that even a dummy can spot them. These people are fucking dumb. And this is a non-argument. And here's someone demonstrating what I just said, just with a different example. 15 years of anime translation and subtitling. Just because languages do not translate and conjugate one-to-one, and some culture references fall flat, doesn't mean you need to fill your script with Chungus, Among Us, Riz, Skibidi Toilet. That's pretty much a good summary what it is. It's very obvious when they fuck it up in such a way. It's full of fucking memes that are instantly fucking dated. And we're gonna talk about how certain, you know, inserts of mimetic culture and slang instantly fucking dates certain translations, and it becomes a garbled, incomprehensible fucking mess the more time passes on, as, you know, mimetic culture advances and some references become so dated that nobody 2 years into the future fucking understands what the fuck it was even about. Let's continue. And here's more fucking translators that decided to put their fucking 2 cents in. Also, let's see what this person first had to say. I agree that the USA isn't the world, but whether you like it or not, many jobs will specify that they want American English used in the translation. The language is intertwined with culture. The job wants British English, you're going to get British isms in the translation, and so on and so forth. Starlight Kid, thank you for the $2 without a message. Let's continue. And here's what Rara Sensei here, a translator, had to say about this comment. Also, language is not something that exists in a vacuum, which I agree with, but let's continue. Culture and time period play a huge role in how language is used and understood, and that's part of localization. Make sure the impact, the vibes, the underlying and overt meaning, etc. are conveyed. And yes, sometimes that means using yit, sus, incel, etc. Let me tell you why that is bullshit. Because oftentimes, more than not, when these people say yit, sus, incel especially, incel used as an insult, it's usually isn't even in the right context, and what a character is saying, like in an anime and manga or whatever, has nothing to do with a character's, celibacy status. It has nothing to do with that. It's just like a random insult put in for the sake of, insulting somebody, and just because, using a word like incel is currently trendy and it's within the cultural zeitgeist, let's say, as this person is trying to imply here, that makes it okay to put in. No, it doesn't, because let me explain shortly why that is bullshit. Whenever you translate someone and there's a slang in it, the universality of your translation is also something that you have to take into account. Your translation should be, and I stress this, very important, should be easily to understand for the target user, the people that are responsible for reading that stuff. Like, the target audience should be able to instantly know what you fucking mean by it. And if some time passes between your translation that's riddled with slang like yit, sus, incel, and whatever else you decide to put in it, like Giga Chad, because people have put that in as well. All of that will quickly become dated, because mimetic culture is so fast nowadays that these fucking Zoomers and this generation Alpha, they invent new words like so frequently, even faster than fucking changing their fucking socks every day. That's how fast they develop new language. And they develop new language not because there's a necessity for that, they lack certain words to express certain ideas. No, Zoomers and Alpha idiots nowadays develop new language in order to get popular on fucking TikTok. Get this shit fucking trending, like skibbity fucking toilet, rizzle my dizzle fucking nigga, like whatever fucking else, Riz. I don't fucking even know this fucking lingo all that well, but they invent some fucking new word like every single fucking minute, and nobody fucking understands what these fuckers are even talking about if they decide to pile these words on top of each other to create sentences. And when you put all of that shit in a translation, in a fucking product, an anime, manga, or whatever else, how do you expect people even 2 years from now on to understand what the fuck you meant? And even worse, if that slang has no fucking bearing on what the character said in that particular scenario. It's a huge fucking problem how your translation is gonna get fucking dated almost instantly when you put shit in like that. You don't have to reflect the current zeitgeist in order to make it accurate. There's a lot of things, especially in the English language, that are a lot more universal when you want to use slang. Things that aren't going to be dated in a nanosecond when you put them in. you don't have to use these modern words that are immediately fucking thrown out as soon as they appear. You as a translator, you should be able to do that. Your lexicon, your fucking thesaurus should be large enough in order for you to handle that sort of fucking situation. Putting in mimetic words that Zoomers know nowadays, you know, in order to appease them because they know it, it isn't gonna help when, you know, when somebody reads that a few years from now on. It's just not gonna fucking work. And if you fuckers are more concerned about like short-term game, because that's what it seems that you're focused on here, because you only care if, you know, the current audience that's gonna be the recipient of your translation, if this is the only thing you care about here, then your work is already shoddy, because you don't care how other people are gonna perceive what you did going forward. And I went on a fucking tangent again, but I think it was needed. And I think people that say this thing, like she said here, that, you know, inserting these words is needed, sometimes means using yeet, sus, incel, etc. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. I think it's just laziness on their part. I'm a fucking non-native speaker of English. If you can't fucking tell, and I would put more effort in order to do that. But holy fucking shit, these people are native English speakers, but they do such a lazy job with that sort of thing. Like, come the fuck home. This is embarrassing. And, you know, this person then got confronted by someone that's actually fucking has some common sense. Let me take a drink, because I've been talking for like 1 hour 30 and we're still in the first arc. I think this stream is gonna be 8 fucking hours long. Holy shit. But that's okay. I can talk about this shit all day. And I have a drink. Have a drink now. I can get righteously angry all I want. But yeah, let's see what this person had to say to Rara here. If I wanted something with American culture and vibes, I would be looking into American media. Media can actually be presented as a foreign culture and require the viewer to interact with said culture rather than be bastardized, fit with another country culture. Cool beans. Why don't you make your own company then fill this need? Oh, insult, chud. Why don't you make your own? You know, instead of wanting better quality from what already exists, why don't you make your fucking own? Learn the fucking language on your own, like, you fucking chud. How dare you? How about translators stop being racist corporate vultures and present the work in the light instead of whitewashing them to appear as American as possible? That's one hell of a fantasy you got there. That would be funny if a thing like 4Kids didn't fucking exist. You're arguing about inserting outdated memes to make it more American in this thread. It's not a fantasy, it's reality you presented. No, that's how you framed it, not me. And there's a deflection. You argue that inserting memes to save the vibe is good. Really can't frame that in any other way than bastardizing a work. Using slang when appropriate is good business practice and what the client wants. Like, listen. There's a few things when it comes to profession translations that you guys need to understand, because there's the target audience, there's the needs of the client that you're working for, and the client can tell you, like, you know, skibbity toilet that shit. And then, you know, if you're a retard, and if you don't value your own work as a translator, you're gonna skibbity toilet that shit, even though skibbity toilet has no fucking place in what you're doing. But, you know, if the client wants that, then you can just blame it on the client. That the client wants the fucking skibbity toilet translation in your work. But, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes, and that's the reality of the situation, if you're a translator and the client wants, you know, has specific instructions with, I like this particular story as it's being localized to appeal to retarded children. So it can probably sell more, but I do not have any tools or measures to actually check if I'm gonna be getting more sales down the line. Let's just fucking wing this shit. I trust you. Like, do your shit. I hope you can do it well so we can sell this particular book to this particular demographic and just hope for the fucking best. Let's do that. These people also like to use that argument that, you know, it's capitalism. We have to do that in order for the book or you know, or a series, be it, you know, novel, manga, anime, whichever. They have to make it more accessible to a particular audience so they can sell more. But who does their market research? They're doing translations for a very niche market, and and has people with very specific needs. People that usually want to read the story as it is, you know, without these embellishments, without these additions that these people insert into their work on a constant and consistent basis. These people do not want that. So I also question this: where do these people's market research comes from, that they know that they are reaching a wider audience and a bigger market by doing that shit? I would like to know, because that seems like a huge misconstruing and like a huge missed mark in all of this. I think they're just, you know, winging it. I think that they just think that they're reaching a wider audience by doing this shit, whereas they don't actually know the target audience whatsoever, because if they did, they wouldn't be doing this shit. Let's continue, because they had more to say. And why do so many fan translations exist to correct official translation? Why are there so many fights over the changes made? Also, how is it preserving the culture when you insert foreign memes created in another language and culture all the other way around the world? The correct, in quotation marks, official translation? If you trust the translation over the official, then go ahead and use theirs. Speak with your wallet and let the free market decide. I already do. And the Japanese manga publishers are using AI over official English translators. Seem that they're doing it too. Then why mad? Just keep doing you. Because official translators should have higher standard and respect the works they are translating. Stop inserting irrelevant memes for the vibe and propagating racist practices that treat foreign works like they need to be a filter so Americans don't see foreign art. And I would stand up and clap for this, because this summarizes a lot of the feelings that I have for these people's general work. We do have high standards and we translate accordingly. Biggest lie ever fucking told by a person that says that yet incel are appropriate things to put into your work because it exemplifies the zeitgeist of the culture. And even if an insult is completely irrelevant to what the character says, even if it doesn't convey the same meaning, just put it the fuck in, because the vibe is more important than anything else. And guess what? There's more. The high standard of 7Cs, that's a publisher of light novels. We'll get into what these fuckers did too. Apologizing for the English release of I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend into a Girl because they actively ignored the context of the series. To write the male character as trans for not being stereotypically male. So you're complaining about an isolated incident that was identified, owned up to, and rectified already. But you know, if you guys weren't incompetent and fucking agenda pushers, this wouldn't have been an issue like in the first place. The trust wouldn't be damaged, but you know, they like to deflect this. Oh, you're talking about the solved problem? What's your problem, Chud? Like, this is the problem we created and your outrage solved it, so why the fuck are you complaining? God damn, these people are dumb. For people that claim they have, you know, better than average linguistic abilities, they sure have terrible reading comprehension, and the general sense of you know, constructing logical thoughts and sentences is all but fucking compromised. Isolated? Yeah, that's not true. With oh, sorry, I'm already losing my fucking voice. I have another drink. Right. Isolated. Yeah, that's not true with people like Katrina, who who is still a localizer and actively spends her time cheering on how she butchers translations. But that one person isn't. I guess it could show you 1,000 and it's all just isolated incident to you, isn't it? And we'll go through that too, as this person has been fucking around with a lot of anime series as well. It's just so fucking bad to see. No, it doesn't. Memes and culture war buzzwords from an unrelated culture add nothing to one's understanding of essence of the work. Yes, it does, which is why those can do it and the ones getting work. So removing/replacing those things is how one should localize Western content for Japanese audience. One should substitute when appropriate so that the author's intent is communicated to the intended audience. And how the fuck is putting an incel there is an insult, you know, communicating the author's intent? Because more than not, when it comes to Japanese, the intent wasn't call someone an insult or a misogynist, because the insult, if a character utters it, has a completely different context behind it. But you know, these people know better. Apparently, political talking points and sexual themes are trivial enough to be adjusted, injected, or toned down. The Localizer can inject transgender or feminist themes to make it more palatable to the West. You can certainly remove it to make it less confusing for the East. Sounds like you have a beef against specific work, and if so, you should forward your complaints to the company and then just rant at the random people. I love their constant deflections. Like, why are you complaining? Like, buddy, broham, brewski, brother. Don't complain to the other company. Don't complain to the person that's employed by these companies making these fucking terrible changes. Moving on. And in case you didn't want to know what this person is all about, well, here's another one that's completely unhinged. Not Rara, but someone different. Sachiko Ishikawa. She, her pronouns. Japanese, German. Grew up like just like Asuka from fucking Evangelion. Grew up in Barcelona. Writer, translator, intersectional feminist, pro-abortion, Black Lives Matter. Endometriosis. Hashtag Me-too. In case you didn't know what endometriosis is, it's when the lining of your I think the lining of your uterus grows outside of the uterus and it makes you infertile, something like that. Why the fuck she put that in her bio? I do not fucking know, but you know, when you're mentally ill, you're gonna put anything in your bio. But yeah, expect all the best things out of Sachiko Ishikawa, Japanese German, grew up in Barcelona. The amount of angry weebs still mad at translators and localizers, disrespecting the source material when bro can't even read source material. You can read the source material and still can't do your job. Show me how it's done. 1. Read text. 2. Translate the text. 3. Don't replace with contemporary politics or shitty memes you find funny. Really easy job, honestly. Kinda embarrassing you fail at that. But don't worry with it. I'll be in a much better hands. No, I mean come join the industry and make a name for yourself as a JP to EN translator. Can't wait to read your work. And why would I bother with that now that AI is taking over? Is your foresight as bad as your translations? Scathing. Localizer folks always say shit like you wouldn't know why they said without subtitles, and then they subtitle reads Wubba lubba dub dub. Thanks for the grab hub, Prometheus. Oh, that's almost close to what someone did that one fucking time with like a dub or something. But I have a very specific set of screenshots to give you an idea who Sachiko Ishikawa actually is, because if you think this shit is insulting to your intelligence level, let me put some more in. Like I have one separate screenshots with the shit that she said. So hold up. Yeah, I have it here. I need to drag it like this. And I'm gonna cover you for a moment because like this is a huge screenshot. Like someone made a collage of how insane this person is. So excuse me, chat. I'm gonna cover you here, and we're gonna get through some of these because it's a huge fucking thing. So hold up. I need to make this bigger and go through it one by one because this person is actually insane. If you didn't fucking notice already. They had a lot of things to say about anime, manga, weebs, and her own rape for whatever fucking reason. This somehow fucking ties into it too. I don't know why, but I decided to, you know, get this screenshot too because it really shows you what kind of people we're up against here. Like people are completely fucking out of their fucking minds. I am disgusted every time this country disappoints me. Shonen Jump is a weekly manga magazine that publishes the most famous series of all time: Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto. It's almost aimed at young boys and teenagers. Now they're showing pornographic content. Fred, we're not gonna see that, Fred, but she's essentially mad that, you know, there's a lot of fan service in a magazine for teenagers that are hormonal, that I want to see sexy shit. She's mad at that. So now Weekly Shonen Jump is not showing pornographic content. It's showing fan services. It always fucking has. And there has been a lot more egregious nudity in Weekly Shonen Jump in the past, like in the fucking 80s or and going forward. So no, there's no actual porn. It's just egregious fan service at best. So yeah, bitch about that. And there's more. I call for actual account verification. You want to be anon? Limited features? You want full access? Give us your info, which can later share as evidence of criminal intent. Yes, in my ideal world, you do keep your username, whatever AVI you want, but Twitter can have access to your real verified data to share with the police and relevant parties. There have been threats of violence, hate speech, etc. New rule: if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, shut the fuck up. Should really take that advice on her own, but you know. The difference between objectifying porn and a genuine appreciation of the female body is the intended audience. If you're doing it for women to feel powerful and attractive, the latter. If you're doing it to arouse the audience so they'll wank to it, the former. It is not complex. Do you think we don't notice the adult magazine covers every time we go to Konbini? It's a Japanese convenience store, for those that you don't know. Or the posters in Akihabara, or the ads on websites, or the character designs in anime and video games. Everywhere there is media, there's generally women portrayed as objects. It's funny that Unseen Japan has retweeted this because Jay Allen, also known as Unseen Japan, he has a history with certain things that we're gonna go into. Here's Meru again, and here's Sachiko replying to her. Just translated. Kanji, which I can't read, a sad little internet man with no identity of his own, so he has to get through YouTubers. Takes notes. As you can see, a lot of Japanese translators, you know, because reading kanji is not something you can do naturally, especially if you're born into a Western country. So when they learn Japanese, they like to hang that over your head. Oh, you can't read that, chud. Like, take this. Here's a bunch of fucking random kanji. They do that. They absolutely fucking do that. They like to do that quite a bit to flex their fucking muscles on people. Because they know the language you don't, chud. Nobody, I repeat, nobody has ever said big boobs are bad. Nobody said big boobs are ugly. Nobody even said big boobs are inherently sexual. These are all your talking points that completely, utterly, absolutely miss the point of the OP and the feminists who talk about it. Uzaki-chan has big boobs, okay, and a lot of Japanese women have big boobs. You're raising your eyebrows at this offensive and kinda racist, to be honest. Boobs are inherently sexual, despite the actions of some cishet men. What's offensive about the poster? They're talking about a fucking blood drive in Japan that Uzaki-chan was like a poster girl for. We're gonna talk about more of this later. What's offensive about the poster is the inherently sexual pose, expression, wording, taunting of a female character to pique the interest of cishet men. My dudes, you should actually be offended. You're viewed as nothing more than teenagers who have up to 2D drawings. What's disgusting to me, other than the sexual objectification of the poster that has been explained several times by several people way more eloquent than myself, is the bullshit reaction of those cishet Japanese men and the weebs. You're going about discriminating as big-chested women are precisely the problem. You don't give a fuck about women. All you care about your perceived right to see our bodies sexualized. To you, we are useful as a fleshlight and appealing as a sex doll. This isn't about women being discriminated. This is about a systematic problem. We're not even seen as people. Disagree with me all you want. I know where I stand. Do you know where you stand, though? /end. I'm flabbergasted. Haha. I'm really not. But the number of people who are purposely missing the point of the criticism. Like, okay, you do you. Just block me and move on, because I won't stop calling this shit out. Again, they're mad about the blood drive. Uzaki-chan was like a mascot character for and apparently, her, being the troll that she is in the series that she's known for, is a problem, and it's super sexualized, and because Uzaki-chan is a short girl with huge fucking tits and a cute face that's super objectifying to women. But let's move on into this insanity, because this woman needs to be in an asylum. Weebs are the accounts that hounded me for weeks, who made YouTube videos about my threads, who wrote blog articles about me, who threatened to kill me in 4chan. I mean, a lot of people get threatened to get killed by 4chan. You're not special. Who made me delete all my social media, including my ffs.net account I created in 2001. And here's Unseen Japan. When I say weeb, I mean specifically Western fans of anime who know shit about Japanese language and the complexities of Japanese society. Said a guy from Seattle, living in Seattle, that's 50 years old and bald. I know weeb can have a broader meaning of anime fan. Some who say I'm not Japanese, who say I'm a colonizer, who negate my experience as a Japanese woman because I don't fit the idea of neither Japanese nor woman, certainly not both. These are weebs as someone who has harassed and traumatized by them. Goddamn. Victim complex is strong with this one. Trigger warning, pedophilia. One angry gamer here is mad. Patreon stop pedophilia content. This is the same guy who wrote a whole article about me in his blog and hilariously used automatic translation into several languages. What you call freedom of expression, I call a crime. Patreon bans Koikatsu Party. Yes, that's the pedophilia that she's talking about here. A fucking video game. A fucking simulator. Sexualizing minors. Sure. Oh man, these people are fucking stupid. And with wokeness elsewhere, white mediocre cishet men flee to the comfort of a country that sew up his own ass with bigotry they feel right at home. This is why white cishet men won't talk about feminism in Japan, because they don't care. And here it is, her hating her own fucking country in which she doesn't fucking live. OTAH, the amount of weebs responding to the OP tweet saying stuff like I would vote for you are hilarious because they won't ever be able to. what is she replying here to some political thing, I think. Storage has been rambling on most of April now, culminates in politician Kenzo Fujisuwa proudly tweeting about his manga purchases. Yeah, she's mad about that too. That, you know, people are expressing interest because they agree with someone's political views, and she has to shit on them because, you know, they are not Japanese, so they can't vote on a Japanese politician. And so on and so forth. She goes on into retarded rants. Here they are, and like, let me skip through some of those because again, it's almost been 2 hours and we're not past the first arc yet. But you guys really need to know how fucking insane these people are. Content warning, online harassment. In all seriousness, the anxiety of Weepgate gave me at the end of October all through November really changed me as a person. Like I told my therapist, now see it as a social media stepping stone. This is why I resent weebs with such a passion. Sure, they don't force my finger to click on the delete button, but they make me feel unsafe, scared, ashamed of every piece of art I've created at my most vulnerable. I resent them. Trigger warning, rape. You know what's fucked up? That rather than blaming my rapist, I came out as sexual because surely there was something wrong with me for not enjoying sex. P.S. Turns out I'm demi/grey ace, but that's not the point. The more I think of it, the more fucked up it becomes. And then, you know, they wonder why the fuck she's insane when she overshares on fucking social media and then goes on long rants about weebs. But you know, here's trigger warning, rape. Insane person. Identity politics is white privilege white cis men call justice. Take that respect and shove it. Here's someone from Shingetsu News telling her, you know, that her behavior isn't building any bridges, essentially. Respectfully, Miss Ishikawa, we think you're not on the right track here. Progressive politics should be about greater economic equality, social justice, and much else, but such identity politics is dead end, producing the same tribalism as practiced by nationalists. And she told them to fucking shove it. To, you know, Shingetsu News, white cis men, Japanese fucking account, white cis men. And here's her sitting with Unseen Japan about, you know, objectification of characters in interspecies reviewers. Unseen Japan had this to say: content warning, grotesque female objectification, chiropractic trauma. So after the last tweet, I was like, huh, I wonder what this interspecies reviewers series did to warrant cancellation. Turns out the answer is exist. And she replied with this: trigger warning, obscene depiction of the human body and sexual objectification. I'm currently without the energy to scream about this because a cartoon hurt my fucking feelings. I'm an old fucking Japanese spinster that probably cannot get a fucking man and has no goals in life. So I'm gonna be mad in all my feminist rage about sexy cartoons online. Jesus Christ. And there's more of that. It's just a whole collage that someone made of the shit that she said over the years. It's like, again, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, a lot of these people really fit the description of a lol cow, and they would easily have their own Kiwi farm threads if anyone was ever so dedicated to show them. But let's continue, because again, we kind of got sidelined with this one. And here's a small example of you know, what we're gonna be getting into with, you know, these translations getting a bit too creative with you know, a girl that just wanted to address a brother-like character or a brother in Akiba strip Undead and dressed as her Nini, you know, as her Ni-chan, her big brother. But they made her into a memester, which is, you know, not a grievous offense, but it's still them trying to add more to the character that's essentially not there. Like, broski, you're alive. I'm happy. Thanks, protagonist. Meet again. A person accompanying Brotaku. There's something I want to discuss with you, broccoli. So come to my room later. Your little sister is in trouble, and it's Protector's sacred duty to help ease her worries. Nicely done, program. See, they really want to be creative writers to add more humor to a scene and to a character that's not easily available there. And I ask you, like, what's the purpose of changing the quality of a humor of the story alone? I guess, you know, they think this is gonna be more appealing. It's gonna sell more because someone added weird, you know, synonyms for the nickname with the prefix bro attached to it as a translation of a word nini. It's just fucking Big Brother. This is more and similar stuff that we're gonna be dealing with. It's just like that. And you know, here's the things that such Ishikawa Sashi has hidden in that thread where she talks about weebs and then how they're mad at translators. Like, let's take a look what she hid and ponder a bit why she hid that particular tweet. Having lived in Japan for years before moving back to America and marrying my wife, I honestly despise the fact that I regularly have to pause shows to then translate them for my wife. It's rarely simple grammar either. It's an entire aspect of conversation missing or added. It might be, you know, the context of this situation that, you know, someone is talking over her when it comes to translation, or it might be the fact that this person is talking about his Japanese wife and she resents that fact because she's probably an old fucking spinster at this point and doesn't have a mate of her own. I'm just, you know, I'm just spitballing here. It's making some assumptions based on her behavior. I could be wrong. She could be happily married, but considering she acts the way she acts, I kind of doubt that. And if she is in fact married, then I feel really bad for her husband, wife, or whatever she had. But you know, let's move on. And here's a channel awesome reject. Myers Girl deciding to talk about this and completely misunderstanding why people take umbrage with, you know, what these localizers and translators do. She had this smart thing to say. Imagine preferring something with results that will definitely be wrong and bad over once in a blue moon seeing a line about a woman or a gay person or some other nonsense that make you mad for simply existing. Remember, they don't give a shit about translation accuracy. It can be inaccurate as fuck. They will never care. They will only care when perceived inaccuracy collides with their conflicting worldview. Then they suddenly care a lot about accuracy. And a Japanese person here replies to her, I'm from Japan. I always care for the quality of the translation. JPI to English and back and forth. Having that said, it's such a tall order to ask for to be authentic to the source material, or at least convey the right message / context. And then, you know, because these people hate when actual Japanese people talk over them. They had this to say. The funniest part is how Japanese translations of English material are so often slapdash inaccurate that you still came here to complain about something from Dragon Maid in English of all things. This is so thoroughly unserious and bullshit, LMAO. Localization is the platform to push your political agenda. Natsuko Toda is the godmother of wonky translations, but never used the word like patriarchy. We're talking about a specific instance where Lukoa from Dragon Maid talks about patriarchy in the Dragon Maid dub. When we'll get to that too, which is a word that was never used in the source material. Inaccuracy and changing to push your narratives are different. Finally show your true colors again for the millionth time though. It was 6 years ago. Where was your ass whining about it back then? Also, patriarchy isn't a political term, claiming it puts you firmly in a camp of utterly unsavory people. Yuck. No, thinking that, society is controlled by a bunch of powerful men that put women down and decide everything based on, masculine needs that create, social order. No, that's not a political loaded term. No fucking sir. Insane. And then she continued with her rant. Like, look how having to even perceive a concept they disagree with once every couple of years is enough to get people close to talking like Sephiroth. Fucking embarrassing. And what did she have a problem here with? The problem here is what you think we care, but your kind localizers have accumulated enough hatred that now they want you to see you homeless and poor. I agree that with them. Hope AI replaces you, and when this problem arises, will there be there to fix it without you. Yeah, this is really like Sephiroth speaking, not just a person summarizing what's been going on for many years. They're still mad about translations that were good and accurate. True, actually. Oh my fucking god. You hang on to it forever. As if the word sus ruined the entire show and wasn't something you could let roll off like your water off a duck's back. The sus thing in like the Nagatoro anime. That was like the use of that word is not the most grievous of sins in my mind, but the reasoning why it was put there, you will see why people would be mad about that, because the person that actually put it in there has clearly stated why they put it in there, and it's not to be accurate towards a specific, word choice used in the anime. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. I cannot fathom living in a world where you see all of the people who very much care about the work they do and love when they work on, and constantly perceive them to be your enemy, like cartoonish devils with pitchforks who take great joy in seeing you cry. Very hyperbolic there, Mars girl. You'd think we were living in a reality where every release is Samurai Pizza Cats with completely different soundtrack and no script to work on, and the English adapters are just making shit up as they go along. Why do they think that's where we live? Look how they come with a single example they can find, then parade it around if it's happening in every single localized work. It's not lost to me that your screenshot is from Bounding into Comics either, a site that definitely has an agenda. As far as I've seen, the Bounding into Comics, the agenda that they do have is like providing people with the most accurate things that are going on, and whatever political skew you think that site has doesn't really have it. They're just showing you your bullshit, showing the mirror to your bullshit, and you being angry about it. And guess what they showed to Mars Girl? The Seven Seas translation of my childhood friend turned into a girl. I'm gonna talk about that at one point too. in maybe an hour, considering the speed I'm going on here, because these people have a lot to talk about. They keep using examples of single lines, not entire shows from shows that are years old. And again, it's just that they're mad about politics because they don't care about accuracy. They only get mad when it's about a subject they don't agree with. I don't know how this person, how Mars Girl here can, dismiss, people fucking around with translation just because it was years ago. I mean, these things have been going on for years, so is there like some expiry date on the bullshit that these people do? Like, can't people be mad about them doing it in the past and now doing it in modern times? Is that a problem? Apparently it is. Guys over here acting like the same line being raged about for years at the time had a very real example of it being rampant in everything being released. Ends it with good day as though he really thought he did something powerful. Like, holy shit, my man, Prison School is 8 years old. You're still mad about the gamer guild line 8 years later and act like it's happening in every show for the course of the whole show right now. If a translator has come in and fixed the robot's mistakes, the robot quite literally is not doing a better job than a human. This implies that localizers are somehow accurate with their translations, which they aren't. Then just show, even with all these problems, a fucking machine is doing a better job than the fucking fight humans. It's funny how, again, Mars Girl here has a lot to say about all of this shit, even though, you know, she might be an anime fan, but how close she is to any of this business is just non-existent. She's like a closed caption subtitle editor, doing it on like a technical basis, not a translator basis or anything like that. Like running this much defense for people fucking around using deflections of like, this was years ago, you're only mad because it doesn't align with your politics, which is bullshit. And it was only one word, it was only one sentence, it doesn't ruin the whole show. No, it doesn't, but it's incredibly disrespectful and shows these fucking people attitude towards the fans, towards the target audience, and even towards the outer. God damn. And this gets shown more, but she continues to see it. Do you actually have context what this is, what it's from, and what the Japanese actually says, or just mad for the sake of being mad? Everything's deflection. Everything is not so bad as it's portrayed by these people that are bringing up arguments towards her. Everything's a-okay. No criticism allowed. Is this book example literally not the same thing addressed early in this thread? An example that was a mistake that got fixed. The other one is on its own is so minute. I can imagine being mad about the whole game over it. Again, everything, it's not so bad. You're exaggerating hyperbolic statements. Admit to, I'm not a fucking translator genius. My guy, I write closed captions. How the fuck do you think all of us are responsible for a single error done by a single person? My job is literally to write what somebody else already wrote. Oh, thank you. These guys have been taking this very well, by the way. And she continues to get blocked because she's a mad cunt. And then, you know, she takes that as as some sort of victory, so they don't want to deal with her bullshit. Bro, you literally follow Tucker Carlson because that's an argument. You follow Tucker Carlson, therefore your argument is invalid. Doesn't matter what the guy said. You follow Tucker Carlson, so everything you said is wrong. It's a little wonder Katrina reacted this way when things she was getting shit for were incredibly negligible lines. Oh, we're gonna get into what Katrina fucking did to Inukai, episode 3, because that's a thing that I have reserved for her own section. Everything's negligible. Everything these people do is not so bad. Everything is, you know, it's just jokes. It's just one word. It's just one line. It doesn't ruin the whole show. You follow Tucker Carlson, therefore your argument is invalid. How can one person deflect so well? Like, she should be a fucking Jedi. She deflects everything so well. And there's someone bringing up, you know, how I turn my friend into a girl, and then she dismisses because this is the only argument you can bring up. Is this seriously the only book you guys have read or something? Like, read a different book, chud. But given the kind of people showing up in this thread alone, that's just a flat out lie and you know it. Absolute low quality call. If I prepared something with results that will definitely be wrong and bad, I'd be defending localizers. Most folks don't care if their story reflects or focuses on women or LGBT topics. Pushed against when localizers shove it into their vision. And they do. You will see it. In case you didn't know it. And then we get into bald 50-year-old man called Jay Allen, also known as Unseen Japan. Writer, used to be the owner, I think, of Unseen Japan site that deals with feminist issues, all kinds of quote-unquote progressive stuff that can be tied into Japan. And Jay Allen is an infamous individual. Bald, 50 years old, and very much retarded, and very much a hypocrite, which we'll learn very soon. Anyway, it's clear that woke localizers is based on maybe 5% actual translation errors, generous, and 95 right-wingers pushing a fascist agenda over erasure. Liberalism exists in Japan. Feminism exists in Japan. Queerness exists in Japan. Deal with it. Sorry, but this is not the things they are complaining about. They are not complaining that there's fucking libs in manga. They're not complaining there's feminist themes in manga. They're not complaining there's fucking gays and trans people in manga or anime. They're complaining about when these things are mentioned and they're inaccurate to what the story and characters are presenting. So yeah, Jay Allen is that type of person that pushes these sorts of ideas without any nuance, just to, you know, own the chuds. That's what he does. And then Rev here decided to pitch in to reintroduce people to who Jay Allen is. This is the same guy who was mocked on Japanese television after he tried to shut down a blood drive because it used a smart picture of Uzaki-chan. And in case you didn't know what this is, let me give you some context. Here's Jay Allen as still as Unseen Japan writing this. I admire the work Red Cross does, which is why I'm disappointed that at GRCS_PR in Japan would run a campaign using the over-sexualized Uzaki-chan. There's a time and place for this stuff. This isn't it. Hashtag women. Hashtag me too. Hashtag Kutu, which was a movement in Japan similar to Me Too. The overly sexualized Uzaki-chan here, because she has big tits and she has a troll smile on her face. This is why this blood drive should be cancelled, because over-sexualized anime character bad. Also, they could just learn Japanese and never have to bother with translations in the first place. But these people are by and large too lazy and entitled to take up the task. Yup, it's you know, learn the language, chud. But you're entitled. You don't know Japanese, chud. You don't deserve anything because you're lazy. Just because there's people that are supposed to represent your interests, that are supposed to translate the things that you love, it doesn't mean they're gonna cater to you, chud. Learn Japanese. If you don't know the language, you have no context to judge whether they're doing their jobs properly or not. It should be silent. We've gone through this argument before, and that is complete bullshit. Because the low level of quality that these people provide can be easily understood without anyone having any sort of Japanese knowledge. Love that AI translation will save us from woke crowd who don't seem to understand that AI, when it works, is a giant consensus machine. I mean, brother, if a text says one thing, it's not gonna say another. Especially, it's very clear if the context of what a character is saying or a narration is saying is clear. The fact that it's a giant consensus machine is actually a good thing in that sense. When someone responds to an argument by calling me bald and 50, I do, because you're bald and 50. I know they're 13 years old. No. Get a job and stop charging hentai body pillows to your mom's credit card, and we can talk, kid. Well, you know, Jay Allen is a huge feminist. He doesn't like overly sexualizing women, but and would gladly cancel a Japanese blood drive because a sexy anime character is at the forefront of it. But you know, Jay Allen has a dirty fucking non-secret, and here it is. I had to censor some of these images because they're so fucking outrageous that YouTube wouldn't allow it. Let's go for some of these, shall we? Here's Jay Allen stepping down from Unseen Japan as like I think as a editor in chief because you know he made a fool of himself very frequently. I sincerely apologize for automatically blocking and ridiculing people, diverting attention away from the core discussion, as well as using large following to single out specific people. It was a complete misuse of the platform. I apologize to the people who were targeted and to our followers who have supported us for the past few years. I'll be stepping back from Twitter and taking time to consider how I engage with it in healthier manner, which he fucking didn't. This was a few years ago, and he's back on fucking Twitter shitting himself over things that, you know, think give him brownie points. A manner true to Unseen Japan's original mission of uplifting diverse Japanese voices for an English-speaking audience. Going forward, I hope I can continue to enjoy and support the great work done by Unseen Japan diverse writing team. And you know, Jay Allen just fucking hates sexualized women. That's why he retweets sexualized women and things he would call pedophilia on his private account. Like, let's see what he retweeted here. I had to censor a lot of these because it's just some of them is just pure nudity, some of them are like barely clothed. Like, let's take a look at his fucking catalog. I think based on, you know, a lot of the picture of the muscled women, I think he probably likes to get dominated. Here's all kinds of sexy cosplays, more muscle women, a lot of skimpily dressed women, you know, women burying themselves in public, but I guess that's empowering and feminist, you know. And I remember how Jay Allen was very upset that, you know, a blood drive was using Uzaki-chan as its poster girl. Well, why would he retweet this particular tweet, you may wonder? Hustler Club, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Tuesday, December 21st. Boobs for boosters. Drive-through vaccination clinic. Larry Flint's Hustler Club is hosting a drive-through COVID-19 vaccine clinic tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Why would Jay Allen retweet this? If he's so fucking against sexy women promoting things for health, why would he retweet this? Well, Jay Allen, what's up, buddy? Is boobs for boosters somehow a better, more empowering campaign than Uzaki-chan's blood donation drive? I don't know. It's a fucking mystery. Like, Jay Allen, why would you do this? Why are you retweeting all of these sexualized women? Is it just because they're empowering, or just because you're a horny fucking old man? Oh, and did Jay Allen also say to somebody that they should fucking stop charging hentai body pillows to their mother's credit card? Well, what kind of art are you retweeting here, Mr. J. Allen? Well, gotta please your girlfriend. Here's a boyfriend and girlfriend pair, and the boyfriend is cosplaying as a sexy maid trap. Awugas. Why would you retweet this, Jay Allen? I do not understand. Is it okay when men sexualize themselves for the girlfriends? Is that empowering for the women? I thought that you didn't like hentai. I don't understand. It's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit confusing, I have to say. What a fucking fuck up. And here's some choice tweets that, you know, really show what a fucking idiot he is. The right has been using outrage as a deliberate tactic and it worked. They want us to burn out and stop speaking about and stop creating content. We can't let that happen. Keep creating, keep speaking. Don't engage soul suckers. Block liberally. Success is the best revenge. Even if furries are into it sexually, this harms someone? How exactly? Let them enjoy their butt plug tails and mind your own business. I mean, I can agree with this statement, but this motherfucker is constantly against sexualization. But I guess it's okay with furries with butt plugs, butt plug tails. They're actually exempt, I guess. Or maybe it's okay just for men to do it. Maybe that's what he means. Who the fuck knows? Never understand why people get off being douchebags on Twitter to people they don't even know. What a dick. Well... Pot meat kettle, Mr. J. Allen. Like, why are you like that on social media? I don't know. I really don't give a shit what anyone on the right enjoys. They can fuck off and leave our art alone. Yes, it's your art. It doesn't belong to anybody else. It's just progressive dumb leftoids that this art belongs to. What if, I know this is crazy, but hear me out, we let people enjoy things? Well, I don't know, J. Allen. Like, not only do you not let people enjoy things, you also actively decided to harm a blood donation drive with your nonsense. Actually, actively harming people. So not only could these Japanese people not enjoy healthy blood transfusions, you might have actually contributed to someone dying because they didn't get blood that they could have used from that donation drive. So congratulations, J. Allen, you balding 50-year-old hypocritical son of a bitch. Congratulations, and I hope guy has a wife, but I hope his wife cheats on him if she doesn't already. Retard seems like a cuck. Probably is. Probably gets off to his wife getting railed by other men. Not a good look, Mr. J. Allen. Not a good look whatsoever. What a shit show. I made it a bit too big. Hold up. And a friend just messaged me on Discord, telling me I'm going a bit too hard on a 50-year-old bald man. Let me just reply to them real quick. I'm being kept honest by my friends on Discord, and I think them saying I'm going too hard means I have to go harder. But if I go harder, I might just get banned from YouTube. But yeah, J. Allen also had this to say. It wasn't over. He wasn't done making fool of himself. He replied to this tweet. But I'm not trying to approximate it into English slang. Approximate it into what was written, how Japanese people talk. If I want it to be as if it was written in English originally, you just read something made in America. And J. Allen replied to this with, this is the crux of the issue. People don't understand what translation is. Translation goes to make another language comprehensible in the target language. Yeah, because adding dated memes makes it more comprehensible, right? Like adding yit. If I wasn't on the internet so fucking long, how the fuck would I understand what yit actually means? Please. If you want to know how Japanese people talk, learn freaking Japanese. Said J. Allen of Seattle, living in Seattle. Damn, me posting Japanese really pisses off the fascists. Think I'll do it more often. And I told you beforehand, these people get off with the idea of posting in a foreign language that other people cannot read. It makes them feel fucking powerful because, you know, they learned a semi-hard language. They should try to learn my language. They will shit themselves. No one knows what even my language is, but I guarantee you, Mr. J. Allen would shit himself before he even got into the basic fucking conjugation. Fucking hell, these people are so fucking arrogant. They should ship them to Madagascar. And more people. More people with their glorious takes on translation and localization. I've had to take matters into my own hands with some pretty sexist jokes, not even coming from villains or characters already set up as terrible, and I don't regret it. A lot of text is written by 50-year-old men, and you get some dust in there. It helps no one to keep it. Because change it, it's dated sexist joke. Can't have that. The intent is bad, therefore it's gonna be changed. Because a 50-year-old man wrote it, therefore I will write it better, make it better, improve the work. And lastly, because someone also had to make the most egregious example of what subtitling is to people that actually read subtitles, there's this. Weebs realized that this is a voice actor, by the way. Weebs realized the only reason they prefer subs is that it allows them to exoticize and fetishize a culture due to historical superiority complexes. In cinema that is deeply rooted in racism, challenge level impossible. You hear that here. This opinion was so special, and of course they closed replies to, you know, other people. And if you know, if you read subtitles, it's because you're racist, because you want to feel superior to the language you're reading. Therefore, because this is apparently rooted in racism, I bet it fucking isn't. It's just fucking made up. You're racist too. You read subtitles, you don't experience the superior dubbing power of Mr. Of Miss or Mr. Morganarchy Leah, whatever the fuck you are. You aren't experiencing their dubbing power. It's just fucking racist. I don't make the rules. Sorry, chat. And congratulations. It only took 2 hours and 30 minutes to get through the first part of it all. I don't know if the other parts are gonna go as fast or as slow, rather. But we'll kind of see. We got through this, but you know, this is the beginning. This was just the beginning of these people acting out, and people started making videos on them. And to, you know, add some variety to the stream, we're gonna watch. Let me tell you what we're gonna watch. Rev Says Desu and Asmongold have made videos about this, discussing what we were just talking about here. You know, localizers and translators being absolute douchebags. And the video I'm gonna play to you, like, let me get what this actually is. This is Asmongold reacting to himself, reacting to Rev Says Desu, reacting to localizers shooting themselves. I think that's what it is. So this is what we're gonna watch, and hope that Asmongold doesn't fucking strike us as we're gonna watch it. Just give me a moment. Yeah, but Asmongold reacted to his own video reacting to Rev Says Desu reacting to localizers shooting themselves. So that's what it is. Let me get that video up. Hold up. This is DSP. We might watch all of it. It's 30 minutes long. Might skip for some stuff in there, but this brings us. This is kind of like a segue, like an intermission between Jamie Markey and our previous topic here. Okay, video booted up.
This has been an ongoing power struggle between. For anybody who hasn't caught up with this, there are basically people that are called localizers that are effectively cultural translators.
Pause it and lower the volume completely, and let's watch it so I can actually rest my voice for a change.
This has been an ongoing power struggle between. For anybody who hasn't caught up with this, There are basically people that are called localizers that are effectively cultural translators for anime. And then what they do is they change the meaning.
I like that his chat immediately goes retards.
Of different things that are said to mean something totally different to make it congruent with their worldview. They're basically so bad at their job that they become good at doing another job. So it just keeps going on. Let's hear what they have to say.
And by the way, no one in the history of ever that puts themselves as with this kind of profile picture on their social media is not, you know, a normal person. It's always some kind of arrogant asshole because they think they can stare anybody down with a dumbass fucking expression. I'd sooner take an anime profile picture over anyone that does this, but you know, this is just my pet peeve.
Today we have another round of localizer-related drama to cover. This week there's been a big spotlight on localizers and their history of mistranslations. And as more evidence of these mistranslations has been spread on places like Twitter, localizers and their supporters have been getting increasingly nervous. In fact, there's a lot of evidence floating around that shows that these localizers not only have no respect for anime and manga, they don't even have respect for their own fans, and that'll be highlighted.
Well, I think that's obvious, right? I mean, they don't have respect for anything except for pushing their worldview. That's all they care about.
In a clip that we'll watch later in this video, where a voice actor for the infamously bad Dragon Maid localization will be confronted with a question about
this Dragon Maid show has a lot of problems.
Their response to that will to be call anyone who finds mistranslations to be bad. They'll call them a virgin and a Nazi and a misogynist. And
he did that. I'm gonna see it.
They are not welcome in the anime community. Yes, it is some wild stuff we'll see in just a bit here. But let's remind ourselves how we got here. A quick recap of everything. So about a week ago, the Ancient Magus' Bride manga returned with an English release that used AI translations. This got a lot of localizers very upset because they're starting to face the possibility that they will lose their job to AI. And as
it's not a possibility, it's an eventuality. Like, this will happen.
I pointed out in my coverage of this, we're dealing with a situation where AI is not the ideal form of translation, but nobody is going to feel bad for these localizers who might lose their job as a result because they have abused their position as a translator for many, many years and mocked people who are trying to point it out over this course of time. And basically,
somebody brings up a very good point in chat. They say if you expel virgins, Nazis, and misogynists from anime, there's going to be no one left to buy it.
That's a good fucking point, though.
What they deserve. And I've covered in videos like this. There's been
of course, none of these people are well. Okay, I can say none, but you know, at least what these people perceive as Nazis, virgins, and whatever else. If you remove the fan base that actually consumes anime, these people will not have jobs anyway.
A lot of conversation about this over the past week, and in videos like this, I point out this example of a bad localization.
Bro, I remember whenever I saw this, I straight up thought this shit was fake. I was like, there's no way they changed this shit over like this.
Yeah, this is the infamous part of the Dragon Maid dub, where Lukoa makes the patriarchal societal demand line present.
There's no shot. And I remember, even whenever I heard it, I was like, yeah, but did somebody just like make this up, or is this the legit thing? Like, I just couldn't believe it, man.
Now, there's dozens of these types of examples I can give, but I always use this screenshot when I'm talking about
it's the worst
localization.
One. It's one of the worst
because
ones I've
it is
seen.
the most blatant and egregious bad localization you can.
And believe it or not, there are worse ones, and we're gonna look at them very soon, hopefully.
Ever see. Everyone sees this pesky patriarchal societal demands quote here, and everyone knows this is incredibly forced. And it's just a bad localization. It's easy to digest for people. So that's why I always use this example. And other people would come across this and talk a lot about that mistranslation in particular because Asmongold would react to my video.
I did.
And probably not much of a surprise. He's on board. He thinks that what these localizers are doing is very wrong and that these people are legit clowns. But
well, they're just, yeah, they're clowns. That's what they are. They're getting in there. They're trying to abuse their position to do something that they're not being paid to do. Yeah.
Was appreciative that he reacted to that particular video.
Yeah.
Because I think it gives a little more of a side of the internet that maybe hasn't been exposed to this sort of stuff. Like, Asmongold and his community has definitely warmed up to VTubers and anime in general a lot over the past couple of years.
Just a little bit.
And I totally stopped. Which one? I don't remember. It was like Bleach or like Naruto or something. I just didn't like it. I was like, this is cringe. And then I just stopped. Yeah, I just totally watched it. Or I totally stopped watching it. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I thought it was so bad. I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember. I don't want to say. I think it was actually Bleach. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Naruto. And so I watch it, and I'm like, this is horrible. I hate this. And the only thing that brought me back into watching anime was Berserk. Like, I saw it on Netflix, and I watched it, and I was like, what the fuck? This is so good. This is awesome. What the fuck? I didn't know about this. Now I quit Bleach too. Start off good. Yeah, that's it.
For a very long time. But people like Asmongold and a lot of his fans,
yeah,
they're not really aware of this stuff. So when he came across the Dragon-made localization, for example,
I didn't believe
it was
that
so
shit.
outrageous to him.
Yeah.
He literally didn't believe it was real.
No.
Until he found out that, yes, it is very real, and his reaction is priceless. So basically,
Yeah.
we have
Oh, God.
a translation of a scene from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid where Luca is basically saying, I wanted to wear something different so people wouldn't look at me.
Yeah.
And in
So the way this goes is Asmongold reacting to Refs's Desus, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Refs's Desus, reacting to localizer bullshit. That's the way it goes.
the localization, it says, oh, those pesky
Fucking React
patriarchal
content.
societal demands were getting on my nerves.
No, wait, that's great. Or what? Is this true? You can find the clip on YouTube.
Coming! Hey! What are you wearing that for? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves. So I changed clothes. Give it a week, they'll be begging you to change back. Huh? You can come on in if you want.
Huh? And this is like
Fucking
real,
disbelief.
right?
I
Like this is it's like I refuse to fucking believe it. That's awful. Like what? How did that happen?
Now, in case you didn't notice earlier, that was Funimation's dub. That was their vocalization of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
I couldn't believe this, bro. Like, I couldn't believe this. Like, that's just... Which one? Yeah, it's real. Yeah, like, what the fuck? It's so disrespectful to the artist and her fan. These people need to be fired. Yeah, true.
And with that, you can easily find out the voice actors responsible for delivering those lines,
ATR,
and the person responsible for delivering that.
Oh, the voice actors who delivered the line are not responsible. They're paid to read lines. It's the people that write down the lines for them to read. Those are the ones that are responsible.
Oh, but she's also responsible for that, and she actually goes on to defend this. Because she has her own fucking interpretations of Luca's character, and we'll get to that.
The actual voice actor is just like, oh,
she's actually Jamie here. She's not just a mouthpiece for the writers of the dub script. Well, you'll see.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was that one good? Okay, I'll do it again. 1, 2, there it is. They just do their fucking job.
Pesky patriarchal
She did
societal
both?
demand line.
Oh, she did both in this circumstance. Well, that's different then. Then that's different.
Jamie Marchi. And if you look at her bio, you can see she was responsible for doing the dub of Luqua in that series. And here's the thing.
Well, Quetzalcoatl. That's the Aztec serpent god. All right. Okay.
As she will hint at in tweets we're going to look at later in this video, not only did she approve of those
She's
lines,
a hot girl now?
she makes it sound like she was the one responsible for making those changes and coming up with that
that's
dialogue.
big boob dragon.
So Now she's faced with a situation where people know that she's the one responsible for that dub, and a lot of people have been criticizing her on Twitter, and unfortunately for her, a clip has resurfaced that's not making her look the best. So thanks to this user for sharing this clip on Twitter. This is a Q&A of the My Hero Academia cast, which of course includes Jamie, because she voiced one of the characters from that dub. And basically, this clip is...
Yeah, you gotta listen to this one. This is one of the most disrespectful things that anyone has probably ever done on like a discussion panel about anime.
As they say, beyond human comprehension. The things she's going to say in response to a simple question about mistranslations will blow your mind. So let's have a listen together.
This was crazy to me.
Well, I'm kind of scared to ask this question now because I don't want to bring down the room. So this is more directed at Jamie, but all of you can answer.
Go, Jamie, go. I'm excited about it. I'm ready to bring down the room. Let's do it.
We need a spotlight.
So Funimation has come under, let's call it, criticism for how they choose to adapt their scripts for
like
a couple
unnecessary
of shows.
hate. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So you can see immediately playing the victim and deflecting any
They already set themselves up with unnecessary hate, even before the guy actually asked the question.
sort of criticism. So they're being asked about Funimation facing criticism for what will be mistranslations, and she immediately characterizes this criticism as unnecessary hate.
And a lot of that, I feel.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is just how they do things.
At you unfairly.
Thank you.
So how would you like to respond to that kind of?
It's the audio of the video. I can't turn it up.
I have a vagina. Deal with it.
How do you respond to people, your customers and fans, being upset about mistranslations? Her response is, I have a vagina. Deal with it. I feel like they're going to sell that on a cup or something, like cis male tears or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's her response.
Oh, she would definitely sell that because that dumb woman thrives on fucking negative attention. She thinks that she's owning the fucking chuds, whereas the only thing that's apparent in her interactions with people is that she's sitting fucking mad. And you'll see how she deals with confrontation on Twitter, because that's something else also.
To
Well, they had a cup like that in Starfield, actually. I remember this.
Guys providing
The crass response. It's just like, how do you do something like this and not think that you're a fucking idiot? Like, that's what's always so amazing to me. It's like, how do you, like, you know, it's like, good job, boys. Another job well done.
This is literally a skit in South Park, by the way. Like, this is line for line, bar for bar, a skit from a previous South Park episode. But let's continue.
Like, it's honestly, that's the truth. I am a woman. I am a funny woman. We are all talented, funny.
Gravely fucking debatable. He thinks she's funny, but, you know, a lot of people would disagree.
Powerful women.
I've got to say, like, you know, this always reminds me, like, whenever the first time I heard this, I thought about, remember the Tywin Lannister, a man who has to say he's king is no king? That's the first fucking thing I thought of. I was like, I see what's going on here.
It's like anything else. You know, in life, when someone says, I'm a good person, when they have to keep telling you I'm a good person, that tends to be not the case, right? Like, they're overcompensating. If someone has to tell you they're funny like this, I don't know. It's showing some insecurity. But again, in case this wasn't abundantly clear, none of this has to do with the fact that Jamie is a woman. None of this has to do with any of these people's gender. It's about bad translations. People are not mad because you're a woman. They're mad because you delivered one of the most embarrassing localizations of all time. And people you support are actively...
Well, here's also the problem, right? Is that it actively makes everything else that she does, even retroactively, sus. It makes everybody think, wait, so if they were able to change the meaning of this, then what about all the other stuff that she worked on? Is that the same thing? And it completely, it's like, remember back in like PUBG, where if you guys ever played PUBG whenever it came out, like you would fight against somebody and like there were so many cheaters in the game, you would just assume that anybody who killed you was cheating. It's like, oh, they're probably cheating. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? It puts a shadow of doubt on the whole game. And this is, it does the same thing with this. Rainbow Six? Oh, I thought they do win trading a lot in that game. But yeah, they probably cheat too.
Hiding mistranslations of other works in anime and manga. That's what people are upset about, not the fact that you're a woman. That is a deflection of blame.
You're out here, it's going to happen, deal with it. I'm sorry you're not getting laid, it's not about you, move on.
This is literally like a meme format. You're facing criticism, and you immediately dismiss your criticism because the people are
bro, like they actually think this shit's gonna work. It's bringing the argument to emotions, upset her, and you lose by default. Yeah, it's just, it's so bad. I know, man. It's crazy.
Like right now, I'm a married
Your work is
man.
Bad. It's because
I don't
woman.
like these localizations. I don't like these mistranslations. Now what? Are you gonna have like a blue screen in your brain or something? Like, did I crash the simulation?
Yeah.
This is such a petty and ridiculous response to valid criticism.
That's my reaction. All right.
Wow.
Just how it is.
Crowd's clapping though for some reason. Well, of course they're clapping. There's a lot of people that agree with this stuff. Yeah. And who do you think goes to see these people? Well, the people that agree with them. What a surprise. You go to a Trump rally, there's a lot of people that like Trump. You go to a Biden rally. Well, I could make a joke about that, but you go to a Biden rally and there's a lot of...
But seriously, who the fuck watches dubs? The quality disparity, the quality of acting usually between a dub and, you know, an original Japanese voiceover. It's usually like night and day. And I'm not saying they aren't like bad, they aren't like good English dubs, because they are. There's just plenty of those, but nowadays it's all pretty much the same when it comes to their performances. Like overly enthusiastic male lead with a guy that's voicing him in his 30s but trying to pretend to be 20. It's really obvious when you listen to him. Two kinds of female voice acting, which one would be the Butch Dyke type of voice, like the most Butch voice you can imagine for a woman. That's completely unfitting to a character, and then you have your squeaky voice, squeaky voice trope. I know I'm being very general with that stuff, but again, that's my experience with a lot of dubs. The quality of the performance really is like night and day between what the Japanese can do and what a lot of the fucking English speaking voice actors can do. So unfortunately, that's the reality of it.
people that like Biden. What a surprise.
Guy, by the way, you can tell he went up with an actual loaded question and he got basically bullied into softening the question because he didn't want to be humiliated in front of a live audience by these voice actors.
Comments that winner.
But thank you. Anybody else have anything to add? I think you nailed it. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Amazing. Simply amazing.
You get a lot of hate on that.
How brave. How brave.
Oh my god, it's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I
but
didn't
also,
hear the question,
like,
and she just told me that happened.
oh yeah, we'll talk about it later. But here's my feeling. Anytime I make, like, if I'm making massage,
This guy's like, oh shit, so like, should I go sit down or is she just gonna keep going or like what? Like, should I ask my question or like, would I just stand here until she's done? Like, I don't know, like, what do I do? Like,
misogynists and Nazis angry, then I'm doing all right.
uh-huh.
Yeah, critics are
She's so predictable. So predictable. Ladies and gentlemen, is it supporting Nazis? Are
that's
you a
right,
Nazi
Nazi.
for wanting proper translations?
That's right, guys. Bro, how fucking stupid do you have to be? The Nazis? Like, what is this? What's wrong with these people?
By the way, almost anyone can get a panel on a fucking anime con, even if it's a big popular one. It's like I've seen some dumbass fucking panels at anime conventions, so people acting like this, and then like at an anime con panel that's not outside of what can happen there. And, you know, Jamie Markey is apparently a popular one. She has her own fucking Wikipedia page. She won like several awards from the same fucking place, I can imagine, given to her by her friends. So, you know, she's at least notable.
In anime and manga, does
Oh
that
my
make
God.
you a Nazi or a bigot? Oh my God. Imagine watering down those terms so much to the point where something like Nazi means wanting Luqua from Dragon Maid to not talk about pesky patriarchal societal demands.
That's what's so crazy to me about this. It's like, I said this earlier, like the Nazis genocided millions of people, right? And it wasn't just the Jews, there was tons of people. They loved killing people. They did it all the time. And then you know what they did? They made fucking furniture out of their skin. They made lampshades out of people's skin. They made soap out of their fat. It's like, this is like, it's so insane to me that people have any, like the scale of this. It's like you're comparing changing a word in a fucking some bullshit Coomer anime to Nazis? And that's not even mentioning them bombing other countries. Blitzkrieg, where did that word come from? Oh, go look it up. Holy shit, it's insane. The level of the just like level of delusion that these people have. I don't know. It's amazing.
Like, come on.
Clap.
Because we don't, I mean, honestly, we don't want them associated with our fandom. They are not representative of us, and they will stand out and try to own this fandom. And I'm like, you don't realize these are amazing people with lots of backgrounds and lots of different
And they're
cultures.
funny.
They're so amazing and funny. We're so amazing and funny. We're so amazing.
They are literally gatekeeping you now. They want to gatekeep you out of the anime community because you want accurate translations. This is what they're doing. They're so insecure about their own mistakes that they literally want to push out people from a community they have no right to be a part of at this point. Because
Well, this is one point that you always have to look at, is that these people, whenever you say, I don't think this translation makes sense, and then they're like, okay, Nazi. They never disagreed with you. They never actually like addressed what you.
And you'll see that once we actually get to her tweets, because there's no addressing any facts. There's just deflection, shifting the blame, and shifting the goalposts. Jamie, in her conversations with people on Twitter, is gonna shift goalposts so fucking hard she might as well play for the other fucking team. That's how she conducts herself on fucking social media. You're gonna see that.
You said they're just trying to like, oh well, you know, it's just it's yeah, let's not talk about this guy. And that's why, like, do you remember, like, whenever I was talking, I was complaining about, like, Retail WoW, and I was saying, like, I think Retail WoW is, like, problematic. And then there were a lot of people who were like, yeah, but he's so bad at the game. But he's so bad, though. But he bad at game. But there was never a point where they actually addressed what I said, because they can't. I think that people will refute your argument if they can. If it's easy for people to refute your argument, they will refute your argument. The only time that people result to just like calling somebody an idiot or something like that, or like saying that you're a Nazi, it's because they can't refute the argument. Because there are things like, I'm trying to think of an example. Remember that one guy that he was complaining that about health inspections for restaurants, Well, there were people calling him idiots, but most people were like, well, what are you going to do then?
Not only do they not respect the source material, they don't have any respect for anime and manga fans in general. And I think this clip is getting a lot of attention because of how absurd Jamie is. Like, this is an absolutely embarrassing response to a very simple question and set of criticism. So after seeing that clip, I went to go find her Twitter, and lo and behold, I'm blocked. Which is not surprising because I'm blocked by basically every localizer and anyone who supports their mistranslations. But nonetheless, over the past 24 hours or so, she has been on a rampage on Twitter.
24 hours? Try fucking a week. Non-fucking stop. She couldn't fucking shut up about it, even through fucking Christmas.
Basically responding to anyone criticizing her for that Q&A or her bad localizations or anything that she's been involved with, where she's trying to paint a picture that everyone who criticizes her is soft or a snowflake or sensitive. You'll see some replies like this. This person brought up the Q&A and they said, I don't see how replying to comments on my own post could be considered bullying, but I'm sorry you're so sensitive about it. And then this person said,
it's again, right? It gets back into, oh, you're so sensitive. This woman's 46 years old and she's acting like she's 4 to 6.
Divorced, no kids, probably infertile already. 46. Don't see any kids in her future. If she decides to breed, she might just get Christians. Don't be Barb. Don't be Barb Chandler, Jamie. It's over. Your ovaries have dried up. Your eggs are non-existent. The only thing you have is your voice acting career and your social media presence. What a life lived that is.
Years old. It's sad.
Imagine spending years of your life fuming over a single line from that Dragon Maid anime, then in the same breath being a part of the crowd that unironically calls other people snowflakes, and of course she agrees to that.
That part.
Again, shifting the narrative, like, where is this happening at all? And
spending years of your life fuming over a single line from Dragon Maid anime, and then in the same breath being part of the crowd that unironically calls other people snowflakes. And this is what these people try to do. They try to change things and then act like it's not a big deal that they change them, and you're stupid for caring about it. So, like, they want to do something that you don't like and then call you stupid because you don't like it. Like, people are spending years of their life thinking about this. Nobody's spending years of their life thinking about this. They're like, oh, that's stupid. And
the only reason she was brought up because this whole thing fucking exploded, and she's like the poster fucking child for arrogant, rude, and unprofessional localizers. So of course she's fucking being brought up here. And she's gonna continue to say, oh, they're mad about this thing from 2012. It was so many years ago. Expiration date. You're so mad about this thing that happened in the past. Like, get a better hobby, Snowflake. Sorry you're so sensitive. I have a fucking vagina. You guys are Nazis, misogynists, and you hate women. And you hate me because I'm a woman. And then on Twitter, she's gonna bring up all the harassment that she has received. But, you know, does she ever address the proper criticism that's been addressed to her? Fuck no. Again, deflection, deliberate mischaracterizations of people's arguments, and shifting the goalposts so fucking hard it's impossible to move them further away.
Move on. That's it. And the truth is, yeah, they cared enough to change it. Of course, the people that care more than anyone are these people, because they're the ones that are changing it. Nobody else gave a shit about it at all. The Vagaphone is stupid because you're a Nazi. Well, what you have to understand is, again, like I said this earlier, whenever she means Nazi, she's actually just abbreviating. Like, it's not you're a Nazi from Germany, you're not seeing her point of view. That's what she means whenever you're a Nazi. That's the internet version of Nazi, is that you're not seeing her point of view, or not seeing their point of view.
That's an interesting interpretation, but, you know, as any kind of fucking buzzword online nowadays, even pedophile, even that was good watered down. The point that people just use it as a as an insult that's equivalent in severity to calling someone a fucking idiot. So Nazi doesn't mean fucking anything. Pedophile doesn't mean anything. I wonder what other words they're gonna use that, you know, previously had very severe meanings that just gonna get watered down into nothing. Then, you know, when people find an actual pedophile online, they have to wonder, is this a real pedophile or is someone just calling them pedophile because they can do that? Because, you know, it's always a very fun thing to do.
Not just one example. There's dozens of examples of bad localizations people are pointing out. People are just focusing on the Dragon Maid one because it's that egregious and it's that blatantly bad. But here's another exchange where basically people bring up the Q&A once again, where Jamie replies, "Why would I know anything about that? I don't pay attention to rage baiters. I just get the rage from the suckers who took the bait." Which I guess...
Again, it's never about what they said. It's never about the actual topic. Do you know why they don't defend the actual topic? It's because they can't defend the actual topic.
Oh, she does try to actually defend it in her later tweets by shifting the blame to someone else and then giving her own interpretation to what the character is, which is completely not aligned with how Cool Tukyo wanted to portray Lukua in the manga. You know, the original author of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Because they know they're wrong.
Here she's trying to say that the localization of Dragon Maid was just a joke or to rage bait people, but then she's saying here that she doesn't pay attention to rage baiters. It's very confusing. And then down here she just dismisses anyone trying to criticize her as ragey, which isn't that what she said she's trying to do?
You seem pretty
She doesn't make a
ragey
lot
to
of
me.
sense, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly she's very bothered by all of this, and she's trying to act like she's...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, obviously she's...
You have to wait and see that part that I screenshotted in her own section, as a very sassy gay man runs circles around her, and she finally loses her sassy OU composure as a gay man makes her so fucking mad, she just loses her shit. It's a sight to behold. You'll see it.
bothered by it, and it's okay that
A gay man outsasses her so fucking much, she just fucking loses it.
she's bothered by it. I think it would make sense that she's bothered by it. Naturally, she would be. Why can't we just have a conversation about whether this is good or not? Why does it have to be personal?
...to everyone, and that this is all either a joke, but also serious, but also not serious. It's just a deflection, okay? She's caught with a bad localization of Dragon Maid, and there's nothing else to it. She looks silly for her job voicing that character. But again, trying to brush this off as a joke or something, she would decide to, quote, retweet this tweet from 2019, saying, "For those who maybe forgot."
Triple dot.
It says, "Just
Remember what I always tell you guys about how people who use the triple dot are mad on the internet? Like I said this before, like anybody that uses that, you know that they're agitated. That like their agitation level is like directly correlated with the amount of dots that they put after their words. Oh yeah.
Remember, if there are any line changes in any anime, any script, anything ever that offend anyone who unironically used terms like SJW and feminist agenda, I wrote them."
No.
So basically, you're admitting to providing bad localizations, and you're also confirming that you intentionally did that to the Dragon Maid dub.
Of course.
I don't think this makes you look very good. This might get some high fives from localizers.
Might get high fives from other idiots. Other
I mean, it does. She does have a fan base of people that are just the same as she is. There's no, you will not run out of dumb people on the internet, chat. Like, I think we already established this. I think I've already established this with my currently deceased Twitter account, as well as the videos I do. There's never a lack of these kinds of people, and believe it or not, Jamie is pretty bad, but she's not even the worst. Like, there's so many more worse examples, but still.
morons. But like this is really what this is the reality, right? So localizing is part of localizing, from what I've read and I've gathered from being part of now this situation, is that localizing and localizers translate not the words specifically. Oftentimes, that is also the case in some cases, at least. But they're translating the meaning. Because
in general, what a localizer's job is to make the text they adapt, is to make the story they adapt to be palatable for a different culture, and sometimes that requires some specific changes to the script, or using specific phrases that are only available in the target language, using specific idioms, all that kind of stuff. But generally, the intentions and meanings of the author have to be preserved. Otherwise, you're just you're just writing your own story, and it isn't supposed to be a creative endeavor. The core of the story should remain the same, and the intent of the author should remain the same, unless you have that type of specific client that tells you to just go wild and shit on the source material whichever way you please, because nobody fucking cares. And the sad part is, and we'll get into that sometimes even the original Japanese authors are either not aware of what these people are doing to their work, or they do not care because the IP holders just want to earn money, and they think that the people in charge of the localization process are doing a good job because they're doing their best by removing stuff, usually via egregious censorship, or just outright changing the script. They think that these changes applied to their content somehow invites new audiences, but I have never seen any evidence, any concrete evidence of that happening. It usually causes controversy if it's too egregious, and more than that, it's probably a loss of sales. But again, these people never show fucking sale data. They never tell you about their market research, how they come to the conclusions that their actions will actually get them more sales and not less. I generally think they do not know their audiences at all, especially in the niche industries, and they make logical jumps that if they change the script to the point where it doesn't offend anybody and it goes along with current social economical trends, what's worse, trends on social media, what people think is real life, which it isn't, that they somehow are going to get more sales out of it, which is just complete bullshit. You do have to know your target audience to actually make that type of make up that type of conclusion. But I think everyone's just fucking incompetent when it comes to decisions like these here, that this type of dub is actually is gonna open some new doors to new audiences. It's all a huge fucking circus, and the clowns are running fucking it.
Because there are things that just for example, a rising tide floats all boats. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you get God. It is what it is. All of these terms are like phrases and cultural memes, basically. And the problem is that these people are taking their hyper niche culture of this everything is viewed through the lens of feminism or an agenda or some sort of message, the patriarchy, and they're extrapolating that into something that's being given to a mass audience. So they could be right that this is what we believe it to be, but these people don't have the self-awareness to realize that their worldview isn't the same as everybody else's. I'll give you an example. I don't like gambling. I'm in the minority. People fucking love to gamble. They absolutely love gambling. And I can't believe it. Why are you doing it? Well, I don't know, but they do it. People smoke cigarettes. Why would you smoke a cigarette? That just seems like a bad idea. So what happens is like, but I know and I'm aware that I am not the majority. So whenever I can have my own viewpoint, right? But I'm not going to try to do something, and I would not make cigarettes illegal. I would not make gambling illegal because I know that that's not what people want. Even though I think that would be better for them. But people have a right to enjoy what they want to enjoy, to do what they want to do, and to participate in what they want to participate in. And so what they're doing is they're taking their niche culture and trying to make it out as if this is the culture for the entire internet. They're basically forcing their culture, their localization, that is, again, very, very like a small percentage of the actual people that are watching actually care about this, and they're trying to push it on everybody.
Other voice actors, but your fans and potential fans of works that you want to be a part of, they are not happy to see this. They're annoyed by this. And it's disrespectful to the source material.
It's not their
content. And it's disrespectful to the anime community and any fans involved with it. This is a terrible look. I don't understand why these localizers and voice actors and their supporters are doing this. They look childish. Who would want to work with people like this who have such an attitude towards their own medium?
Well, I can answer you that question. The same people that agree with this kind of behavior, and you're gonna notice that a lot of these people behave in a very similar fashion. They're up their own ass with fucking everything. They have a bloated sense of self-importance. Their egos are off the fucking charts. And they think they can do no wrong because, you know, they're the specialist here. They're the ones that know the fucking language. Even though, well, Jamie here is an exception to that because she doesn't fucking know Japanese. Like, at all. So, you know, doesn't really matter in her case. But the rest of them, they're so fucking arrogant. They know usually one additional language. They will hold it over your head as if it's, you know, some kind of sword they can wield to fucking cut you down at a moment's notice. Because you're just a chud. You're just a neo-Nazi that can only complain about anime, and you're a peasant that should just fucking kneel against the fucking feet of the bilingual master race that is, you know, fucking Localizer.
And the people that consume it.
Somebody says this in the chat. What's this here? I'll make sure I read it again. Let's not pretend that popular culture doesn't affect the world's opinion subliminally. Of course it does. Of course it affects people's opinions. That's why they do it. Why would they do it if it didn't work? That's the entire point of them doing it, is they want to control the means of communication so they can use those means to communicate and get people to think what they want. And that wouldn't work if it wasn't effective.
Anyways, that's going to do it for this video. Another round of Localizer drama, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, please feel free to share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Here's the thing, guys. I know people like this love to cry and bitch and complain that they're getting called out for this kind of stuff. But here's the funny thing. It's not going to stop. You're going to keep getting called out. Oh, well, I'm a woman. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Like, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. This isn't going to, like, trick anybody into agreeing with you. It's just not going to happen anymore. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, and thanks to that, we can move on. Let me get the music up back again. We need some ambience for this shit. Alright. If it's too loud, do tell me. And then we can move into the next part, the second part actually, of several. That is Jamie Markey's contribution to this whole fucking retarded drama. This should go a bit faster. I hope there's a few screenshots to go through here, but as I was saying, this mad woman with the mad cow disease, mad localizer disease, didn't take all of the criticism pointed at her very well. And that's saying very little until you actually see the things that she has been saying. Some of these screenshots are not going to feature who she's replying to, but you'll probably be able to get the context. But later on, there's going to be some conversations that we're going to look at in more detail. But yeah, these videos, the last video we watched, I think that was still in December, sometime. I don't remember what date it exactly was, but you know, Jamie Markey, upon you know, getting noticed by Asmongold, and Asmongold with this huge audience, of course, influences a lot of people to, you know, comment. I'm not saying that he says to go to these people to comment on their stuff, but you know, a lot of people that do watch this content are gonna go to these people and challenge them in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying Jamie here didn't get threats, because she did, and she's gonna focus on them quite a bit. But addressing actual criticism, no, she's not gonna be fucking do that. Before you is a whole fucking saga of deflection. This is all a fucking shield that deflects criticism. So let's get through that without wasting more time. I don't know, changing the way I have always done my job because of a few online hate mobs seems like an extreme response to the loud and angry few. That would truly be unfair to the audience. Again, she feels that, you know, her audience, like the wider audience, is more important. It's not the people that are criticizing her. She's in charge. Wasn't the question. Decided to offend your audience is an assumption. How could you possibly know what decision I had made then? Also, the audience wasn't offended. They laugh. I never said that I didn't write the line. Decided to offend your audience is an assumption. I mean, you thought you insulted people that weren't in your audience, like you made an assumptions about the people that were criticizing you as being Nazis, virgins, and misogynists. That's what you did. So you didn't insult what you think is your audience. You insulted a completely different one. Moving on. Because men do not get attacked like I do. And there's the woman defense. Always very effective. The director of the show is a man. The producer, the head writer. Yet I'm the only one attacked. I've been attacked for lines I didn't write, while the rage mob ignores the man who wrote the line. I have a vagina. Get over it. I love the deflection. It's not her fault. It's the guy that wrote it. I normally don't respond positively to death threats, accusations, and assumptions. I wrote the line. I didn't find... Oh, there it is. There it is. I wrote the line. So, yeah, she's responsible for that bullshit. And why she wrote that? Well, the reasoning is very dumb. And you're gonna well, the way she wrote it is very dumb. The reasoning why she wrote it is kind of normal, because, you know, lip flaps. I mean, you'll see. I wrote the line, I didn't find it cringy. You do, that's fine. What else you got? The patriarchy told us to come here to give you hell for trying to ruin anime with your mental illness of thinking you're oppressed. Go back into the kitchen and shut your mouth, because every time you talk, it just shows people how much patriarchy was needed in your life. Again, she gets comment like this, and she's gonna highlight a lot of these because they're very easy to you know, strengthen her defense, because you know, she's gonna show the actual people that are mad at her because she's a woman. She's gonna go for the very easy low-hanging fruit to make others believe that, you know, the criticism that's levied at her is just these people. It's Nazis, it's woman haters, and virgins. Nah, they can't possibly be mad at me because I'm a woman. Why do you write with an agenda? Why are you forcing politics into your writing? Why do you hate men? Why are you racist? Why do you hate the work you do? Bad faith questions don't deserve my respect. If you think they do, then I don't care if you think I'm a bad person. Well, bad faith questions is one thing. Bad faith responses is the only thing that she gives, and she responds with bad faith questions that usually just completely omit the question that she was asked. So let's continue. I know you guys can seem to come up with more than one example of a line that hurts your fifis, but other lines do exist. I have been harassed for other lines that I did not write. It's not a complicated concept. She really doesn't understand that she's being brought up as an example because the way she responded during that whole fucking thing. Other than that, you know, that thing would be forgotten with time, but considering her whole fucking spiel during the convention exists, of course she's gonna be brought up constantly. She disapproves of people telling her to cover up in both the Japanese and the dub. It's exactly the same as the source material. If you don't like the word choice, that's fine, but the context is the same. No, it isn't. We'll learn in a moment. Had a lot of flaps to fill, and pesky patriarchal society filled up the flaps. I know you don't like the word. You've made that abundantly clear. Your line would have changed the context. She disapproved of the people telling her to change. Indicate in the Japanese. Yeah, but why? Dubs cannot be direct translation ever, no matter the language. I am not a translator. I adapted the script to the way she interpreted the character. In the world of Dragon Maid, Lukoa is an Aztec god. You may not think a god would be aware of society's work, but I think they would. And there it fucking is. Her own interpretation of the character and why she feels fucking justified in inserting that patriarchal shit. She thinks that Lukoa is aware of modern society's views on how women should dress. But if you actually watch the anime and you've seen how much trouble Lukoa used to get for her dressing in a provocative way and not knowing what she did wrong, you really didn't watch the anime. There's one very good example of that in the anime, if any of you guys actually watched it, is that when she goes to the beach, I think she wore like almost a string bikini, like she was almost practically naked. And when I think a police officer or lifeguard stopped her at the fucking beach, because lady, you can't dress in such a way like that. There are kids here and shit like that. I don't know if the kids line was actually there, but she essentially was way too naked for the environment that she was going into. And when Lukoa was being fucking taken away, she was very surprised that this was happening to her. So no, Lukoa, an Aztec goddess, mind you, a culture that, they didn't wear that much clothes, the Aztecs. They weren't fully naked, but they weren't really dressed either. If you take a look at a lot of traditional Aztec garb. So if Lukoa came into the modern world with these notions of, how people in a society dress, then of course she would be fucking surprised that if she goes like half naked into the fucking streets or onto the fucking beach, that people would have some problems with that. So of course she would be surprised when she gets fucking told to dress a bit differently, or when she gets comments like that. So Jamie is talking out of her ass, and she doesn't know Lukoa's character, and but this is just my interpretation. But based on her surprise, I think my logic here is very sound, and I can bet your fucking ass that if I had the means to ask the original author, which is Kultu Kyo, why Lukoa behaves the way she does, I think he would, back me up on this one. So here's Jamie just thinking, oh, because she's an Aztec goddess, I bet she's very, very smart. She's not aloof, and she would know, but she doesn't, and that's the humor of it all. But Jamie wouldn't know that. Her fucking funny bone doesn't exist. she's not very funny. And let's continue. You're wrong, though. She isn't aloof. In the Japanese, she disapproves of the people telling her to cover up. That's literal. Lukoa is a god. She chose the body for a reason. Want her to be a pair of tits with cool eyes. Well, her eyes are closed, and she rarely opens her eyes, and only there her eyes are cool. But you know, Cool to Kyo likes characters that are just a pair of tits, and they have a little bit of character here and there. So, Cool to Kyo is a fetish artist. Let's not beat around the bush. He likes all kinds of women with huge tits that usually tit fuck show us. That's what Cool to Kyo fucking likes. But that is weak writing, and that's not who she is. And again, that's her interpretation of Lukoa's character. And Lukoa is actually very aloof. She knows what she knows, but there's also quite a bit that she doesn't know. And the way that she disapproves of people telling her to cover up is rather her covering up because people were telling her too much to cover up. So she eventually did because she was getting too many different kinds of comments. What those comments actually are, you can kind of guess, you know, based on other things that were happening in the show. But again, here's Jamie's interpretation because she's smarter than anybody else. Smarter than people that actually watched the show and comprehended what was happening in it. The context is the same. I know you're very easily triggered by the word patriarchy, but the context is the same. She tries to satisfy the people who tell her to cover up, but she disapproves of those people. So, I don't think she disapproves of them. She just kind of didn't want to, you know, constantly get comments about the way she dresses. She doesn't necessarily disapprove of them, or more like she doesn't want to get annoyed by them. It's not deeper than that. That's probably what it is. That is what happens when a script is dubbed into a different language. All the lines change. Bullshit. It really isn't. All the lines do not change. As we're gonna have a lot of examples of that. Not all the lines change in the dub. Not all. Not at fucking all. It's funny how she's been in the business for like over 20 years, probably? Something like that, maybe? And she still doesn't know how this shit works. Well, subtitles are never going to be as close to the Japanese as the translation due to subtitle rules. My dub does follow the translation. It's not a stilted word-for-word replica. Essence of the story is the same. Nope. Again, I'm not a translator, but the context is the same. The word patriarchy is not political. Bullshit, it is. I already explained why it is too. You cannot like the word choice without making excuses why you don't like it. You don't like it, that's enough. It's fine, we disagree. The context is the same, regardless. The context is the same. You're mad about the word choice. Just be honest about that. It's not about accuracy or the Japanese intent. But you added intent to something that wasn't the intent, so shut the fuck up with that. It's not about you being a woman, and it's not about, you know, political leanings or anything else. It is about accuracy. It's about the word you don't like. Own it. Otherwise, you'd be upset about a lot more lines than this line. Is that supposed to be a gotcha? Most of the script adapters don't speak Japanese. Maybe they fucking should. Maybe they fucking should. Maybe they would help them understand the target, the source material, so they wouldn't make mistakes like that. Well, I had a good translation, a lot of other information to go off. That's usually a good indicator of intent. Okay, then. I know what the author intended, because there's usually subtext given depending on the type of story. I love the historical series for example, so the series is historical and will be retelling the event. When it's an earthy comedy like a Dragon Maid, I expect it to be fun. You don't think it was fun? No, it was cringeworthy. Cringeworthy and unnecessary. And here's Jamie, essentially, you know, in almost at the end of the year, December 31st. It's probably just a few hours before, you know, the turn of a new year. And she's sitting about, you know, the things she's receiving, because, you know, she did get harassed for it. Let's not lie about that, at least. people send her like things like this. I wonder how easy it would be to find you and kill you. What else? What else does she send here? Unrelated, but you stop raping kids. Someone find this cunt at these events and pelt her with rotten eggs. I can't make it myself, or else I would. The patriarchy told us to come here to give you hell for trying to ruin anime with your mental illness of thinking you're oppressed. Go back in the kitchen and shut your mouth, because every time you talk, you just show people how much the patriarchy was needed in your life. So, yeah, essentially, if anyone decides to, tell her proper criticism as the replies to we just read, she deflects. And then she decides to focus on, all the harassment, all the death threats she got, in order to show that her critics are just that. That's a lovely strategy. I'm quite sure it works very well on social media. She's a horrid human being who's obviously agenda-driven and has proven how much she aligns with culture appropriation for her own position. Nobody should wish her death on her, yes, but she's under scrutiny and allowed to be critiqued at all times. And I think that this is actually a rational critique of her, but she says that it's not nuanced, and replies in a snarky manner, saying the critiques are always so nuanced and rational too. Yes, for those who may forgot, this is one of the vocalizers intentionally ruining manga and anime for us. She gloats about it. It's me. All day long and whining about other people. That's a sad life you live in. No wonder you're being replaced by AI. See ya. Nobody will miss you, as nothing of value was lost. Don't forget to smile when you deliver my burger. I won't tip you though. And it went on with her just being extremely snarky and girl boss sort of way. And goes on as she quote retweets people that were just as retarded as she is for the most part. She hates white men. I bet she burns the coal. Jesus. And here's some suspended accounts that probably sent threats to her. Or things like that. These hate mobs always end up resorting to bigotry and racism. You're part of the mob, you're represented by these people. Don't let the rage baiter make money off you while turning you into them. A lot of people have crawled out of the woodwork to defend the rhetoric posted in this thread. Not really a Nazi. It's discouraging to see so many ignore, embrace, or flat out deny those parts, so they can maintain their self-righteous rage about one word I wrote 6 years ago. One of the biggest things I've noticed with this round of harassment is that they've been told I'm a translator, and they believe it. They won't tell me why I'm terrible at my job, but they don't actually know what my job is. Yeah, badly interpreting characters and then putting words into their mouth that aren't true to the character. That's your job. God damn. This is such a perfect example of how people complain the loudest tend to have no idea what they're talking about. And they point out to her that she's dumb, and she basically tells them, no, you don't know what you're talking about, even though she demonstrated very well that she doesn't know what dubbing actually is, what the process demands, and what the process actually is. And someone in her position, a voice actress of decades of experience, would probably know that, but no, she doesn't. She's just like this. Jamie Markey cannot speak or translate Japanese, but she writes dialogue for localized anime. It's only correct to classify her as a translator's assistant or an assistant writer. Stop listening to grifters that don't know as much about the industry as they think they know. Well, again, she already demonstrated she knows very little herself. One word in one line from 2017. Well, now it's 2017. Before it was 2016. But again, it's gonna be that same deflection. It was just one line. It was so many years ago. Expiration date on my bullshit. You cannot criticize me for what I did so many years ago. You're obsessed. You're so sensitive, chud. They're already trying to make money off me for demonstrating the Nazi rhetoric within their hate mob. because of a line I wrote in 2017. Yeah, these are people making content about her on YouTube, and she's, you know, still deflecting the blame to people that are just retarded as she are, going after her. Jamie, why don't you just respond to genuine criticism? Considering that vagina and cunt are synonyms, trust me when I say that dealing with you requires crowdsourcing. I mean, she does behave like a cunt, even if that's a gendered insult. It's a very fitting insult, I think, in this particular situation. Genuine criticism at its finest. Jesus, nigga, just shut the fuck up. Again, making sure she points out people that just tell her to shut up. Then she gloats some more about the thing that she actually said during the convention. Okay, so apparently the Raging Horde is mad about this quote from a convention panel with a bunch of women that was over 5 years ago. And I just love it so much. Again, remember, she's not sitting, she's not obsessed. If you've been taking a look at the dates, this goes on for over a week now. It started in the like at the end of December. And every single day she tweets about it. January 1st, January 2nd, January 3rd, and then January 4th. It goes on and on. She's not mad, not at all. At least I'm communicating with people, not ignoring anyone who mentions the word charity. And you can tell that what Asmongold, you know, did to her got under her skin, because she starts retweeting some shit that you're gonna see very soon. But let's keep reading what she replied to other people. Okay, so apparently saying these things is okay because you're a woman? Yep. LMAO, perpetual self-imposed victimhood continues. Die mad. You're first, sweetheart. LMAO, I'm not mad. You're the one stomping your foot on my posts, by the way. And she's been tweeting about this for a whole fucking week. You've been having a full-blown meltdown for days now. Let's not pretend you're not utterly seeing that you're being called out. LMAO. A bunch of idiots have been harassing me for days now, writing the word patriarchy nearly 7 years ago, but I am the one having the meltdown. Yes, of course, anyone who responds to comments on their own posts is having a meltdown. No one does that. Who could imagine? LMAO, that's not what happened, but keep lying about it and cry bullying over it. It only makes you look more pathetic and delusional. Yes, I'm pathetic and delusional one, not the idiots who've been throwing a fit for nearly a week over a word I used one time in a script from 2017. She likes to repeat that as if it strengthens her argument that the people going after her are obsessed. Yeah, pathetic and delusional, yes, you can try to obfuscate and gaslight all you like, but don't buy your revised version of events. And neither do a bunch of other people. In fact, alone has you sitting more than I ever thought possible. You said this. Me, yeah, I said it. You, I don't buy your revised version of events. Me, you're inserting political themes and political terms into your localizations, making them less accurate, and you also insulted your core customer base when your ideologically altered localizations were questioned. You, lol, I have a vagina, Nazis are attacking me, way. My core customer base, now that is funny. Also, that last part is true. No, that last part isn't true at all. Your gaslighting has no power here, see about it. And again, she's so upset about Asmongold calling her out in her video and directing, indirectly directing people to her, that she decides to retweet the following, where, Asmongold may or may not be, involved in some kind of, charity fraud, that some kind of organization that he was involved in was taking charity money. Like, there's no possible evidence of that, it's just an allegation, but, she inexplicitly started to retweet things that were against Asmongold, as he called her out. She's completely not fucking mad. She just says this while quote retweeting a guy that brings up this article. Be careful who you work with, streamers. She suddenly starts caring about streamers as she retweets more stuff about Asmongold. And there it is, completely not mad. And then guess what? This happened like a day ago or something like that. She responds to Asmongold directly, mocking him with the basically by trying to parody what he said about the allegations put against him. And Asmongold, we're not gonna watch this video because this woman like makes me hate life, and I want to see as little of her as possible and listen to her even less. So we're not gonna watch that video, but to give you a TLDR of that one, he essentially says something what Asmongold said as him saying that he will not respond to every single allegations against him online, because people that know him would know instantly that certain allegations aren't true, and responding to every single one every single time would be a waste of his time. And here she basically parodying that, essentially mocking what he said by repeating what he said to him, and she put it on TikTok because she's cool and hip with the fucking kids. A 46-year-old woman, completely not mad about the streamer calling her out on her bullshit. And here's my favorite part: her completely losing her shit as a gay man decides to tackle her. So here's what Shane had to say. Well, it is intentionally meant to be read a certain way, changing the context in a way which is inaccurate to the source material. You think it fits, perhaps because you agree with Marky wants to shoehorn in her worldview. People have an issue with this is about criticism, and meeting it with "I have a vagina, deal with it, virgins" is childish. You seem triggered by the virgin thing. Because I talk about it in one time, Jamie? Haha. You're making a huge deal over one line from 6 years ago. I replied to a comment in a thread Jamie started like 13 hours ago, lol. This thread started almost a week ago, yeah, and Jamie continues it. It was her highlighting a death thread she received over it. And then I replied to your thread from yesterday, yes. And you're still trying to use one line from 5 years ago as an excuse to attack her. Do you really not understand how pathetic that is? Like, don't watch the thing she's in. But this is just sad. Yeah, but I was brought up 20 hours ago. LOL. She's also literally still talking to people like this. That's why I brought it up. Perhaps go back and read. For example, this was my original criticism. Reading is fundamental. She does that because she can't refute the argument. Why would you compare someone saying you're bad at your job to Nazism? Unless you were just looking for the biggest rock to hurl because words escape you. Hey, you know what? Maybe it was legitimate criticism 5 years ago, but when chods, fucking love the word chod, and trolls start to keep using one line as a way to hammer someone for 5 years, it loses any potency. And trying to defend this is super gross. I'm not defending anything dramatic, lol. The other person literally asked me what the crisis was born out of, and I explained it. You should grasp the situation first. You'll get friendly response if you don't act so condescending. Yeah, because he's the one that's acting condescending, not Jamie and her defenders. Condescending all the time. And the answers you seek are right in front of you. They've been there the whole time. I gave you your tone. You were the one accusing me of misinterpreting it, then going silent when I called you out on it. LOL. You did misinterpret everything and then kept doubling down. Your quote above backs that up. See where you lie about her comparing to Nazism? And she wasn't lying. That was clearly stated in the fucking video too. How was that a lie? Are you saying that she didn't call people Nazis? Are you saying these people don't appear to be Nazis? The people she was calling Nazis were these folks. Yes, again, the most retarded people also decided to go to her with these fucking memes. So, of course, they would look the way they looked. But the thing the guy here is talking about, the thing Shane is talking about here, is mostly her appearance at the con, where she was already calling people Nazis even before these fucking people showed up. So back then, there was no fucking way this was a thing. Is it a yes or no question? Did she call people Nazis? Here's a better He's a better yes or no question. Did you accuse her of comparing criticism to Nazism? Yes, I did. See how easy it is to answer a question? Now you're established she called people Nazi. So what did I lie about? Hold up. The lie is that she compared criticism to Nazism. This is what you lied about. That's not a lie. At the panel, she literally said, if I can make a misogynist and Nazis mad, I'm doing alright. And this was after she had been asked about how she would respond to criticism. So again, I don't think you know how to approach this well. Nothing there suggests she compared criticism to Nazism, and then, you know, Jamie, being completely unmad and composed, finally decides to chip in because, you know, her kettle boiled over. Dude thinks making Nazis mad is problematic. Which I said, where, Jamie? Huh? Your little snide attributes are cute, but not smart. And here's the sass. Like, Jamie here, you know, being sassy herself, or she's trying to come forth this way, cannot handle this man's fucking gay swagger, and starting from this point, she just gets completely fucking obliterated and loses her mind. Why are you so pressed about me saying if I make Nazis mad, I'm doing alright then? I mean, you're clearly triggered by it. Why? Why are you so triggered if I can make a Nazi mad? Are you mad? Are you a Nazi? Or are you going to accuse me of being one just because we're in a disagreement now? Are you gonna make me correct? If you would read, you would understand my problem is that you're applying this categorization to people who just disagree with you. Are some of them actual Nazis? Sure. Are most of them? No. Great, so you accepted they're Nazis. Fantastic. When did I say everyone who criticizes me is a Nazi? You were the one who compiled your critics into two categories at the end of your little tirade on that panel: misogynist and Nazis. Not true? What's relevance did that have to a question about how you would respond to critics if that wasn't how you felt? We're just offhandedly saying you like making these people mad, or we're just saying that the only kind of people who would be mad at you? Why did I say that everyone who criticizes me is a Nazi? Can't answer the question? I ask first, why are you refusing to answer the question? If you notice what this guy is doing to her right now, he's essentially doing the same shit she's been doing to people for days now. Like, deflecting and, you know, asking questions. Two questions. This guy fucking knows what he's doing, and he's slowly making her lose her mind. Can't answer the question? I ask first, why are you refusing to answer the question? I'm literally saying this is the moment that you were doing it. Now can you answer the question, girly? I know it's hard for you. Girly? I think you specifically are defensive because you relate to being a misogynistic Nazi who can't get laid. You're too pressed about words said 5 years ago for anything else. And now you're out here having a temper tantrum because you got your fifi skirt. You can't go fuck yourself. Now there we go. You made me correct. Took a long time. I'm sorry to discount Jamie's contribution, but the reality is that the misogyny was in your heart all along. Nah. My problem is that she's a weirdo, not that she's a woman. You're mad that she called out racist and sexist and made you feel personally attacked by her. Girl, we've been in this for hours now. You know my problem is because she was just calling people those terms. Don't be dumb this late in the game. I love this. So, like, you just don't like people being called out for being racist and sexist? And are you disturbed by the fact those things exist? No, that's obviously not it. If I read anything I said, you would understand she's just calling people these terms because they disagree with her. Then how come you haven't been able to find any examples of that? Just did it to me. What do you mean? I said you specifically, soft brain. Oh, if I did it for what was relatively light ribbing, I have no doubt that you did it. You do it to other people. But regardless, we've proved you're willing. Oh no, she might start calling out misogynists and Nazis. How could we have ever known that might happen? I think it's so cute that you think she feels some moral obligation to call out Nazis. She literally does not care about stopping real suffering. It's all about her, darling. You have a problem with her calling out Nazis? Obviously not. As you know, my problem is with her misidentifying people as Nazis. Had a whole conversation about this. Did you forget? And you still couldn't find any instances of her doing that. Well, she actually did. Here's her admitting to it, doing it to me. You were even there. Yeah, we read that a moment ago. You went out of your way to set yourself off as an example just so you know you wouldn't have to look for any. I mean, the fact that it was easy to make my opinion come to fruition speaks more to how correct I was. LOL. Love this guy. He's my favorite gay person of the month of January. Narcissistic as fuck. She said I was a misogynist Nazi who couldn't get laid. That means she said everyone was a Nazi. The fucking gall of her saying that someone is fucking narcissistic. I mean, already covered that. If you do it to me, you'll do it. Full stop. Make me correct, Jamie. LOL. Do what? Make fun of how stupid you are? Enjoy everyone mocking you for the same. Oh yeah, I'm so horrible offended by your creative insults. I'll have to find a way to really get over it. And thinking I'll start with a pinois in the bath and see if that gets me through these hard times. Frowny face. Whether or not you care is not important, narcissist. and here's the culmination of this whole thing. I specifically screenshotted this whole conversation because he said this. Well, it seems to mean a lot to you, but unfortunately you can't out-bitch an F-slur, darling. LOL, I don't care. And yet you remain here. So can I ask you a question? How does it feel to be one of the good ones? What does that even mean? This is an excellent end to this whole fucking conversation. Gay man wins. Like, this is a fatality. This is a Mortal Kombat fatality. Killed that fucking woman. Invite this guy to your next party. It's fucking great. You can't out-bitch an F-slur, darling. I'll add this to my I'll add this to my quotation collection. I'll use it on somebody else. It's sad that he got his visibility limited for that, even though he was referring to himself. But yeah, this is Jamie's saga. We went through it like kind of fast. Don't worry, the stream is only 4 hours long right now. We still have some things to go through. Some more amusing things, but yeah. This is how Jamie behaves. So, too long didn't treat. She's completely not mad about what happened. She's completely content and composed about being called out by Asmon Gold. She's not mad that the popular streamer decided to call her a bitch and stupid and incompetent at her job. Not mad at the gay man that, you know, ran circles around her and made her lose composure not once but 3 times over. How easy it was and how amusing it was. But we're moving on to the next character, to a next special case. And that is Katrina. And we still have a few arcs to go through, but you know, just give me a moment. Adding files from this one. So Katrina Gyro. That's what I decided to call her because her second name is a bit too long and a bit too complex to pronounce for someone with dyslexia. Hold up. This one is a bit shorter, but she goes on tirades. We'll have to read those too. Moment. There it is. All right. Here's our person, if you want to call her that, in question. a real human being. That is Katrina Leonodakis. I don't know. Katrina leans on Dakimakura's. Katrina leans on Daki's. Whatever. The world is better when we watch it together. Watch and play together. Localization producer and A to Yen specialist. Sentai, 7 Seas, previously Sega, Funimation. She, her pronouns. Opinions are my own. I love translation theory. And she has her own website too. And we're gonna go through some of the shit that Katrina here, one of the most infamous localizers on the internet currently, has done. I am unfortunately doing some of the finest localization work on the anime about high school girl who legitimately sexually attracted to a corgi. I am sorry I yeeted you, okay? Any other time I'd love to be all up in her dress. Nekotani looks like she needs eye bleach. And here I thought you'd have resting bitch face for the rest of your life. I am not sorry for what I did to Inukai 3. And we'll get into more how bitch made this is in a moment. But we will go through some of her other quotes from other years. 2021, for example. I know I'm opening a huge can of worms, but here goes. As translators, what is the right way to handle offensive content? Who determines what gets left in and what gets censored? Long thread about translation theory, ethics in localization, and capitalism. Because it's always capitalism, because again, these people think that if they censor some stuff, they magically open, the doors to some new fucking audience because something is not quote-unquote offensive. Even though, it's meant for a niche audience that is already supposed to like this type of thing. They think that, they're gonna get more sales. But again, there's no proof whatsoever of this. I have never seen it. And nobody has ever posted any of that. And, she's so infamous, they decided to, make a fucking meme out of her with the 30-year-old Localizer. Failed writer tries to turn JP into Yen translation job into an ersatz writing career. That's a replacement for a writing career, for those who don't know. Primary decision-making factor is whatever he thinks will piss off the gamers the most. It's not censorship, dude. It's just I'm just removing any content I think moral busybodies would find objectionable. Punches up dialogue so that every character now has the exact same smug asshole personality. Once primary credit for scripts, he translates, disparages the actual writer. Opinions reinforced by echo chamber of fellow localizers on social media. Only gets away with it because niche Japanese media isn't considered high art, would be seen as hack if he were translating a proper novel. This looks like the perfect place to insert the reference to an epic meme that will be dated in a year. What do you mean, cultural context? Translator's notes are cringe. Openly admits he makes decisions just to own the gamers, but then gets mad if you say he has an agenda. Has an active contempt for the target audience of the media he translates, tries to market it to people like him. Scripts look like they were written by failed reboot of Gex. By the way, Gex is an old PS1 game that has very cringe-worthy references to popular movies and shit like that. So yeah, it's like that. So these people are on the same level, but also I am sorry for the quality of these screenshots, but yeah, this is the way they came. Here she was involved with the new season of Higurashi, which is like a travesty. I know there's gonna be a point of contention, while I'm sure it's a big departure from the original translation. It's a better translation, thread below. I love your work on Higurashi, but how did you get Big Brother from Nini? I know I didn't want to shove Nini into my beautiful subs. She really thinks highly of herself, and there's more evidence of that going forward. But when every fan and official translation, good or bad, has stuck with Nini, you're going to piss off hell of a lot of people. So, Even though Satoko from Higurashi, she has a particular way of calling her bigger brother Nini, and that's not something you actually need to translate in this context because like it's so it's so evocative, it's so indicative of her character, and the fans of the series, longtime fans of the series, would already know that this is referring to Ni-chan, which she contracted like into a double Nini to refer to her brother, like her love for her brother. The fans of the series will know this, and she herself knows this, what is already established in this particular case. But no, her beautiful subs will not have Nini in them, even though every single fan and every single translation does this. But no, she knows better, and she's just gonna do it to piss people off because she's a retard. Congratulations. And there's more of her beautiful work. They let me do this to Honimiya without rioting. Let's get ourselves burgerified after school. What do you think? And that's why you're a legend. Honestly, I should just read the whole thread of I got away with interspecies reviewers because Amogus complainers would have a cow. So yep, complete disdain for the people she translate for, because Katrina fucking leans on Daki's gyro, is context queen. Fucking hell. This and here's more of her opinions in case you didn't know how aligned she is and what she's aligned to. She's kind of the same. And notice how every time I change a screenshot, it's like a different subtitle added to her own fucking profile, like context queen, human translator, now localization specialist. Sure. This was one thing I hated about following manga and Young Jump. Every single issue has some hot babe in a bikini on the front, advertising her sexy photos inside. It's 90% manga, 10% gravure. Targeted towards teens and young adults. It's so brazenly gross and sexist. But I am gonna work on titles in there, and anime adapted from a lot of these things because, if I hate the country, I can just think whatever and do whatever. Like, I hate it even though it's made with that specific purpose in mind. And here's some snippets from an interview with her on a website that interviews people from the translation localization industry. What do you enjoy working on most? Anything where I can get really invested in the characters or plot. I'm picky when it comes to my media, so straight I not only find something I love and I get to translate. Having that emotional connection to a character whose dialogue I'm writing or plotline I'm adapting makes it all the more fun to work on. Most recently, I've obsessed with working on the manga Kageki Shoujo and fell in love with interspecies reviewers and Higurashi Go. That's why she decided to get into all of these series and shit on the fans that have already established themselves to being used to specific ways that, actual proper translators handle these series, but she just went in there and decided to shit all over them because she can. I also like to have a little bit of a challenge, though not too much. Arm girls Machiavellism. I'm looking at you and your obscure ass swordmanship techniques. Fantasy worlds are great, but I usually get to work out the terminology for them on my own. That's always an extra little treat. What have you been most proud of? I always few lines here and there I've been pretty proud of, but in terms of full shows, I think my best work so far has been on interspecies reviewers and Oh Maidens in your Savage season. For the former, I got wild with jokes, puns, and sexual innuendos. I rarely get to go wild. For Oh Maidens, I get to throw a lot of challenges at me. But Rebel had them in a way I describe as perfect. It's a great show too. There's a cherry on top of the proud sundae. She's so far up her own ass, she can, like, genuinely say hello to you while echoing through her fucking bowels. She has such a fucking high opinion of herself. And here's more opinions about her censorship and localization. My take is that translator can choose for minor issues, but major issues should be brought up to the publisher's attention. I used to pick in any presentation despite it having nothing to do with translation, but funny nonetheless. And here's basically someone's costume being censored. Don't remember which game this was, by the way. I definitely agree, though. I don't think it called this change of cover design censorship, just localization change for a target culture. Much more sensitive, scantily clad female presenting bodies than Japan is. Remember how I told you about, the targeted audience? Do you think a game like this, a game with this anime lady having her boobs out, do you think this game is for those that are, more sensitive to the scantily clad females that would be offended by this? Do you think these people are gonna get more sales, more out of this game if they censor her tits? Do they really think they're reaching a bigger audience if her tits are still, humongous and she's certainly portrayed to be, an attractive woman, specifically put in, in those clothes for sex appeal? Like, what target audience are they trying to appeal to? Again, where's this expanded new audience that they would get by censoring her outfit? Where the fuck is it? And where's the proof of that audience actually existing? Because I think these fuckers make it all up. That's what I think. And of course, she has her own page, and I only screenshotted this to showcase, how arrogant and proud of herself unwittingly she is. Katrina Leondakis, world-class localization for your entertainment project. She thinks she's world fucking class. World class, mind you. We've seen the world class shit she does. Fuck me. And here's a whole fucking article about what she did to My Life as Inukai-san's dog. Western localizer brags about deliberately botching High Dive's English subtitles for My Life as an Inukai-san's dog. On January 15, Twitter user Bad Animate Translations took notice of some very questionable translations present in Sentai Filmworks' English language subtitles to the series' second episode, Walkies. So, mind you, this is not only gonna be her like inserting stupid fucking jokes into the show. This is actually gonna be translation mistakes that affect the story of a particular episode. So her world class is basically making very basic errors in translation, as we're gonna see in a moment. In a scene wherein the protagonist is thwarted in his attempts to return to his actual home due to being leashed up by Karen, at Bad Anime TLs, observed that English subtitles read, "Sure, I had to pee outside, but what was gonna do? She had me on a leash. I managed to get outside, but she had me on a leash, so I couldn't do anything." He's talking about how he couldn't go back home. And that translation says something completely different, which completely changes the context of what the character, as a speaking dog, is saying. In one instance, the character says that they couldn't do anything, and in the other, it's about fucking peeing. About peeing outside. Completely changing the context of the whole situation. However, according to them, a more accurate translation of the original Japanese would have been more akin to, "I managed to go outside, but she had me on a leash, so I couldn't do anything." As noted by Bad Anime TL, Sentai Filmworks subtitles' incorrect translation make it seem that the Pochita is complaining about being forced to go pee outside rather than expressing dismay at having his escape attempt stopped by Karen's responsible dog ownership. So yeah, instead of it being about the dog wanting to escape, it suddenly becomes about this dog only being able to pee on be outside because he's on a leash. Completely changing like the character's intentions here. A very a very hard mistake to make, but she still made it. And then there's more. In another scene wherein Pochita is introduced to Karen's friend Mika Nekotani, at Bad Anime TLs noted that English subs had the protagonist appraising, "How is Inukai-san friends with a Gyaru bimbo?" Whereas in Japanese, he has less judgmental asserts. "I never expect Inukai-san to be friends with a Gyaru. It's a name derived from a transliteration of the English term gal. Gyaru refers to Japanese subculture whose adherents, typically young women, reject the typical Japanese beauty standards, timid, pale-skinned, and dark-skinned, but dressing in loud, often American-influenced attire." And the levels of Gyaru kind of vary, so a Gyaru can even be a character that looks like this, doesn't really need to be plastered with all that makeup, doesn't need to be very tanned. So there's levels to Gyaru, but you know that's just a little bit more context there. As explained by Bad Anime TLs, since the original Japanese script had Pochita commenting on Mika's appearance, and partially on her irrational fear of dogs, rather than making any statement about her personality, Karen calling Mika a bimbo is completely uncalled for, and completely changes the character's attitude towards Mika, if you didn't notice that. So this is again adding unnecessary things to translation via this means of localization, completely changing the character's attitude and changing the meaning of the story. So again, Katrina, please go fuck yourself with what you're doing. And there's more. With the identity of the culprit behind the mistranslation was initially unknown, on January 16, notorious professional anime, manga, and video game localizer Katrina leans on Daki's Gyro, who many may remember as having made herself the central defender of Seven Seas Entertainment, changing the feminine male Hyura Mihate to the transgender female in the English localization of "I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl," confessed to the botched subtitles. "I'm not sorry for what I did to Inukai 3. She tweeted. Guess what? There's more. On January 20th, the infamous professional Localizer quote retweeted the Aftermation tweet, not only bragging about her deliberately butchering the localization of My Life as Inukai-san's dog, but also insulted the anime while describing her localization as her finest work yet. Following up on a brief statement a few days later, leans on Daki's Gyro, bragged, "I am unfortunately doing some of my finest localization work on anime about the high school girl who is legitimately sexually attracted to a corgi." And we read all of that too. As an example of her finest work, the Localizer shared 4 instances of English slang-ridden dialogue she inserted into the discussion between Karen and Mika, featured in episode 3, Scaredy Cat. This includes Mika apologizing, "I'm sorry, I yeeted you, okay?" Pochita opening that Mika Nekotani looks like she needs eye bleach, and that any other time I'd love to be all up in her in Karen's dress. And Mika's jabbing Karen. "And here I thought you have resting bitch face for the rest of your life." Fucking fantastic. In light of Liz on Daki's Gyros boasting of her questionable localization practices, fellow translator at Aini Waffles responded by inquiring, "I'm honestly curious. So you're transforming the translation because you don't like the material given to you on an officially published project? Why not take another project instead? Good fucking question. If you hate something so much, why are you working on it? And if you're disrespecting the work that you find, you know, probably retarded, and the audience that likes it retarded too, why not take a different project that you actually like?" In response, Leans on Daki's Gyro confirmed that her work, and thus presumably all of her work, was explicitly not for fans who wanted accurate translations. That's awesome, right? that's the translation theory like coming through right there. "This may surprise you, but I love the material," said Localizer. "The translation is not for you. You're not the intended audience." What the fuck is even that argument? Who would be even the target audience? But you know, she did reply. with her, you know, core tenet of translation theory, at least her own interpretation of it. Proceeding to condescendingly lecture her critics on the core tenet of translation theory. Leans on Daki's gyro, explaining that her goal in localizing was to identify the target audience and translate with them in mind. In this case, according to her, people who will be watching this short about high school girls sexually attracted to her dog, who is weirded out by it, and says observed on high dive. And what the fuck does that even mean? Does she think, you know, these people are just weird, and I'm gonna translate for the people that find this, you know, cool, that find this, you know, weird story about the girl loving her corgi very much? I guess, you know, that's fucking just disrespectful to the target audience, and the fact that she's so blatant about this is something else. If you're not part of the audience, then this translation isn't for you. There's another audience that's ironically enjoying this idea of high school girl being sexually attracted to her dog, and they're watching the illegal uncensored trip with machine translated subs. All translation, whether it's a TV show, medical text, patient or court document, it's bent to its target audience. Medical text. I mean, sure, for, you know, you wouldn't translate a medical text the same, you know, to a doctor or to a layman that doesn't know much about, you know, medicine in general, but not everything is bent to its target audience. It's a misnomer here. The target audience is important, and you do translate for them, but not everything has to have this fucking bent. Sometimes things are very obvious, and they only translate in one singular way without this sort of interpretation that she's trying to give here. To properly convey the original, in translation theory we call this equivalent experience. We need to keep in mind both the source and target audience. Again, this is her crude interpretation of, you know, the target audience. And she thinks she's doing it right by essentially shitting on the people that would actually genuinely like this anime. And here's something else. Here's her defending the use of, you know, cringe as equivalent to chunibyo. And she goes on a whole tirade here, and I'll spare a lot of this to you because we're already kind of 4 hours 20 minutes in. So essentially, she goes on a full thread explaining why cringe is a good equivalent here for chunibyo, because, you know, the text she's translating has to be immediately understood by the audience, and the audience would understand what cringe is, and that, you know, people with chunibyo, which is, you know, 8th grader syndrome, is essentially people with overactive imaginations that sometimes, you know, pretend to have superpowers in a very cringe-worthy way. And there's, you know, a lot of characters out there that pretend to have like magical demons sealed with inside their eyes or arms and shit like that. Essentially that kind of character. And she goes on this huge thread where she brings up people that are more talented than her in order to make her point stronger. And essentially that this is all for the audience's sake, and that putting cringe in there is, you know, is of quality. Makes an argument like, when we translate the phrase eating shit into Japanese, then we definitely should put eating poop. What's Japanese translator to do then? Find an equivalent, of course. Equivalence, as defined by linguist Eugene Nida in 1969, is the quality of translation in which the message of the original text has been so transported into the receptor language that the response of the receptor is essentially like the origin is that of the original receptors. And then she brings up more people. In layman's terms, the translation make the target language reader understand the same meaning and react the same way as the source language reader. But something being cringe-worthy and something being cringe. You may say these two things are the same, but one is a noun, one is an adjective, so they're not the same. And let me give you an equivalent without, resulting to, like, let me go back just for a second. Here's the sub. Yes, many more. Plenty of them are dare I say, the epitome of cringe. So, you don't even have that much of a, text limit here. So, people with chunibyo are once again people with overactive imaginations, and cringe is a qualifier of them as people, but it's not really a descriptor of them of how they are like. It's like your opinion of them that is that. So, given the right context here, why wouldn't you put here? Yes, many more. Plenty of them that I say have an overactive imagination. Why couldn't you do that? Instead of you decided to put the epitome of cringe. I solved your problem without using fucking mimetic language, and everyone understands what this character was saying. If the given context is actually right, and the character isn't making a judgment call about them. So, why the fuck? Why the fuck do you have to go on this whole tirade to justify that you would defend putting cringe in there, even though there's plenty of other equivalents you can use without this fucking boring tripe? And then she continues comparing her fucking self and the translator to the guy that did the fucking subs for fucking Parasite. The Korean movie. We're not reading all of this because all of this makes me mad. When slang is used as a source, an easy way to create equivalent effect is by finding slang in the target that has the same meaning. One extremely common example is translation of chunibyo as cringe. And she thinks chunibyo is just cringe. Chunibyo is not just fucking cringe. There's a lot more that goes into fucking people acting like chunibyo. So you're done. In very simple terms, without going into a thread like she did here. No, chunibyo isn't just fucking cringe. If you did more research into fucking chunibyo characters, they aren't just fucking cringe. There's a little bit more nuance there. But you know what all chunibyo characters have? They have an overactive fucking imagination. And you could describe them as that. And the cringe just go away, because that's, a qualifier and a judgment of them as characters. And then she goes to explaining that, chunibyo characters is just, can be kind of summed up, boiled down to the essence of cringe. And I don't want to read all of that because, again, I don't want to sit here all day. But she never fucking stops. She makes allusions to things that do not actually, connect to her point, like, at all. You may consume 3 beans, but no more. They will know if you consume more. In English, you often represent register with word choice. The phrase eat the food and consume sustenance has hit different, and we see loads of memes playing of this very thing. So much effort to justify a really bad word fucking choice. I don't fucking know how many fucking posts she made about this, but way too fucking much. And you can fucking tell that, she did this all in one go. Like, she just made tweet after tweet, but before releasing it, like, she just kind of put them in one big thread and then pressed fucking post. So all of them went out at the same fucking time. She really wanted you to know about her translation theory, about her defense of the word cringe. She would be sick otherwise. Her world-class translation mind would not allow it otherwise. And then somehow she goes into, Final Fantasy XIV's localization is that the adaptation of the fantasy writing style makes the world feel more immersive for English speakers. I'll give you something about 14's quality of writing too. For how immersive it can be, for how poetic and apt it can be, it's also kind of hard to read if you want to just get through a quest. The Japanese language used within Final Fantasy XIV is much more simple. The localization, the English localization of it, embellishes the language in the game by quite a lot. The point that it adds things that are superfluous and just kind of read very badly. So it may help you immerse yourself during one sequence, but in another you just want to get through all of that shit very fucking fast. And as I was saying, if you ever look at the original script to Final Fantasy XIV's quest, for example, you'll find a much simpler language being there. But it's not perfect, and it's not readable to a lot of people that just want to get as much information out of it without all of this bloat, because the bloat is very apparent, especially when there's a lot of exposition, and it doesn't need all of that in a lot of cases. So it doesn't have just one qualifier to it that provides more immersion. There's also bad sides to it too. And then she pats herself on the back. They don't know. I can't read this because it's so fucking small. Hold up. They don't know that whole system theory places translation works into literary system into a clear social and historical background. Again, this whole thread is just snipping her own fucking parts, and I don't know what else. Losing it with these people already. They make me so fucking mad. I'm just fucking glad I'm not in the translation business anymore. Because if I had to deal with these people again, I'd probably fucking take a walk into the woods and never return again. But yeah, this is her, and she's gonna come back in our next arc very shortly. We just had 2 more to go through. The second one is probably the longest, but it's also the one we can go through the fastest. But the next one is the translation or the mistranslation that pissed me off the most. The one with the fucking cross-dressing boy and how these fuckers handled it. Hold up. There we go. Well, 3 actually, because we also have some Japanese reactions to what these people are doing. And you do have to know the Japanese have noticed this quite a while back, but with Asmongold and all of this attention on these people, they rekindled their discussion about it. But yeah, we're talking about I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend Into a Girl by Azusa Banjo, and what they actually did to the story. Here's the protagonist, a guy that's into makeup, having a friend that's pretty effeminate, and turning him into a girl was pretty easy. And this is all about 7 Seas, a publisher that continues to get into trouble by how they handle the source material. Usually by omitting stuff or doing this shit or allowing people to do this shit. Here's the aftermath of it, but we'll also look through what these people actually did to the manga and how they changed it, like bit by bit. Those reaching out about I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl. We've heard your feedback and are looking into addressing the delicate language in this story. We thank you for your passion and your patience. 7 Seas Entertainment official statement on I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl, Volume 1. In response to fan concerns, 7 Seas has thoroughly reviewed our English language translation of I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl, Volume 1. The subject matter in this book is delicate and we took every effort to keep the language respectful and inclusive. However, after discussing the matter with the rights holders, we realized that our edition differs in certain details from author's intent. How about the main fucking author's intent about creating a story about a cross-dressing fucking boy? How about that main intent? Not just, not just some. How about the majority of it? With that in mind, we'll be revising the English script of this series to address various concerns and to more accurately reflect the original intent of the creator. This revised translation will be available in reprints of Volume 1, and the translation of future volumes will be handled by a collaborative translation team to ensure faithful and accurate translation of the original work. We're sorry for any confusion or stress caused by our first printing of Volume 1, and we thank you for your passion, and we are bringing this complex, wonderful manga series to English-speaking audiences. And mind you, what they fucked up in this manga is not just, changing the cross-dressing guy into a transgender girl, or at least with that intent, but they also fucked up a few other things because they didn't even bother to ask the original author what they were talking about. And all of that could have been simply and easily avoided if they just contacted them. But, they didn't. And let's take a look at some of the mistakes from, the minor and the more egregious ones. The translator may have mistaken Anju for Anjo. Anju could be interpreted as Ange, the French word for angel. It's possible that they thought it was reference to the Korean cosmetics brand Anjo, and the translator changed it back to the original brand. So again, a very easy thing to solve. Just ask the fucking author what they meant here, and this problem would have been solved. But no, they don't do that. Are they time constrained? Is shooting a person an email so fucking hard? I mean, you work for a company that deals with Japanese people. They can talk in Japanese. They can send emails in Japanese. What's the fucking problem with asking? There is none. They're just lazy. The translator may have mistaken. This one. Next one. Kanji can be read as Ya or Oku, and rarely the same spelling or tenka occurs again later in the volume in Special 1. The translator most likely mistook kanji for a different character, or else it was changed purposefully so to avoid conflicting with a potential trademark. So they just didn't fucking know, which, if it was a trademark, and if avoiding any conflict here was actually advisable or not. But instead of asking, they went with what they believe. And here's a few that are getting into the egregious territory. The original Japanese text makes no mention of coming out whatsoever. The English localization implies that Hyura is transgender in a way that Japanese does not. Here's the romanization, literal translation, and what they put in English. Romanization. Boku ga onna nako mitai ni henshin shita totan. As soon as I was transformed into looking like a girl. I'm stressing this one. And the English one, ever since I came out as a girl. Completely two different things. Just looking like a girl is not the same as coming out as a girl. Make it like a transgender allegory. This is not the fucking same. In Japanese, quotation marks are often used to emphasis and are not used as scare quotes. In English, most readers would probably interpret them as scare quotes, so not including them makes sense here. That was how I decided to become a girl. Quotation marks. Literal translation, and just like that, I decided to become a girl. And here's more of that. Notice that Hyura is explicitly referred to as male here, with a male symbol as well. While a person's appearance can be referred to as their presentation, the English adaptation phrases it in a way typically associated with gender presentation specifically. The first time we see Hyura referred to with female pronouns, which happens throughout the rest of the volume. A literal translation. Oh, and so Hyura will be attending school in this appearance starting today, so everyone treat him well. Before we, and here's what they put in the English translation. Before we begin starting today, this is now Hyura will be presenting. Make sure she feels welcome. So again, they even fucking changed the pronouns here. Fucking fantastic. More. Translating Otokonoko is notoriously difficult. This particular translation does not get across the read as boy but feminine aspect. So you see they added the feminine symbol to boy, and that can mean either, you know, them being transgender or them being a cross-dresser, but considering what else they did in the translation, that is clear, like the transgender intent was made clear. This aside is more of a narration of a dialogue from external point of view. It's very hard for other boys to play with you, so go play with the girls' gym class. If a teacher was saying it, for example. The English localization writes it as a taunt from other guys, which removes the context. So, let's see. Literal translation. I'm still a little embarrassed to be with the girls, though. Well, it can't be helped. It is very hard for the other boys to play with him, so he's going to go play with the girls' gym class. I still feel weird mixed with the boys with a bunch of girls. Keep trying your best. You just can't beat us guys, Hyura. So you see, the context of this is very fucking different. Them feeling awkward with him looking like a girl playing with them, and this is, they just removed the context and made it into something completely different. All to fit in the fact that according, you know, to this translated, Hyura is supposed to be transgender. He isn't. This changes Mito's insinuation from Hyura's looking like a girl to being a girl. If you're going to look like a girl, then be more aware of it. A little translation. English. If you're gonna be a girl, try acting like one. Get different things. Mito's first line here changed to refer to picking up artists as sleazebags. Hyura's thoughts are rewritten so that he realizes that sexist pigs are hitting on him as a girl. This makes the subsequent conversation where Hyura still thinks that the guys were trying to sell him something no longer follow. Let's take a look at the literal translation of it. They're hitting on him. They're hitting on someone, huh? I'm not getting through. What is this guy, a salesman too? How flashy. I almost got sold some weird product or something. I think they were just hitting on you. Typical sleazebags. They're so dense. Are they really hitting on me? Sexist pigs. They almost roped me into buying some weird product. They were flirting with you. So they added more context to make people hitting on Hyura as sexist and then being, you know, sleazebags, even though there's no there's no such opinion from these characters from this character about these people. So yep, they're adding things that aren't there, completely changing the context of the whole fucking scene that's presented in the manga. So yeah, not only have they changed, you know, it from a boys love type of story with a cross-dressing protagonist, they are also adding things For what fucking reason? I don't know, because they want to, you know, shit on people, call them sexist. Because, you know, being flashy and translating that into sexist pigs is not really equivalent now, is it? The English localization has Hura use the words femme, a term popular in LGBT plus circles referring to feminine appearance. Well, if it wasn't already so clear what the fucky agenda was here. Literal translation. Maybe going out as a girl isn't as bad as I thought. English. Maybe going out as femme won't be bad after all. Yep. The first sentence afterward confuses some manga publishing terms in English adaptation. Hatsuo Okusaku is literally first submitted work, as in the first manga that Banjo submitted to a publisher magazine. Yomikiri, the first one-shots. Her debut one-shot, Monochrome Charlotte, published in Gangan Online's Fresh Ganga in 2011, featured an Otokonoko character. Rensai refers to a serialization when series published regularly in a magazine or the like. Note that Otokonoko is translated here as a boy turned to a girl, so not only a translator working on manga doesn't know publishing terms for work in manga, and this was let through as fucking wrong. So again, not just one thing, it's several things. This calls into fucking question just the general competence of this translator and what they're doing with the series. How was this allowed, and how wasn't this checked beforehand, before it was published? I do not understand. Things like this would immediately stand out, because these are very specific terms that deal with manga publishing in Japanese. Them not knowing these words and them translating it wrong would immediately be evident, but you know, it just went through. No oversight, no nothing. Conclusion. Although I have cataloged several errors above, I do not everyone makes mistakes. So errors here are reasonable and to be expected. The bulk of the volume I take no issue with whatsoever. On most pages, perfectly reasonable adaptation of the corresponding Japanese text, and reads quite naturally as English dialogue overall. Even most of the rewrites are fine in isolation. The problem arises when the work is taken as a whole. If you market a series an LGBT plus romantic comedy, then I expect your adaptation to match how the original work depicts the characters' identities, and especially how the characters identify themselves. Instead, it co-ops the language of the LGBT plus community to strongly imply that Hura is transgendered in a way that is not represented in the original work. Other characters, including Mido, are written to refer to Hura using feminine pronouns, despite Hura himself continuing to state explicitly that he is a guy. It is of course impossible for any translation to be faithful to the original work in its entirety. But having also read the original Japanese, the English localization appears to provide only this one interpretation of the text, and ignores evidence to the contrary. I wouldn't know whether these changes were made intentionally or out of a misguided reading of the Japanese text. I think it's both, considering they also make other mistakes. But the difference is apparent nonetheless. As such, if you do choose to read the English adaptation, be aware that you are viewing the original through a looking glass, and that you see is not clear reflection of the original work. Fucking slow golf clap for that. And guess what the publisher here did? If you have any comments about translations, please contact at ijinisha _r at DM or contact us below. Please refrain from contacting the author directly. But yeah, it got into the point that Japanese had to fucking step in on this shit. And you know, this is slightly related. Here's my good old friend Reikan, retweeted by Unseen Japan. I will do a stream about Reikan and who Reikan is nowadays at some point, because it's a snake. The anime community has a racism problem. The anime community has a homophobia problem. The anime community has a transphobia problem. The anime community has a sexism problem. The anime community has a pedophilia problem. The anime community has a fascism problem. Keep fighting back. Retarded. And going back to the manga, in case you want to know what the original author's intent was in making Hira that type of character, they explained it in an interview that was published before the original English version of the manga was published by Seven Seas. Here's Suzuki, which is the author Banjo's editor for this interview, and I think they're their general editor too. Recently, there have been more and more works about makeup and featuring the romance between a man and an otokonoko, a Japanese term for men who adapt culture, feminine gender expression, usually through cross-dressing or crossplay. But at the end of 2019, these kinds of works still felt fresh. Readers of Ototsuku are nicely split between male and female, almost 50-50. Banjo Boys Love is mainly aimed towards the female public, while otokonoko characters are usually targeted at predominantly male audience, right? Yes, that's why I wondered which one of the two parties would end up supporting Ototsuku the most. After the first volume came out and I had a look at some data, I still couldn't figure out which side it leaned towards. Laughs. Many works out there are loved by both men and women, but it's rare to have such a clean 50-50 ratio. This is definitely one of the Ototsuku's strengths. I shouldn't really say this myself, but this is one of the most cases where miraculous balance just happens to be in place. Ototsuku can be seen as a BL story between high school students. By the way, Boys Love, specifically mentioning two males here. But Hyura is a character that is drawn in a very feminine way, so male readers enjoy it too. I think that if I had expressed Hyura's cross-dressing a different way, the reader's gender's ratio would be skewed differently. So, essentially, Hyura exists as an otokonoko character in a BL story to make it a little bit more appealing to the male audience that, you know, love female presenting characters because traps are cute. And that's undeniable to a lot of people, so, you know, makes sense. But, you know, this particular translator decided to make it into their own fucking interpretation. Just make a cross-dressing boy into a transgendered woman. Let's remove the gays, replace them with something else. At the time, I had the impression that most otokonoko characters were being portrayed as proactive and a bit aggressive. I personally prefer characters who are a little shy and defiant, so I combined these traits with an otokonoko character. And Hyura was born. You can say that Hyura is my ideal... Hold up. Just a moment. Alright. I thought my music stopped, but I didn't. Where did I leave off? You can say that Hyura is my ideal character. Laughs. While I was working on the concept of Otokonoko, who is also a little grumpy, I came with the idea that he would start cross-dressing, not out of his own will, but for his partner's sake. So Mido comes in as a man who loves makeup. The reason why Hyura started dressing up as a woman was to get Mido to notice him, wasn't it? Most Otokonoko characters chose to cross-dress because they like the clothes, so I wondered how Hyura would be received. But it seems like the readers like the fact that he started cross-dressing to get his crush to like him. And there you go. That's what the story is. But you know, it wouldn't be completely retarded unless, you know, some of the people decided to defend this translator's actions. And as if you already noticed, it's not only, you know, pushing agendas in this particular case, it's also incompetence because they fucked up a lot of other things in this story too. Translator's note. When Hyura is affectionately called a heroine as a reference to his cross-dressing, he clearly identifies as a male in the Japanese text, even while wearing stereotypically female clothing. As such, he/him pronouns are used in this article. If this couldn't be more obvious. But there it is! Katrina leans on Daki's gyro, a real human being, decides, you know, to talk about this too and defend this particular translate. I know the translator and they've done their homework on this series. Like how? Reading future volumes, consulting with trans people, and working hard to make sure it's accurate as possible. Shame on those listening to one rando and trashing it. I fully support this translator. I don't know, dear Katrina. I think listening to the author's intent and, you know, learning about their work first and foremost, or just fucking asking them first, would be, you know, your first priority other than asking a community of trans people that have nothing to fucking do with this. How? Did their homework how? What did they do for this homework to botch this story so badly? Do not fucking know. I know tweeting this is going to draw Twitter mob towards me, but that's fine. They can point to one guy's scans analysis of the first volume all they want. It's clearly the same anti-localization stuff I always just co-opted differently. I know not offering my own full essay about why it's good and not giving an example in context is going to stir shit up too, but I know that even if I did, it wouldn't change anyone's mind. That's how stuff on Bird's site works. I know just a very small subset of fans who are very loud, and the rest of the community isn't like this, but it still disappoints me that so much of the community doesn't realize how hard we work to make sure everything is handled with care. We love what we do. You love what you do, but you hate the fucking source material so fucking much, and the authors too, that you just change everything about it. Writing off was an extremely complex and well-researched localization. No. Decision as chancing a character for no reason is absolutely ridiculous, and is 100% something TERFs and Wright would write something Birdside Cloud. Shame on you. Be better. Anyways, I have a lot of my notifs turned off. B, I have block party installed, and C, have reply filtering. So yell at me all you want. I'm not engaging y'all on this. The fucking world-class translator takes feedback like a fucking champ. God, these people need to get fucked. And of course, here's Anthony Israel. Like, here comes the fucking click crowd defending this shit. Holy fuck. Not delving too deep into the discourse, but I really wish people would stop looking too much into Boku as evidence of male identification when Boku-kos and even Orekos exist. I use most of the time outside of work. What does it mean about me? If the two of you say the translation is good, that's enough for me. Although the union situation is making me feel a bit guilty buying anything from them right now. I am not vouching for the TL or anything. I want to stay out of this one and let more relevant voices work it out. But he still decided, you know, to say that the use of pronoun boku and ore doesn't necessarily denote a character's, you know, either gender or gender identification, because that's true. There's a lot of girls that refer to themselves via ore, and there's also a lot of you know, girls that refer to them as boku. I've heard both of these, and they may not mean much without context, but you know, Black Winkle H. Anthony Israel would be sick if he didn't decide to, you know, put his 5 cents into this, just to, you know, own the chuds just a little bit. Fair enough, the series interested me greatly, and while I saw the complaints, I'd rather hear from someone I respect about the translation than just hearsay. These people are the worst authorities on translation. Nobody should be fucking listening to them on anything, as they demonstrated this many times over. And this discourse went on. I'm consistently amazed at 1, how quick people are to believe things they see online, how fast the game of telephone develops. 2, how quick people are to assume malice or agenda pushing rather than the usual formal banal reason behind translation choices. Well, Meru, explain the inaccuracies and outright, you know, not knowing what specific terms actually meant. So, is the more banal reason just gross incompetence better? Because I think it's both of these things. It's both, again, the pushing and it's just incompetence as a translator. And I don't know why he decided to chip in on this one to defend them. Like, so in the other case scenario, the translator is just completely incompetent. And that's supposed to be a defense of them? And let's read more. I'll give the original critic their due for the fact that he didn't bring it recipes. The character in question does declare that he is male in multiple parts of the series. What's in bad faith pile on us the translator though? This isn't fair. The translator behind the official translation has done loads of research into the character and series and made a decision based upon that. The original critic's recipes pale in comparison. Fucking bullshit. They didn't even read that interview. That's some fucking research. Or ask the author what the story was about. Misgendering a character is good when we do it. I just bought both in English and Japanese version of the first volume, and reading through them, I'm afraid the localization choices in question do not make sense. I won't blame the translator though, because I won't pretend I know how editing process works. So you're gonna say that this whole shit happened in editing? The editor decided to switch up agendas? I kind of highly doubt that, but you know, it's not out of the question that this happened. We are expected to believe things are being done in good faith when this is the response to objective evidence, okay? You're the one who isn't being fair to the work itself. Read it by yourself and make up your own mind instead of going, but my body said that you research it. If your friend is wrong, it is your job to correct them. Honestly, I sincerely doubt that. I'd like to see proof of this research and solid reasoning for the changes. In the entire manga I read, well past the officially translated version, there is no evidence pointing to transness in the MC. Period. And that was the story. And we have only 2 more arcs to go through. And I have video clips. I have a lot of video clips. We're going to look for miscellaneous examples of just botched translation or just idiotic fucking localization choices. So once again putting the music on silence, and I'm gonna be playing lots of different very short clips. Very dumb. Here's Funimation's dub cringe compilation. Hope you fucking enjoy. Hold up.
Seems a hell of a lot cooler than the rest of those stuck-up chicks.
So what exactly are you doing here at the arcade? I thought all of the boys were supposed to be stuck in the school's prison.
I was asked to run a couple errands, not that it's any of your business.
Whoa, pump the brakes, Arthur Fonzarelli. Have you got a stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
Do I have to point out what's fucking wrong with this? And I think this one personally is much worse than the patriarchy thing. Tell me, how is this a wise choice? What is the target audience of this dub? And you know, this was like what, 10 years ago at this point that this dub was made, I think. I don't know, that's somewhere around that, maybe 7 so years. Who even at that point knew what fucking Gamergate is? How would they fucking know? And what was that previous line about some Italian sounding character? Like, how are the target audience supposed to know these references? Like, this is all just fucking stupid. How was this allowed to go through? Like, you know, the patriarchy thing was just one thing with, you know, the fucking dragon main. But this in prison school. In prison school of all fucking things. It doesn't even matter what the original, you know, what is in the original Japanese voiceover. You know this is wrong. You know.
Stick up your ass? Or are you one of those dumbass Gamergate creep shows?
Gamergate creep shows. And here's some comparison to from Ore. I think this was Ore no Gal. Or Hajimete no Gal, I think. No, Hajimete no Gal. Here's the original subs.
ライトノベルだけど。ライトノベルって言ってもいくらなんでもエロすぎですよ。それがいいんだろうが、普通の読ませてどうすんだ。女の子が顔を赤くして恥ずかしがりながら読むからお客が喜ぶんだろう。女の子の気持ちも考えてくださいよ。人前で恥ずかしい文章を読まされるなんて嫌に決まってるじゃないですか。
Remember these subs, by the way, because they're gonna be very important when the dub starts playing.
Heavy on the creepy sex stuff! Of course! Where's the fun in forcing these jailbait tricks to read something decent? Plus, most of the freaks who come in here hate women, so seeing girls degraded gives them boners and makes them happy!
If you don't notice, this is missing. Them insulting the audience of light novels. This is added to it.
Well, maybe think about how these girls feel for once. Maybe they don't want to be debased just so you can sell a few more chicken wings to horny losers with mommy issues.
See? There's even more of that.
Check out the balls on this kid! Come in here and lecture me, you dickless cuck!
Do I have to even explain how adding this is just enough fucking appropriate? It's just, you know, same level of insult as incel, just calling someone a cuck.
Boss?
And then there's the Dragon Maid thing again.
いつも言われるから露出度を抑えたんだ。どうかな。次は体を変えるといいですよ。What are you wearing that for? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves. So I changed clothes. Give it a week, they'll be begging you to change back. Huh?
Yep. But I have more. I have more examples. I have more videos. This was just the Funimation Cringe compilation. While I don't have other compilations, I do have clips. So you're gonna watch them. Here's to Lobru. So hold up. Here's the original. With the subs. Here's Rito, the protagonist of Tulovru, saying that he will not marry a woman that can't cook. And they calling him old-fashioned for it, because, you know, it's a kind of stereotypical way to think about women, you know. If a woman can't cook, she's not a good wife. Very simple to understand, right? But guess what? They changed that in the fucking dubbing. Well, I guess Rito just fucking hates women. Because that's misogynistic. Hold up, once more.
That's misogynistic.
And I do fucking like how his like sister's voice doesn't even fit her. She sounds like some old lass, not like his younger sister. Like listen to the voice differences, like just between.
That's misogynistic.
That's misogynistic. Like some fucking middle-aged woman. What the fuck are these fucking choices? There's more. I have more. I came prepared.
でも島津さんってみんなには優しいのに親瓶にだけツンツンなんですよね。
Remember these subs again.
よ。お嬢様。
その呼び方、よしてちょうだい。
じゃあ学園アイドルみおちゃん。
なんでこんなにイライラするのかしら。
さあな、あの日なんじゃないのか。
なんて下品な。
親瓶と島津さんのやりとりは寿命。
And now the dub. I hope you remembered the sub.
It is kind of weird though, because she's nice to everybody. It's only you who really seems to set her off. Shimazu!
Hey. So, what's up, sweet cheeks?
Sweet cheeks instead of, you know, princess.
Don't call me that. You know I hate it.
Sorry, do you prefer Queen of the World?
I'll will never understand how you can get under my skin so easily.
Good question. Maybe it's just that time of the month.
You're such a misogynist.
I can feel you.
Yep. Again, the woman hating is just fucking added to there. It wasn't just, you know, how crude you are, because she's a, you know, Ojo-sama type of character that's gonna use this type of language, think that someone being rude is acting very crude in the way he behaves, but instead of, you know, portraying her as that sort of character, which is, I imagine, very hard to do in English, they just went with the easy dunk. Oh, he must hate women. Oh, so yeah, misogynist. But there's more. Guys, do you remember? There used to be this thing called COVID, and it killed a lot of people. And do you know when a particular sub was done during COVID? Do you remember? What's with the social distancing? Like, even though he just said to her, like, why is she walking so far away from him? But the sub, the person that wrote the sub, they had to remind you that this sub was made during fucking COVID. Do you remember COVID? Do you remember COVID? Do you remember fucking COVID, chat? Because these subs remember fucking COVID. But let me be serious for a fucking second. How would anyone know? Like, I mean, you can kind of infer what social distancing is, you know, based on what the characters are doing, you know, on the screen. But post-COVID people, how would they know what fucking social distancing is? Like, what would they know what this refers to? Like, but do you remember COVID? And you know, they did it again. They made it sure that you remember COVID. Social distance will be set no less than 50 centimeters. Do you fucking remember COVID? You have to remember COVID twice. You know what they did with these subs? They later changed it. Aniplex fucking changed this. The social distancing was removed completely. Holy fucking shit. This is so dumb. But they have more. From today, I will be called... Again, sorry, this went on. From today, I want to be called Woke Gambler Ogata. This has nothing to do with anything. Why is woke here? There is no possible context this character would have to name herself that. There's no possible context. But that's not everything. More. Oh, quit with the virtual signaling. Again, this has nothing to do with what this character is saying. That's not true at all. Small ones are cute. Oh, quit with the virtual signaling. This makes no sense. This character is talking about breasts and saying that, you know, smaller ones are good too. So how the fuck is this even relevant? How is this signaling of any sort of virtue? I don't know. This is just putting words in, like putting buzzwords in, just for the sake of buzzwords. I do not understand. Baffling decision. But, you know, it doesn't end there.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes! And now, are you all ready to discover the truth? Which one among us loves skating the most? And who?
Bitches and bros and non-binary hoes. Because, you know, I guess it's very trendy to insert what people identify as into an anime that has nothing to do with this. There's just some gender affirming bullshit in the dub for whatever reason.
Receives the skating god's blessing.
And here's the sub for comparison. All you fools who love skateboarding, yeah, fucking, again, this is not a meme. This is from the real dub. These people do this for real.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes.
All you fools who love skateboarding, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes. Very equivalent, isn't it? You have to shout out the non-binaries in the audience for dub, otherwise I'm gonna be mentally ill.
Are you all ready to discover the truth? Which one among us loves skating the most? And who receives the skating god's blessing?
So, God damn. But yeah, this is so... hold up. What was this one? Ah, yeah. Here's the localization team from NISA, I believe, talking about Trails of Cold Steel localization practices and what they do with it.
How often do you run into jokes that don't work in English, and how do you go about redoing them?
All the time.
All the time. Like, why Japanese puns? But Eric here is actually extremely talented in kind of manipulating Japanese puns. Even in Japanese, actually, sometimes it's scary.
I'm slowly learning how to say things that make people cringe in Japanese.
Yeah, he won't need me anymore. Yeah, Leave it to hard, me. But I think that is part of localization because it's not, and whether it's a joke or not, we have to make sure that it makes, like, all the text makes sense, not just in the language, but in the culture that we're trying to convey to it.
Yeah. Sometimes it'll be jokes, Japanese jokes might have a little different values than we do.
The Japanese have a little bit different values than we do. You know, those Japanese barbarians and us, the civilized Westerners.
So things like we try to kind of work around things that might be a little sexist, for example, like in Japanese humor.
Work around sexist jokes in Japanese humor.
And with those things, we like to try to make it more culturally appropriate.
More culturally appropriate than, you know, those Japanese fucking barbarians and their sexist fucking jokes.
And that doesn't mean it has to be made less funny either.
No.
It doesn't have to be less funny. I'll take a look at some of these, you know, humor choices that Nisa put into Trails in Cold Steel, because you know, they don't have to be less funny. They can be ultimately less funny than the original Japanese, which, according to them, you know, is just not very good.
We can work in something even better sometimes.
Something even better. All for the sake of, you know, reaching that mythical expanded audience that they want. They think if they censor the fucking game, you know, so that people aren't offended in the content in it, somehow, you know, different fans of Trails are gonna come and buy their fucking games. Doesn't matter if it's fucking Nippon Ichi fucking America that is known for fucking the games up the ass so badly they have to apologize for almost every single fucking release that they do. And, you know, there would be like a very good topic for its own stream, how badly they fuck things up. Not only on, you know, on a translation basis, but on a technical fucking basis. I don't want to even fucking remind you of how they ruined one of the latest games that they fucking released. Fucking Nisa America. Fucking Nisa. But yeah, these are the few clips that I have here. And now we're getting to some of the screenshots. Again, there's like tens of other examples I could be bringing up here, but again, we're 5 hours in, and if I did more, we'd get into 8 hours, and that would be fucking insane. So let me move from this and into other miscellaneous examples of fucking botched translations and shit. First, miscellaneous examples. All right, there it is. Remember their better their fucking attempts at humor. Opinion, trying to appeal to Western sense of humor, I guess. Original Japanese, you are really unlikable. And the English version. Tell me, does one of your fancy swords move involve pulling your head out of your ass? Like peak comedy, isn't it, chat? The girl just said you're unlikable. Why not embellish her words with a crude, stupid fucking joke? This is the better thing, by the way. This is the better thing that they wanted, to know here. And here's Neo, that world ends with you, with references to capitalism that weren't there. Is this supposed to be 104? We aren't glorifying capitalism on my watch. Time to spray it over. The original line had nothing to do with fucking capitalism whatsoever. And here's more trails. Original. You're too tsundere, Rin. Rin's just shy in English. Well, being tsundere doesn't suit Rin anyways. In English, being shy like that doesn't really suit Rin. The quality of being tsundere is not just fucking being shy. It's more like playing hard to get and switching between modes of of being angry with someone and being very affectionate towards them. The equivalent of being a tsundere is certainly not being shy. So yeah. Here's The World Ends With You remix. In the original game, Week 2, Day 3, even events led Neku and Joshua to newly opened Shadow Ramen Shop. When two enter the establishment and attempt to approach the counter, they're kicked out by the store's imposing owner for cutting line, which currently stretches out the shop's door down the street. The Dogenzaka Ramen Wars. And then, there's more trails of Cold Steel. I've discovered that Yuna-san possesses an unexpected high level of femininity in English. Yuna, I suspect you possess some unexpectedly high cooking skills. Because any references to, feminine qualities as, aligning like with cooking, that would be sexist to point out that a woman knowing how to cook is a feminine quality. I can't fucking have that. That's too fucking sexist. Better change it to something else. The refusal of service prompts Neku to voice his frustration with the situation, particularly with his difficult grasping the concept of that such young business could already have such fervent customer base. In Japanese, Joshua admits to Neku, "I can't be helped. It's a competitive society." I know I'm flipping between these two, but you'll understand in a moment why. You seem to be along quite well with Ironblood's favorite woman. And in English, seems like you're pretty close with the Chancellor's best piece of arm candy. Opinion, favorite woman is more disrespectful than favorite piece of arm candy. So I feel like they toned it down. Japanese, favorite. Woman, localization, favorite decoration for political appeal. Frankly, I think both of those are equivalent, but one was a reference to woman, and the other is objectifying her. But reference to woman can have that's sexist. And here's Yet in English, Joshua instead simply laments, "Welcome to capitalism, Neku." What's up with fucking the world wends with you with the newest game and also the remakes that translator and localizer really had things to fucking say about capitalism. So hire some fucking comic translator that inserts their own fucking bullshit into it. More trails. My pleasure in Japanese. In English. No problem. Binerino. And you'll fucking notice that Trails is not the only game that they put this Flanders from The Simpsons like fucking dialogue here. Binerino. Again, this is their better version of humor. I'm reminding you. I was just saying, my pleasure is no problem, Binerino. Very cool. And here's another interesting case. Do you remember River City Girls 0? And how it had two versions of translations. Like one was, more of the localized version, and another one is more of the literal version of it. Well, there are some localizers that had problems with that too. So what's the difference between English and New English literal? And here's way forward explaining. New has the characters speak a bit more like they did in RCG1. Literal is a direct translation as possible. And hold up. Yeah, here it is. And here's them coming forward, like some of the localizers having problems with that. Because mind you, they even have problems with two versions of that shit being offered. It's not like, one was favored for the other, just two options. The thing I want to emphasize is practical realities aside, I don't approach game localizations like I'm composing the one true translation that can exist. What you get when you buy the game is my take on the material, but not the take that gives me the confidence to be creative. Insane. And here's triangle strategy, removing references to women. Quite impudent coming from powerless women. It appears your impudence is contagious, Aurora. Your charge knows not how powerless she is. Can't have women in there. But speaking of triangle strategy, despite this, you should really play it. It's an excellent game. 10 out of 10 for me. And then this guy continues. In practice, many of my localizations exist in isolation, but not all. I don't talk about it often. Like I did with Amagami the game, my LP isn't the only translation folks can experience or will be in the future. That's okay. Neither takes away the ability for the other to exist. And again, I'm sorry I'm flipping between these, a lot of these, because I have so many of these and I didn't put them in order properly. But here's more of triangle strategy doing its thing. Fast friends become a pair for whatever reason. I see both of you really trust each other. You two are quite the pair, aren't you? And you are, she is. Fast friends from the day we met. And you are? JP, so I know I just asked Roland to introduce her. English sounds like a line written by the Fujo localizer. Here's more of Tom complaining. So if I say Namco were to email me 10 years from now on and be like, Tom, you and your team's previous localization of Tales of Arise breaks the PlayStation 6. I have to do it all over from scratch. I wouldn't be broken about it because my old work would still exist. And again, there's more triangle strategy. What is it then? A travel out hero alone in English and in Japanese. What? A woman hero alone? Can't have that. Travelers often come like in singular units in the woods. Sometimes you will meet a single traveler. So why would it make sense to say this? Like, is it so unusual that there are single travelers in the woods? What's this then? A traveler out here all alone? I think it would be more, you know. I think it would be a rarer occasion to see a singular woman that might not be, you know, a combatant or soldier being in the woods. That would be a more unusual situation than just a lone traveler, of which there are many. But you know, whatever. And then going back to Tom, still complaining. But for me to have a career, for companies to trust me with their previous games and demonstrate the trust that been repaid previously, that that work I needs to be singular for that release. I need a publisher to show my product is saleable on its own merits and that they have my back. Game localization companies or publishers aren't there to prop you up, my dude. They're there to sell the game. They aren't there to, you know, further your career. These companies are there to make money. They aren't there to be your personal promotional pieces. And guess what? Fire Emblem fucking Fates and what they did to this one. To explain very quickly, instead of, you know, these two characters, Saiz and Baruka, having a heart-to-heart, which is, you know, them talking about them both being assassins, respectively, and having a very serious conversations about what it means to kill people. Either via laziness or to make a stupid fucking joke based on the fact that both of these characters are usually very silent, you know, they aren't very talkative. The English localization decided to just do ellipses, 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 ellipses. And then Saiz and Baruka attained support level. This is so fucking disrespectful to what the original creator here had to say, because, again, they have a very heart-to-heart moment. Two warriors working in the shadows, sharing a moment with one another. Like, there's nobody else in the army as they are, because, you know, they are assassins. They work covertly. They are killers for hire, and they all have their respective philosophies about that, and all of that is explained in this text. I won't read that, but, you know, I'm just giving you the gist of it. And what the localizers here did is just essentially one of the worst things you can do to a person's work. Just completely remove it. For either cases are bad. Either this is laziness or a huge stupid fucking joke, just because these two characters are normally pretty silent. So having them stare at each other would be so fucking funny, chat. It would be so fucking funny if these two usually quiet assassins just stared at each other and had all of their dialogue replaced with ellipses. So fucking funny. Fuck these people. And back to Tom complaining that, you know, publishers aren't propping up his translations. Whatever happens after the fact is a separate conversation. As long as the artwork is tangible and I'm credited, that's what counts. How could a translator like me demonstrate my insight and creative autonomy? It's worth paying for it. It has to compete with itself in its own release. Oh, poor you, motherfucker. And here's some more line changes to Fire Emblem, which the NA localizers did. Which essentially, I'm not going to be reading all of them, but they changed a lot of, you know, romantic options. Like, but as my queen changed to friendship, I love you changed to my closest friend. Right by your side, you know, denoting, you know, deeper feelings than friendship, changed to friends. I'm in love with you, changed to friends. Why are they so fucking allergic to romance? Is this haram? What the fuck is going on here? JP version, Becoming My Bride, changed to When I Meet Someone You Really Love. So it's not you, I guess. It's not you, Soleil. It's somebody else in the ENA version. My Beloved, changed to Compliment. What the fuck were they smoking with this one? I do not fucking know. Can't have fucking that. Oh man, so many. And you know, guess what? Like, Tom isn't done complaining yet. As we go through examples of bad localization, Tom just keeps on complaining. Again, for my logistical reasons, I don't expect so-called creative versus literal toggles to become a facet of the vast majority of game localizations going forward. I hope it's a choice that more experienced pubs than WF appreciate has grave consequences if handled poorly. Yeah, for you. Because your creative choices for translation cannot fucking shine through. You fucking narcissistic asshole. WayForward are releasing the original River City Girls with new and literal English translations. People in the localization industry are rightfully upset about the decision because it feeds into myths and misconceptions about video game translation and undermines games writing. No, it just undermines your translation and keeps you honest because people can check between, you know, a more literal translation and what you came up with. And it's not like one is removed for the other. There's two options. Why the fuck are you complaining about this? If, you know, if people didn't have problems with translators and localizers often fucking up their work, this wouldn't be a problem at all. So the only people you have to blame is yourself, essentially. So keep on fucking complaining. Directly translating words can create mistranslations and inaccuracies because even if the word seems the same, the intended meaning of the source text and / or the meaning or interpretation of translation can vary from the source. That is true, but again, they gave you two fucking options. So you can check between these two if you want to. You don't have to, you know, pick one over the other necessarily. With literal translations meaning a characterization is lost, see point 1. The majority of major studio translations try to maintain the overall tone of the world and personalities of individual characters, translated so the game writing is entertaining as the source. Again, do not disagree with that, but again, you have gotten two choices. Stop complaining. Awkward, which is often come from being literal, direct translations, undermine game writing too. I've wrote a beautiful, amazing text for a game only to have it butchered. In another language with direct, awkward wording, I'd be upset. Yeah, see, this would be all fine and well, but the way you guys often embellish the original fucking text is by adding nonsense to it. This is why people wanted two of these versions, like a literal one and whatever the fucking slop you decided to give them. Which I don't know if it's actually slop. I still have to play River City Girls, but you know, I'm not very confident considering they wanted, like, you know, both translations and the publisher provided. And you know, someone decided to make this political. Here's them replying to James complaining about his work not reaching a wider audience. I clicked on this thinking, I wonder how many people who aren't translators are going to bitch about the use of creative. And here was basically the entire thread. Kinda glad my translation career is over because we have the most ungrateful fans in the whole goddamn world. See, this is what I was talking about at the very beginning of the stream. These people see themselves as stars and them having fans. This is what they care about. They care about propping their own work and not, you know, respecting whose work they're translating. Again, translators, you are servants to the people that you tell the stories of. And you have to tell these stories accurately the way the creators wanted them to be told. This isn't about fucking you. This isn't about people being grateful to you. Because you are just the fucking messenger. That's all you fucking are. And, you know, some of you are very good at embellishing the story so much so that it doesn't necessarily change the context or the meaning of the author without, you know, adding super superfluous things to it, but these are just entitled pricks. No better than that. I want to see a list of all these games supposedly infected by the translator's personal politics epidemic. For as much as I hear alt-right gamers drop this accusation, I've literally seen it in person, which I realize probably means it's BS, like most alt-right nonsense. Of course. And of course, Fire Emblem Fates, the fucking Benghazi of online arguments about video game translations. I mean, it's like the worst fucking example you can give in a major fucking Nintendo published game, so why the fuck wouldn't they bring it up? Retard. Like, yeah, the localization job of Fire Emblem Fates was a disaster. It was all half a decade ago, almost never germane to discussion at hand other than exemplified translation bad. Oh, they really like to, go back into this expiration date argument. Like, this was like such a long time ago. Things have changed for the better, or nothing bad happened in between that time. Like, why are you bringing up this old thing? People are so fucking desperate. I'll be humble and take bad faith criticism from people who don't know the first thing about how this job works too hard. Yeah, and you fucking do. At the end of the day, I really have to say is this. Translation is an inherently creative endeavor, as much as an art as it is science. Localization is not a dirty word, and it's not a conspiracy to ruin your Japanese experience, and alt-right acts in bad faith. We hear your literal, and here's way forward, after this whole fucking discussion. We hear you. Literal was poor word choice and not intended the way it was taken. So in the next River City Girls Zero update and all the remaining versions, the 2 English translations will be labeled RCG and original. These terms better reflect our intent for localization. And here's a whole slew. Like I was saying, we're going back to older games and old localization decisions, like for what 4Kids did with the censorship. Well, to keep it very short with the 4Kids stuff, 4Kids did what 4Kids did because they took up stories, they took up anime, like Pokemon, which is already kind of child-friendly, but, child-friendly doesn't mean the same in Japan as it means in North America. So there were a lot of things that they were afraid children will either not understand or children were too young in specific instances that were shown in the anime, like, onigiri fucking balls, rice balls being changed to fucking, these fucking delicious jelly donuts, because American kids are fucking stupid and they can't tell the difference between something that looks like a fucking donut and something that doesn't look like a fucking donut. Like, removing some of the, sexual stuff, which is kind of normal because, if it's supposed to appeal to young kids, then I guess you can have that in a story like that. But the different sensibilities between what Japanese kids can handle and what fucking North American kids can handle. So that's the difference there. Like what they did to One Piece, which is still another good example of that, is that they took an inherently pretty violent fucking series and decided to tone it down to the point of fucking nonsense that they replaced guns with like weird super soakers and hold up, I need to show this shit to you because I didn't prepare screenshots for that, but you guys need to see this if you haven't. This is so fucking stupid. What they did with like one example of a gun, like One Piece 4Kids gun. You guys need to see that because like what the fuck is this? Like how is this supposed to hurt anybody in like any conceivable way? Hold up. Can I quickly copy this? I did find it, but hold up. I screenshotted it. Did it screenshot properly? I think it did. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this was a gun, by the way. This is like a weird hammer device on a spring. Like, would a hammer would be too violent? That's why they put it on the spring. Like, I want to understand like the decision-making process in creating this thing that used to be a gun. So, you know, to make it this a little bit less violent, because a hammer, like pointing a hammer at someone is still pretty violent. You can do a lot of damage with a hammer, right? But I guess putting the hammer on a springboard, like attaching, you know, the top of the hammer to a spring, would make it like less painful if you get hit by it. Like, like how the fuck does this work? Like, I would like to know. But apparently, according to 4Kids, this is a lot less violent. This is a lot less violent than a gun, and I guess this is a lot less violent than a hammer. So these are a few of the decisions they make. The other like censorship decisions that 4Kids has done, like either removing guns completely, replacing them with super soakers, because that's very effective at fighting like violent pirates. They removed a lot of blood, a lot of more grievous injuries that the characters suffer, all for the sake of, you know, making the appeal to kids. And they added like a very, very bad rap at the beginning as the opening to One Piece, like with the yo ho ho and shit. It's just so comedically bad to the point where they you know, try to make it more kid friendly. But this was their reasoning. Some of the reasoning people have right now for changes is just simply not the same. And he's he's an older story than that for Skies of Arcadia, a 2000 game by Sega. And the localizers of it just outright saying that they just remove whole swaths of Japanese text and replace them with whatever, saying that it's gonna fit out somehow. So let's take a look at some of these examples of what the localizers were saying about it. Replying, Vorlik confessed, one of the localizers, by the way. We basically sat down, I did a rough translation of the text, and then threw away the Japanese text. We mapped out the big story beats in each scene, and then just watched the cutscenes and ad-libbed what we imagined each character would say, and then rewrote a lot of the dialogue completely. He divulged, eliciting a reply of, "Ah, nice," from Nugen. Or however you pronounce that, upon learning one of his favorite games essentially had a made-up script for English speakers. Fucking fantastic. I was Enrique, Vigoro, and Fina, for example, he disclosed. Chris was Glider and Ika, so he did a lot of humor. Vice was both of us. Them inserting themselves as characters, by the way, into the game. He next revealed that it was not just swords and foes that had been renamed with staff in mind, but also a lot of the characters were named after various Q&A people, etc. Mabel the Rider was an assistant lead, Mabel Chung. He explained in reference to the NPC Angela the Bottomless. Timus the Gunner, formerly Tyrone the Roundhouse Neck Kicker, was named after my friend Tim, who was the guy who got my first industry job. Haha. Yeah, we asked the team, they said, go for it, he clarified. It was just a little bonus for us. Vorlik also explained that Sharon has been renamed Lindsay after the game's QA lead. However, according to Vorlik, some of the changes were made with a more direct and censorious intent in mind. Removing cigarettes/cigars, such as from Glider's victory pose, changing beard to Loka, and adjusting some of the female characters' costumes to reduce ESRB disclaimers and keep the rating low, the translator confirmed. Nugen then brought up the censorship of blood during a scene where Ramirez draws his own while gripping a blade. Warlick wistfully confessed, yeah, 2000 a bit of a transitional year for the industry. People still hesitant to let things get too mature. God damn. I'm sure there were tons of various references we threw in text as well, but I've forgotten them all, haha. Warlick stated, prompting Nugan to compare how I quote from Gilder about women being like sunsets was originally about doing the things that have never been done before. Laughing, Warlick stated, that was Chris. I shook my head when he came up with that line, haha. But I ultimately agreed that Nugan's take that she changed line totally fits the character. Women are like sunsets. They're beautiful, but there will be a different one tomorrow. That's my motto. Warlick further recalled, I think my favorite line that he wrote was Vice's father in the beginning after he shoots the soldier and says something like, I only see three of you. Guess you couldn't tell he's a huge fan of Josh Whedon's work and tries to emulate his style of the nonchalant sarcasm. Haha, he elaborated. Fucking fantastic, emulating Josh Whedon in fucking before the year 2000. It just fucking made a different game altogether, as someone says in the chat. We're grown up playing games, we know a lot more of the frustration Vorlich emphasized. Many say that the downfall of all RPGs is the localization, and we don't want that to fall on our shoulders. We're doing as best as we can to make this sound like a real story rather than something that sounds as if someone translated it. You know, but it doesn't have to be... you can just make it up, right? Like, why translate it as accurately as possible? You can just make shit up. For his part, Lookish closed. Hopefully by the time you finish this game, you feel like you've grown up with these characters like you know them. Have you guys read the Dragonlance novels? Similarly, Vorlich concluded. You would know how the characters would behave in any given situation. That's what we tried to get in the game. By the end of the game, you kind of know Vice is going to do this and so on. You kind of anticipate almost. Sometimes they throw you a little curveball, but you will know these characters like the back of your hand. Me and Gunarm are gonna be a big, real big, not like the old fart with that. Netflix English language dub of the superhero anime Tiger and Bunny 2, which I still have to watch. I really like Tiger and Bunny 1. It's a really interesting take on like superheroes. Highly recommend season 1 of this. Has changed an instant of dialogue from the original Japanese script in order to have a male character, Golden Ryan, both criticize outdated gender norms and declare himself a feminist. And there's no agenda pushing, by the way. They say there's no agenda pushing in localization. While Golden Ryan's original dialogue depicts an acknowledgement that Blue Rose's gender led him to be overprotective, in English this sentiment is taken to a self-flagellating extreme. Hey, begins the hero, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Back at the training facility, saying that she wouldn't be able to protect me. It was nothing, Blue Rose tells him in return. I was pissed off. I hadn't thought about it since. It was nothing. Golden Ryan then exclaims, it's an outdated gender norm. I feel like I need to protect you. I was raised better. I think I might be a feminist. Fuck these people. With a rake. With a non-localized rake. But you know, this is probably one of the dumbest shit I think when it comes to like localization changes and what's offensive and what not and what's not. Have you heard about the ethics of fucking unnatural legs in localization? Because this is what this is. The movement of the legs is a bit too much and unnatural. Maybe the character doesn't in background looks great. Yes, that's what I thought. I work in video game, and whenever Japanese designers send us these kinds of designs for female characters' legs with inward knees, we reject them as unnatural. I wish they do more anatomically correct legs for women. And here's Japanese dev replying to this. Walking and posing with the inner toes is a kind of JP culture often seen in kawaii and in fact many young girls who do so. We don't feel this is unnatural. It does look like too cutesy though. Would be happy if you would not correct our culture and the taste of JP girls. I'm sorry if this is offended you, sensei. This is the rules for the workplace that I work in. I'm well aware of the kawaii culture, in part the Harajuku scene myself. I've posted like that too, but you have to understand this is the process of localization. The localization of fucking women's knees. These people are fucking knee localizers. Fuck. Offensive knees. And sometimes when it's overly exaggerated, it also offends people here, so nobody can win, really. Offended by knees. Offended by inward-facing knees. What the fuck? Understand there are different cultures and some of them are unacceptable. We don't intend to be careless in order to offer our games globally. Not sure how to deal with the girl with the inner legs though, but we are going to be careful about the expressions in the game. Cut off her legs, make her an amputee, make it like a representation, an inclusivity thing. Cut off her legs, put her in a wheelchair for representation. Then you don't have knees to worry about. No worries, Sensei. I work for a very big game company that offer games mainly intended for young children. That's why you have to be extra careful because the children might get offended at the fucking knees. Sensei's game will probably be rated for teenagers and older, so you'll be fine. What fucking nonsense. Too many prudish Westerners who think their way is the right way these days. Hey, friendly correction here. It has nothing to do with being prudish. Sometimes when it's overly exaggerated, it looks like there's a problem with knee bones of the character, hence why we ask to think it looks just a bit more natural. What the fuck? The children might get scared of inner facing knees, like inward. Knees facing inward might offend the children. Yeah, I understand the intent. I also tweeted about it, but the video is playing quite fast and it could be seen as exaggerated. We are in the process of creating the motion as well, so we plan to adjust it so it looks more natural. In any case, glad for the input, thanks. That's very good input that you got. I'm happy you understand. Crying emoji. If you ever want to describe a localization for Western audiences, such as the things that are seen as possibly strange, feel free to send me a message and I'll be happy to give you an opinion from a professional localizer editor's point of view. How the fuck do they think they reach like bigger audiences with this sort of thing? Things that nobody would ever think to be offended about. Even like, would people in Muslim countries be offended by knees? I guess they would. But I guess they want to appease those two. There's a Nagatoro Giga Chad one. You know, it's just kind of it sucks just a little bit, but it's not the worst. The intention of why it was put there is. Translation is all about choosing who to annoy and sticking with it. Guess who I chose? Nagatoro saying sus. So again, sus or GigaChat, not that bad on their own, but when you have context like this, why do you think people do not respect these translators and localizers when their main intention is to piss people off? Holy fuck, these people. This one was about the social distancing thing, and it's here with in Kaguya-sama, and it's explained with this. It's why you're staying away from me or something like that. There was no reference to social distancing in Japanese dub. The word the manga author would have seen the future better than Kojima could with Death Stranding. Of course, I will forbid being within less 50 centimeters of each other. Again, no social distancing. Manga author does not see the future. In other words, Funimation is at it again. Again, this was removed in another sub, the social distancing thing. This one is really fucking stupid. Sub and dub differences between the two different versions of Bastard. I have to read the manga still. I haven't watched all of the anime, but I do want to read the manga. Seems like something good. Sub, she's a well-endowed girl. She's well-endowed for a girl. She's actually pretty hot. Yeah, can't mention a woman that has nice tits. If this changes to something else in the dub. Sub, if you try anything, I'll bite my tongue. Dub, if you try anything weird, I'll bite your tongue off. I mean, there's quite a difference between saying you'll commit suicide and you'll kill somebody. I guess they're trying to make this woman not as much of a victim here. I guess that was their intention, but again, that they're completely bypassing the creator's intent here of saying that she's gonna kill herself if he dares do anything to her. So, girl power. Go. More. Subs. Shayla, let's go while those idiots buy us some time. Ladies first. Dub. You should get going while your knights are buying some time for us. You go up first. Can't say ladies first. Giving women priority just because they're women is sexist. Sub. You must take responsibility for this. Dub. I'll have you know, this is your fault, not mine. Subs, you bitch. Dub, you're a foolish little princess. No gendered insults in my fucking gory anime with lots of violence and nudity and shit. Call her a foolish little princess. That's some fucking departure from calling someone a bitch. So on the next time, chat, if you want to call someone a bitch, remember, don't be sexist. Call them a foolish little princess. They'll probably call you gay, but you did it to yourself at that point. This one. Collection of Saga Final Fantasy Legend has a trigger warning pop-up on the game start saying the game has been replicated in its original form. Yet there were also changes to meet evolving cultural and social norms. Title has largely been faithfully replicated in its original form, but several changes have been made to meet evolving cultural social norms. Again, that mythical wider audience they're aiming for. And here's people discussing this on GameFAQs and what they actually changed. Right, more changes noted. The cat claw and the cat claw fixing an error obviously, but still kills the nostalgia. The Vulcan has been changed to Vulcan. All references to atomic power plant have been censored to just power plant because nukes are scary in your post-apocalyptic hellscape. Stupid change. Naturally, the plutonium is changed to some made-up word like bullshit nonium or something like that. And one more I've noticed: the N-bomb has naturally been changed into the A-bomb. So atomic power plant, and plutonium is bad, but A-bomb okay, because someone upon hearing N-bomb might think something else than atomic power. So I guess that's why they changed it. Doesn't matter. The N can stand for something else. Lord, there is no rhyme or reason to think. Are they afraid people are going to make jokes about the N bomb like it's an F bomb? That's the only reason I can think of these weird changes. The nigga bomb. God damn. At this point, there are so many random bizarre changes. They might as well just read down the script. None of these are particularly big deal, but it's odd they have done this while leaving the pretty crappy translation mostly intact, save for very minor errors that were corrected. The terrorist enemies have been renamed to partisans. Can't have terrorists get their feelings hurt by being the enemy in a 30-year-old video game. That would be so horrible. Uh, this one is pretty good too. Burning One posted. It's a color. The word color has been changed to pigment. In the original Game Boy versions, speak to Johnny in Giant's Town, and he'll tell you that one of the stairs is colored differently. You can get in that way. The new version, he says, one of the stairs is pigmented differently. You can get in that way. So the changes that they try to make the game trademark free or prevent lawsuits, I understand, but stuff like this makes me scratch my head. Why? Are they afraid some people is going to freak the fuck out over the word colored because they think it's offensive towards black people in a totally unrelated context? That seems like a massive stretch. Are they afraid some players are going to be like, heard there, the game is black and white and there are no colors, I want a refund, heard there. Like, what is the reason behind these changes? It's just bizarre. Are they doing the old map makers trick where they make a small change to the map to try to sue pirates to copy it? Are they trying to make the new version slightly different enough to get a whole new copyright applied? What's the reason? Or just because they can? I noticed the code changes to pistol too. 2 streams or so left for me playing part 2. Not going to lie, these changes seem all over the place, to me as well. Thank you to everyone for listening, the changes you find. A few other things I've noticed that are basically trademark-friendly changes, like Colt is not just called the pistol, and Red Bulls are now Red Horns. The Obake one is just localizing the mythological reference, Bodak, or maybe Scottish equivalent of basically the same thing. It's color. The word color has been changed to pigment. The original Game Boy version speak. I already read that one. Here's them doing stupid shit to Princess Connect with like Nichan getting changed to Mr. Nice Guy. Why? Can have this character call you big bro or shit like that. Them inserting like meme speak into shit. You too, whiz boy. Who the heck falls asleep in the middle of the road? Talk about a bro moment, am I right? You're like the GOAT, my guy. Doing percentage math and stuff like that is super wow. I'm glad Princess Connect is dead now. Here's culture appropriation from Neo That World Ends With You. Is Kuri original Japanese? Is Kuri made by me, a Japanese, not an Indian authentic? Can I call this curry, or is this just culture appropriation? And in case you don't know why these two things aren't equivalent, questioning authenticity of a meal is not the same of questioning if it's culture appropriation, because culture appropriation is called it has a negative connotation to the point of, you know, stealing somebody's culture. Just like, you know, stealing Japanese culture's specific meanings and changing it to something else. So, is this localization culture appropriation? Yes, it is. So yeah, these are not the same thing. Not in any sort. This one kind of pisses me off because the character speaking here, like, it's not that they added, you know, what they think is equivalent meme speak, is that the character has a mean streak. They added a mean streak to her, which isn't present in the original Japanese. She calls them losers, dummies, and shit like that. Just adds a completely different, you know, characterization to her, and this is what pisses me off in this version. So yeah, fuck them for adding these extra layers. This is Super Robot Wars 30, Super Robot Wars 30, I believe. Original. A suspicious person possessing the grotesque appearance of a body made up of a woman's body on the right side and a man's body on the left side. And the way it was translated. An individual created by forcibly attaching the right half of a woman and the left half of a man. Can't call it fucking grotesque. That's insensitive and probably sexist. Can't call this combo of Baron Ashura from Mazinger Z. I can't call that grotesque. That's over the line. Here's more triangle strategy stuff. Original Japanese. Take care of Frederica-san. I won't forgive you. Make her cry, you hear? And a word of advice, lad. In English, you do well not to anger her. There's quite a difference between, you know, making a girl cry and angering her, but, you know, I guess they were going for a strong female character. Don't piss her off. Instead of, you know, weak female character. Do not make her cry. That might have been the purpose of this, but who the fuck knows? Here's 7Cs once again with their bullshit. They remove a reference to a sex slave. Scanlation. I sure want to have a chick that looks like Yamada as a sex slave. 7Cs just removed that. I'd love to get with Yamada. 9 out of 10 scamlators recommend. Sure, I want a chick like Yamada, my sex slave. And here's the Japanese role. Can't have that sex slave. Here's Live Alive. They remove all like gendered references and things that could be sexist. Alright, no need to get angry, you're letting your pretty face go to waste. You may rest assured that I will not. It's a good strong name worthy of pride, but pride will let you astray if you let it. Is it not so long ago? Completely fucking different thing. Here's them removing the fucking Spanish. Amigo! In Spanish Japanese. Greetings, my friend. I guess using a different language. I don't know, English is culture appropriation. So just remove that, amigo. And more. Original Japanese. It's not a woman's place to butt in when a man is setting things straight. Sometimes you gotta own up to your mistake. Consequences be damned. Am I right? Why won't they let these characters just be fucking sexist as they're supposed to be? This changes their fucking character. Like, if the original creator wanted the character to act this way, and not the other way around, as the localization suggests, because, you know, remove that fucking offense once again for that audience, that new audience that doesn't fucking exist. Let the fuckers be sexist. Oh, a cute boy. Come over to my place and you can eat or do something else. Come on. Hey, this ain't no place for children. Come back when you're a little older, why don't you? So they removed, you know, inciting a boy for what seems like a sexual relation to something just completely the opposite. Fantastic. This one is also very, very fucking bad. I just saw this and I'm generally fuming. Without any doubt, this is the worst thing I have seen in any translation. This trumps any mistranslation, mishap, typo, etc. Never before has something been so ignorant, disrespectful, and to the work's original intent. This is about Chaos Head Nova, a visual novel. Let's break this down. They did not localize this term in any way, just leaving it in basic form, and they wrote an entire tip just to explain why they did so. No, none of this was in the original game. The tip simply explained where the term came from. Unfortunately, the idea does not translate to the non-ideogram-based language like English, quoting what they wrote there. Yes, it does. English has phrases, terms that have been twisted and warped everywhere, especially on the internet. The easiest way to render this would be God, like, you know, leet speak for God. A little plain, but still. Just the general concept of acting like Japanese is some mystical language that can be truly translated is just ridiculous to me. The better way to do this would be find another similar concept of idea that was also a meme/slang at the time, since God is admittedly weak. However, they didn't do either. No, they said we won't force Takumi, the protagonist of Chaos Head, Takumi to use 2000s era lead speak or long forgotten memes. The game takes place in 2008, 2009. What do you mean? So not only did they not bother translating, they're against the very concept of bothering. One of Chaos Head's central themes is exploring how the internet and culture can affect someone and their upbringing. And you're telling me they put next to no effort into maintaining that in the English version because it would be embarrassing for everybody? Yes, this is actually what they wrote there. Having Takumi speak in lead speak would be embarrassing to everybody. Like, they weren't forgotten at the time of the game came out. Hello! Like, I'm sorry for being more aggro than usual in these threads, but this is generally has me so upset. Let's just destroy part of the game's identity in regards to a certain time period because it's cringe. Like, the other one where they wrote an entire paragraph just to say, we didn't translate it, it was really bad. But this is just so much worse. I can't believe this made it into an official release. What a goddamn embarrassment. Jesus. Here's back to our friends at 7 Seas again. 7 Seas Entertainment has apologized to fans for taking a heavy-handed editorial approach towards Classroom of the Elite and Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation, after it was discovered that the independent manga publisher heavily censored both respective series. 7 Seas censorship regarding these two titles first came to widespread attention last month when following the release of the Classroom of the Elite light novel's 7th volume. Fans noticed the massive amounts of text have been completely omitted from the book's English language release. According to a number of comparisons between the official English release and a fan translation of the book, original Japanese text provided by Reddit user Veritas11 on the r/Classroom of the Elite subreddit, 7 Seas censorship saw numerous instances of text being outright removed from the light novel. In one scene wherein Kei Kurizawa recounts the relentless bullying she endured during her middle school years, 7 Seas removed nearly 2 paragraphs of the text in which the heroine spoke of the fear and distress the schoolyard abuse had sparked within her. Official 7 Seas translation. I was freezing. Ice water dripped from my hair. They dumped water over me for hours, 4 times now. My uniform was soaked right through, even my under was wet. But my chilled body didn't scare me, it was the ice in my heart that did. Come on, that is enough, Kuroizawa. Make things easier on yourself, there is no need to suffer any further. Ryujin sneered. And a part translation, with what was removed in text in bold. It chilled me down to my core, the chill of the water dripping from my hair. They dumped water on me over 4 times now. Not only my uniform, but even my underwear are soaking wet now. But it's not the fact my body is trembling from the cold that terrifies me. It's the cold that grips my heart. A darkness deep and dark enough to make you resent the world reared in its head. Why am I being bullied? Those feelings gradually change. Why am I even alive? What did I do wrong? I began to blame myself. My heart that frozen over the started eating away at my body. The scars that run deep began to ache again. Hey, save yourself already, Kureizawa. There's no need to suffer anymore. And this in front of me. Ryujin laughed while pressuring me for a confession. Why the fuck did they remove that? I don't know. And I didn't remember if they gave an actual reasoning for it. But there's more with Mushoku Tensei. Shortly after the changes of Classroom Elite were brought to light, fans of Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation from the 7 Seas Entertainment had made similar omissions to the text of the series' first 2 volumes. As reported in the /r Mushoku Tensei subreddit and personally confirmed by Anime News Network, these changes included a scene in which depicted the protagonist Rudeus groping and attempting to pull off the panties of a sleeping girl, being replaced with him trying to pull her shirt over her stomach to prevent her from catching a cold. And several instances wherein the company completely removed the references to rape. Another notable change from Volume 1 involved removing references to rape. When Linnea described her past sexual history with Paul to Rudeus in Chapter 9, he mentally referred to Paul's action as rape and adultery. It was changed in English to a cheater and womanizer. wrote Anime News Network. In another section earlier in the same chapter, Lilia recalls an incident where Paul snuck in her bedroom at night for sex, describing the initial act as forced. The reference to force was removed in the English version. So yeah, that's what they do. You know, even if you do not agree with the way these characters are portrayed by the author, if you're a translator, it's not your job, even as a localizer, to remove these, because they are put in there for a reason. Removing these things there just, you know, removes that part of these characters' actions, making them better than they actually are. And they aren't supposed to be better. They're supposed to be, you know, rapists. They're supposed to be rapists. They're supposed to, you know, be adulterers. You shouldn't sugarcoat that just to make them look better for I don't know, for whom. Are you going for some lowered rating? It doesn't work that way with fucking light novels. What they were trying to do with this, I do not fucking know. In response to these changes being brought up to light, Seven Seas issued a statement to Anime News Network apologizing for the heavy-handed editorial approach in certain portions of the text, regarding Classroom of Elite announcing a re-edited release of the series' 7th volume, and noting that they're currently re-evaluating our editorial choices concerning Mushoku Tensei. The localization process, especially with novels, involves multiple stages of editing after receiving the raw translation, said Seven Seas. The process of creating smooth and readable English language prose often involves condensing and readjudging text, so line-by-line translation comparisons are not always one-to-one. Yeah, but if you remove someone questioning the reason of them being alive, I think that removes a lot of agency from that character, considering, you know, the depth of the trauma they're going through. So if you remove that from a character's inner monologue, you're removing a big part of what can be their motivation going forward as they develop as a character. So do not remove shit just because you're condensing things into things. Seven Seas' goal is to provide accurate translations that reflect the author's intent, yet at the same time, we pride ourselves on providing polished English versions that are commercially viable and enjoyable to read. So, I don't know, there's a lot of books out there that have rape and cheating in them, and they are very commercially viable, so why shouldn't this be any different? I don't know. Our accomplished editors, many of them who are critically acclaimed writers as well as diehard manga and light novel fans, are tasked with carefully threading the needle and balancing word-for-word accuracy with fluidity. The publisher added, in most cases, we are quite pleased with the results and are confident in our translations stack up with our competitors' translations and other professional prose novels in English. Man, lies. That said, localization process is always a judgment call. In the case of Classroom of the Elite, Volume 7 fans rarely drew our attention to our heavy-handed editorial approach in certain portions of the text. Seven Seas admitted, we appreciate this criticism but have taken into heart. As a result, we have now re-edited the book and are releasing a new version shortly, both digitally and print. That strikes a more careful, considerate balance. Like, listen, if I can judge it immediately why removing that specific part of her inner monologue was bad, then them with all the professional translators, editors, you know, not being able to spot that before the book was published is something fucking else. As for Mushoku Tensei, we are currently re-evaluating our editorial choice and will be making necessary adjustments on some volumes soon. We thank fans for invaluable feedback. The company concluded, localization is not a science, it's an art form. Shut the fuck up. We'll continue to refine our in-house editorial standards to ensure that our localizations remain faithful, yet artful. Shut the fuck up. They really see themselves as you know, these creatives that you cannot challenge, these these but then what do you even call them? Like wordsmiths. They deem themselves wordsmiths. Like they think their localization, the changes they provide, like they're artful. They provide embellishment to the text. They add nuance and layers of meaning to the text that, you know, make the story better. And if those changes happen to, you know, change the author's intent, that's all for the better too. But because who the fuck wants to read about a rapist and an adulterer in a light novel, right? Assholes. But it gets worse, by the way, as far as Mushoku Tensei goes too. Following 7C's official statement, Mushoku Tensei translators Alyssa Nyoka and Paul Cuneo talked to their personal Twitter accounts to clarify that the aforementioned changes to the series were made without their knowledge. For what it's worth, I was completely blindsided by the changes to Mushoku Tensei light novel, wrote Nyoka. I knew about Volume 2's issue and was under the impression it was a layout issue, not an editorial change. It seems it was not the case. Please understand those were editorial choices and I was not included in that process, Nyoka added. I didn't learn about these changes until you all did. Many translators turn in their scripts and don't see the final product until published. It wasn't already clear enough. My policy on translation is to translate faithfully regardless of whether I agreed with the content itself, Nyoka concluded. I think it should be for the readers to decide how they feel about it. And good fucking job for one of you that actually fucking understands this, because holy shit, nobody so far has even come close to this conclusion yet. Of all the people I've read about today and showcased to you. In the same vein, Kuno stated that FWIW I view it as my job as a translator to convey the author's intent as best I can. Words and all. But as freelancers and one person in a multi-step process, we often don't have much control over the end result. So basically they're going over the translators, even if the translators actually did a good job. I do feel editing should be a two-way process, with translators looped in to help keep the connection to the original text / intent as solid as possible, he added. I try to advocate for process changes with my clients toward that goal. Don't toy with Miss Nagatoro's second attack. ADR scripturally defends their use of memes in serious localization. I am a storyteller, not a robot. An adaptation of the same scene from chapter 73 of the manga in Nanashi's original work, Nagatoro taunts her senpai by asking, "Are you trying to change your image? Gonna give up the four-eyed look and try going for that hot guy vibe?" That's what she says here. Likewise, in English fan translations, the scene in the anime, Nagatoro asks, "Are you trying to stop being a four-eyed kid and become a hot guy?" However, in the Crunchyroll's localization, the iconic brown tsundere embarrassingly questions, "Are you trying to stop being a four-eyed dork and become a giga chad?" The problem with localizers insert meme culture into their translations is that they end up making the work dated, which is egregious when it wasn't in the Japanese script. Can you imagine watching Death Note and Miss Anime mentioned recrolling because it was hot new meme of 2006? And this is one of the localizers replying to this. I used to be these English writers are taking too many liberties just to stick to the translation. Now it's, oh no, the translators have betrayed us too. When I write, my goal is to honor the spirit of the scene and make the dialogue pop. I'm a storyteller, not a robot. No, you are translating someone's story. The author is the storyteller. You're just the fucking cable connected it to the other fucking side. Do your work, fucking cable. You're not a fucking storyteller here. And your storytelling sure as fuck isn't adding Giga Chad instead of fucking hot guy or stud or whatever. Even stud would be better. Why use a fucking meme? Stud is universal and I think timeless enough for people to understand it. Why meme? When you have so many other options you can use. Stud, hunk, things like that. Even I can do it very easily. It's so fucking easy not to insert memes into shit. However, I would conclude that I think about this too. When I write, I want to make sure it's timeless and it makes sense, even if a topical joke loses relevance. If in 5 years the premise still makes sense, I've succeeded. If people have stopped to Google it, I've failed. Well, let's wait like 5 or so years or more to see if this actually works. I mean, people may get what Giga Chad is out of the context of it all, because, you know, Chad, I think the word Chad has like a similar level of being known to like words like stud or hunk, so people may still get that out of, you know, context clues. But again, still fucking memes. Why memes? So many options. For example, in this scene, you may not immediately understand the use of the term Chad in 2028 because it's adjusted Sakura's setup to refer to him as that musclehead from the other day. You have no problem following the rest. Thanks for attending my talk. And guess what? You know, Japanese have noticed this. What do you think of the scriptwriter Taku Kishimoto's story? Westerners love to steal from us. Probably the most contentious thing we do, and this comes in infrequently with comedy, as in order for a joke to land, for a moment to have the same effect/impact that was probably present in the Japanese script, we do sometimes need to rework the dialogue from the ground up. I don't know why you think adding a fucking meme would actually make the joke pop more. It would certainly not make it have a better comedic timing. It just didn't. Just kind of distracting, if anything. For whoever needs to hear it, I am not a translator, I'm an ADR scriptwriter. My actual job to finesse dialogue so that it sounds great using translations provided to me by my clients as a foundation. If you don't understand the work I do, maybe don't come at me over it. I don't know. Maybe stop talking. Stop talking in general. Another example. This was, I think this anime was Dark Gathering. They changed lolicon into problematic age gap. Pretty much, the translator decided to insert their own opinion as a term, as a translation for a term. I'm not going to let some God and his problematic age gap beat me. And there's more of that, of people, you know, translating lolicon into pedophile and more shit. Another absurdity brought by Funimation is when they changed the English subtitles for anime Hensky. Full name, Kaoi Kareba Hentai Demo Ski Natte Kuremasu, transforming the word lolicon into pedophile, when lolicon is explicitly used to refer to those with a penchant for fictional underage characters. It's particularly bizarre as they use the word lolita later on. I don't know, you were a pedophile. Well, as a practitioner of the way of Lolita, not as a practitioner of pedophilia. So they kind of, you know, beat their own shit right here. And here's Dan Kanemitsu, a guy I actually respect, a localizer and a translator that I actually respect. Translating the Japanese usage of the word lolicon into English is normally relatively straightforward. In the context of most Japanese fiction, lolicon means someone that like cute young girls. In Japanese fiction, lolicon usually does not have strong negative connotation. While the term originates from Nabokov's Lolita complex, the gravity of the concept is substantially weakened in the context of Japanese fiction and the fandom that revolves around it. Even today, usage of the word lolicon does not invoke strong universal revulsion in Japan. Pedophile and lolicon are not words that are mutually interchangeable. If the original text used the word lolicon without a strong negative connotation, the tradition should strive to maintain the same nuance. Disagreeing on the subject matter is fine. Disguising it is not. The Japanese language has words that invoke strong negative connotation that could be used to denote the criminal/exploitative dimension of a minor adult relations. Pedophilia, or pedo, is used in Japan, so it's Shonin Sei and Jido Sei, which I kind of explained as well myself when I still had my Twitter account. I was born and raised in Japan. I've been translating manga and anime into English for 30 years. You may not agree with me, and that's fine, but please do not note I am not alone in pointing this out. Even Answer Man, many years ago, had this. Is translating lolicon as pedophile accurate? Nope. Lastly, even looking up the word in Wikipedia points out how translating lolicon into pedophilia is extremely misguiding and dangerous. Cultural critics responding to lolicon generally emphasize it is distinct from attraction to real young girls. Feminist Shizuko Ueno argued that lolicon as an orientation towards fictional bishoujo is completely different from pedophilia, and characterized as desire to be part of the cute world of shoujo, for male fans of shoujo manga who find it too much to be a man. And that's it. I also have Japanese reactions to what has been going on, and that's gonna be finally the last part of the stream. We went through everything I had on this. I could have put more in the examples of like botched translations or localizations, but I think you got the point of how these people operate. But in case you didn't get it, they operate as a clique. They cover for each other. It doesn't matter what kind of mistakes they make. They always try to shift the blame on other people. They try to make sure that the arguments you make against them are diminished by, you know, them trying to character assassinate you, basically, because you say these and these things. They try to belittle you. They try to diminish the seriousness of their mistakes. They love the fucking argument of things that were, you know, way back in the past, even though it was like 2, 3, 4 years. Doesn't matter. But they love that fucking argument. And they will continue to use it endlessly until the cows go home. They're generally arrogant, unpleasant, and stuck in their own ways. Can never do anything fucking wrong. But lastly, let me get those Japanese reactions so I can read them and end the stream. So hold up. Where did I actually fucking put them? This kind of also demonstrates, because a lot of these tweets are translated by Google Translate, and you know, as this stream started, they were bitching about you know, the inaccuracy and machine translation being garbled, and you'll see how very readable and almost nuanced these machine translation of what these Japanese people are saying. You know, it may be so that it's missing some context here and there, because again, it's not perfect, but get the gist of the meaning of what the people are saying here is gonna be very easy. So let's see. And mind you, people have made videos about this too. In response to criticism, the Japanese and anime distributors in the United States changed the subtitles and dubbing to match their own political ideology. He said, "That's hate. I'm talented woman." When I saw him retort, that's supposed to be she. This is about Marky, by the way. I was shocked there was no talk of altering the original work. It's not about gender. It's about the harmful effects of education that teaches people to raise their self-esteem to the max and make political statements even at the expense of others. If you watch this, you'll see that the lines have been altered to promote a completely different ideology. When I criticized this, he yelled, "I am a woman. This is hate." Here's Lunar Archivist explaining the shit I was explaining about Lukoa in another part of the stream. It isn't culture appropriation. Isn't it culture appropriation if we convert entertainment products imported from other countries into our own country's ideology and commercialize them? Well, this Japanese person fucking hit the nail on the head. Yes, what they're doing is culture appropriation. They're using other people's culture, completely change the meaning of what they fucking steal to push their own shit. That's culture appropriation for you. That's what it is. Here's them linking to a video in Japanese that actually discusses this. And also the Asmund Gold clip. So, yeah, and Japanese people are becoming more and more aware of this. This is what culture appropriation is. Well, there's a lot of things that are made fun of on the internet, but it's not a joke. It's a serious thing. It somehow reminded me of an elderly woman in Spain who thought this was a good idea to repair a mural of Christ, but ended up ruining it. If you ever saw that fucking mural, what she did to it made it look like some kind of weird bear. Made Jesus into a bear. Makes sense. The more people would want to see the original version. In the Japanese language school 4-panel manga, there was a Frenchman who learned Japanese for this reason. I was surprised to hear the pirated version of Japanese anime posted on YouTube by overseas fans. By overseas fans with foreign language subtitles are being reevaluated because the translations are more faithful to the original work because of the fans. Sometimes I get messages asking if I can translate your manga, but I'm so scared of this that I refuse them all. I wouldn't understand if it was modified in a language I can't read at all. So yeah, they have their own concerns. Because, you know, there is that language barrier. A lot of Japanese creators do not understand fucking English and do not know what happens to their own shit outside of it. If it actually gets translated or got forbidding localized. So, you know, being afraid of this is a valid worry. And lastly, the political correctness woke virus has reached such a point. So yeah, Japanese started to understand what the word woke means too. They aren't that dumb and they aren't that disconnected from all of it. So what are they going to do about this, knowing what this is going on? Probably not much. I mean, they can protest the same way us Westerners do, but is that going to do anything? That's not going to do anything. The only way to stop this is make these people not do what they're doing. And the way this has been achieved right now is by implementing machine translation that is actually decent enough. That's being checked upon by people, editors that actually do care about the, you know, the source material and the intent of the authors and shit like that, to do, you know, an accurate job. Essentially, the biggest problem here, if you already haven't noticed, is that very few people care. If the IP holders care very little for the original work, they won't know what these people are doing to their shit. If the authors are not aware of, because of the language barrier or anything else, what these people in the West are doing to their work, just, you know, adding shit for their own purposes to it, none of this is going to change. So, you know, that neglect is a big part of the problem. The other part, again, if you haven't noticed, is the absolute arrogance of these people that are in charge of these translations and how they treat it. They treat it as their own fucking pet projects in order to promote themselves. They aren't able to humble themselves and be the in-between between the target audience and the author. They cannot absolutely do that because they have to be at the forefront of it. As one of these fuckers even mentioned, they have to have fans that are grateful to them because of the job they're doing. It doesn't matter if they do a shitty job, because you, the chud, you don't know Japanese. How dare you criticize their shit? If you don't know Japanese, you simply cannot tell the quality of the shit they're trying to pander to you. You simply cannot know because you're dumb and they are smart. They are smarter than you. They have all of these degrees. They have all these certificates of, you know, of knowing Japanese. They are world-class localizers and translators. It doesn't matter that they make basic mistakes in, you know, comprehending the Japanese language. They're world-class because you chud, you misogynistic chud that also is a Nazi. You don't know Japanese, and you cannot talk them down because you aren't worth as much as they are. And if they happen to lose their job because of you, they're not gonna blame themselves, for providing a shoddy product to people. They're gonna blame you because you did this. You did this to them. And better hope that they unionize into something good. But I don't think that's gonna help them because a lot of companies, they follow profit. Most of companies follow profit. And if AI translation combined with machine translation combined with again that editorial oversight is gonna come through for them, if this is actually gonna be something that audiences actually do like, and it's accurate to the Japanese original script, then all of these fuckers can say bye-bye to their jobs, and they better fucking again learn to fucking program or go work in the fields somewhere. Some of them could use their exercise, as you've probably seen. They could use a lot of that exercise, and I've seen a lot of these people in the field. I personally seen Distant Valhalla and that Israel idiot in the field. They could use some exercise. It would help them a lot. Some of them are communists, so maybe take that sickle, go cut some fucking wheat, take that hammer and go build a shed somewhere in that field, so you can bring all the wheat that you cut into the shed later. That might be something productive to do with your time as you ponder what kind of career choice to take next, because if you lose that, there's not much else you can have, because you aren't good enough in Japanese to go work for the government or in any technical field, because you're a dumbass that can only translate simple Japanese badly for the most part. And with that, I'm done with my rant. These people are retarded. Too long didn't read. Total localizer and total translator death, I hope. And yeah, let's hope that either they improve, which they won't because they are too set in their ways, or the robots fucking replace them as soon as possible. But yeah, we've gone for almost 7 hours. Pretty fucking fantastic. But I covered most of the things that I wanted to cover. There would be still a lot more if I actually bothered to take up more. But yeah, this was pretty exhaustive. I think you got the full picture of what I wanted to show you. And yeah, I don't know. Go learn Japanese, because or read good fan translations and good fan subs if you don't want to learn Japanese. Don't go to Crunchyroll, because they suck dicks, a massive amount of dicks. And at some point, when I'm not talking about VTubers all day, I might do another stream about anime, because anime and manga. Maybe do a recommendation shit with this. I actually like anime and manga, if you couldn't tell. So I do actually have good recommendations for things you might have not read or watched. So, but that's for a future thing to do. We'll got it. We'll see. We'll see where that lands us. But yeah, to not make this any longer than it's supposed to be, I'm gonna play you off with some music of my choice, and you guys take care. Stay warm, because it's still winter, and stay hydrated, because I sure as fuck didn't hydrate enough. I kind of feel like someone jammed something in the side of my fucking throat. So yeah, let's see what kind of song I can play you out with. Let me see what I have here. Hold up. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty fitting. This is this is a song called Wings by Samantha Newark. It's actually a translated version of the Japanese song by with the same title, the game While I'm Free. And this is actually one of the rare cases where a translated song from a game, I think, is superior. At least it is to me, the Japanese version. But you guys can decide that on your own as I play it. But yeah, for right now, you guys take care, and I'll be fucking off. Take care.